Carlo, where are you? The shout from the upper levels of the lavish palace snapped Carlo out of his wandering thoughts, dragging his mind back into reality. I'm here, father, Carlo answered quickly. Thank God. The voice moved rapidly from afar to near. Moments later, its owner was already standing behind him. My child, are you feeling better? Carlo turned slightly, still finding it hard to believe. The gorgeously dressed middle-aged man before him was his biological father in this body. The head of the House of Savoy. The first king of a unified Italy. Vittorio Emanuele II. I'm much better, Carlo replied honestly, nodding. The doctor's medicine worked well. Internally, though, he was struggling with how to face this unfamiliar father. Vittorio Emanuele II paid no attention to Carlo's hesitation. He gently rested a hand on Carlo's head and spoke softly, It's all right, my child. Although Eduardo is gone, you still have us. You're not alone. Eduardo was the king's third son, newly born and granted the title Duke of Montferrat. In Carlo's memories, this younger brother had been especially close to him, far more than the two elder brothers ever were. But by the time Carlo's soul arrived in this world, Eduardo was already gravely ill. Not long after, he passed away. Medical knowledge in this era was painfully limited. Even the death of a prince went unexplained. That alone was enough to unsettle Carlo. For someone who had lived in an age of advanced technology, being thrown back 160 years was no small torment. Even as the most favored son of the King of Italy, the unease never fully faded. Seeing Carlo remain silent, Vittorio Emanuele II touched his head again, forcing a gentle smile. It will pass. Everything will get better, he said firmly. I won't let anything take you from me. Not even God. Adelaide and I will protect you. You'll be safe. I swear it. For a man known for his deep piety, such words were spoken from the heart. I really am better now, father, Carlo replied quietly. Thank you for worrying about me. That's good, Vittorio Emanuele II said, visibly relieved. May God bless you. I'll stay with you for a while. He then gestured to the nearby maids to escort Carlo back to his room. Historically, Vittorio Emanuele II had 6 sons with Queen Adelaide. Of them, only 2 survived into adulthood. The rest died young, often suddenly, often without explanation. Though Carlo's arrival into this world meant one fewer loss than history recorded, the repeated deaths had made the king deeply protective of his family. As the youngest surviving son, Carlo was cherished most of all. From birth, he held the title Duke of Chalons and owned vast farmland, multiple manors and castles, and was attended by over 100 servants at any time. While the king remained unaware of Carlo's thoughts, 2 maidservants guided him back to his chambers. One was gentle and pure, the other mature and alluring. Carlo swallowed the comment he almost made. Although monogamy was the norm in the West, discreet indulgence was common among nobles, especially at the highest levels. If Carlo wished it, women hoping to become his mistress could line the roads from Florence to Turin. On that point, he had to admit the era had its advantages. Still, mistresses were never discussed openly. For nobles, trusted maidservants were safer, quieter, and far more loyal. The 2 women attending Carlo had been carefully selected by Vittorio Emanuele II. Beautiful, well-trained, and meant to guide him through the early stages of noble life. At first, Carlo relaxed into their practiced massage. Then a sudden sensation snapped him back to awareness. He turned his head. The outwardly innocent Anna had slipped her hand beneath his clothing, teasing with quiet boldness. That's enough, Anna, Carlo said calmly, patting her head. She looked up, eyes wide and blinking. Not yet, he added with a faint smile. Okay. Anna withdrew her hand, disappointment briefly flickering across her face. I want to rest alone for a while, Carlo said after the massage ended. The 2 maidservants bowed and left, closing the door behind them. Alone at last, Carlo stared at the ceiling. He could barely accept being reborn into this era. Still, as a noble, life was far more comfortable than it might have been otherwise. Yet monarchy itself was living on borrowed time. 2 world wars would soon tear Europe apart. Monarchies would crumble one after another, fading from history. Italy, too, would become a republic after the Second World War. Even before that, under Mussolini's rise, the royal family's power would be little more than a formality. A single order could erase them. Carlo didn't know how or why he had come to this world. But with a beginning like this, he refused to drift along helplessly. If fate had given him a second life, he intended to seize it. New plans were already taking shape. A new story begins. Seeking recommendations, collections, and support. To hold his fate in his own hands, Carlo understood one thing: he had to keep climbing. In the end, he needed to become the country's ruler, someone the public could trust and follow. In Italy, that path had only one destination: the throne. But Carlo had two older brothers. By normal rules, becoming king of Italy was almost impossible. Almost. History offered a narrow opening. Spain was nearing revolution, and the Savoy family would soon have a chance at the Spanish crown. The crown would remain with the House of Savoy for only 3 years, but for Carlo, it was the closest he would ever come to wearing one. If he could outmaneuver his brother, Prince Amadeo, then Spain was within reach. A different crown, a different country, but still a king. It was only a plan for now, and plans were easy. Turning one into reality was another story. Still, preparation mattered. He needed people. He needed money. Without capital, ambition was just a nice sentence. On paper, Carlo was wealthy. The lands and castles under his name were worth at least 2 or 3 million lire. In an era before currency lost its bite, that was a serious fortune. The problem was that most of it wasn't truly liquid. Those estates came from the royal house. Selling them was not something he could do freely. The only money he could realistically use was his annual royal allowance, around 260,000 lire a year. And, because Carlo was still underage, that allowance had been held in his father's hands. Over the years, it had piled up into a figure close to 3 million lire. That was what Carlo wanted: control. If he could gain the right to manage his own funds, that sum alone would be enough to set many things in motion. The good part was obvious. Vittorio Emanuele II adored him. With that level of care, Carlo could probably get permission without too much struggle. His mother, Archduchess Adelaide, had been gone for over 10 years. There was no one left who could block him from receiving what was already his. And his age, usually a disadvantage, could actually work in his favor. Because before he could manage such money, he would need a capable assistant. Someone trusted. Someone experienced. Someone who would not betray him. A steward. In European courts, a royal steward or butler was more than a household manager. He was a noble's right hand, the one who knew every coin, every property deed, every contact, and every quiet secret. In many families, the role even became hereditary, passed down through generations. Vittorio Emanuele II's own butler, Reborn, was proof of that. His father had served the royal house before him, and his son would likely serve the next generation. That kind of loyalty was rare, and the royal family valued it. If Carlo had a steward like that, his father would feel safe giving him control of his assets. And the safest place to find such a man was simple: from Vittorio Emanuele II's own trusted circle. A few days later, inside the king's office, Vittorio Emanuele II studied Carlo with open surprise. "Little Carlo," he asked, half curious and half cautious, "why do you want the right to manage your property now?" It wasn't greed. It wasn't that the king refused to hand over money. It was caution. A fortune this large could ruin a child just as easily as it could empower him. "Investment," Carlo answered plainly. Then, without hesitation, he added a reason that sounded harmless enough. "When brother Umberto and brother Amadeo marry, I want to have money of my own to give them gifts." The king blinked, then laughed softly. He reached out and ruffled Carlo's hair, equal parts amused and exasperated. "Your money is already enough to give gifts, Carlo. 2 million lire could build a warship. You don't plan to gift them a fleet, do you?" Carlo shook his head, serious now. "That isn't my money yet, father. I want to give them gifts with money I personally earn. Then I can actually feel the joy of it." For a moment, Vittorio Emanuele II simply looked at him. Then his expression softened. "All right," he said, smiling. "You've convinced me. What reason do I have to refuse?" "That may be the best excuse I've ever heard." Then the king's tone shifted, back to the practical. "Before you come of age, you'll need a loyal, capable steward to manage your assets. You can decide how to spend it, but someone must at least be able to tell you what that fortune actually consists of." He wasn't exaggerating. Over 2 million lire in this era was enormous. Converted to gold, it was hundreds of kilograms, close to a ton. Money like that couldn't be handled casually. Carlo didn't resist. He actually wanted this. The Italian royal house, young as the Kingdom of Italy was, still had deep roots from the old Kingdom of Sardinia. Loyal men with real ability did exist. Seeing Carlo agree, Vittorio Emanuele too finally relaxed. And, perhaps out of pride, perhaps out of affection, he added one more thing. To show my support, he said, I'll make it a clean number. 3 million lire. You can come and take it whenever you wish. And just like that, Carlo's first real step toward independence was no longer a thought. It was money on the table and a door opening.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Vittorio Emanuele II's actions were still very quick. On the day Carlo received the 3 million lira annuity, Vittorio Emanuele II also brought Carlo the butler candidate he had carefully selected. However, the decision was still in Carlo's hands. After all, the butler was a noble's most trusted subordinate, and Carlo had 100% choice rights. Borrowing a conference room in the royal palace, Carlo held a meeting with the subordinate recommended by Vittorio Emanuele II. Because Carlo was not very old, the talent recommended by Vittorio Emanuele II was also not very old, appearing to be in his early 20s. However, according to the information provided by Vittorio Emanuele II, this guy named Loren was not simple at all. First of all, his education level. Not only did he graduate from a proper prestigious university, but he also studied in Britain and France for several years. However, because he had been cultivated and funded by the Italian royal family from childhood to adulthood, his loyalty was also guaranteed. Moreover, Loren himself was managing a portion of property for the Italian royal family, and his ability in finance and economy was affirmed. Simply put, Loren was a talent who had been tested in terms of knowledge and ability, and his loyalty was also affirmed. Carlo's first impression of Loren was also good. Born in a monarchy country, Loren had a favorable view of the monarchy. Especially since everything he had came from the funding of the Italian royal family, his loyalty to the entire Italian royal family was beyond doubt. Loren, Carlo spoke first. Yes, Your Highness. I am Loren. It is an honor to serve you. Loren nodded very respectfully, keeping his posture very low. Very good. Carlo nodded satisfiedly, quite recognizing Loren's behavior and manners. After all, if even his own butler did not recognize the superior status of the nobility, who else would? Were you working for my father before? Carlo asked. Yes, Your Highness. Loren nodded and answered very respectfully. Previously, I managed the plantations in the Philippine region and also acquired several newspapers in the Turin region. Carlo was quite satisfied. Although the plantations managed by Loren were all crop plantations, this management experience could also be carried over to future rubber plantations. How profitable rubber plantations went without saying. With such experience, during future layout, it could easily make Carlo a giant in the rubber industry. And the experience of acquiring newspapers added even more points for Loren. Because in Carlo's heart, the power of public opinion from newspapers was very important. Alpha Nigeria Naira Thailand Baht. If a person or a country could master the power of public opinion, they could easily reverse black and white, calling right wrong and wrong right. This was very important for stabilizing the monarchy in Italy or Spain. At least it could influence the choices of the public, preventing the monarchy from exiting the stage of Italy and Spain too early. Whether now or in posterity, the public had a blind herd mentality. No matter if a system was good or bad, as long as enough people said it was bad, then it was bad. If the power of public opinion was mastered well, it would become an important weapon for Carlo in the future, second only to the army, and could play an unexpected role. In Carlo's future plans, whether becoming the King of Spain or continuing as a noble of Italy, he had to use the identity of a noble to actually do some good things for the public. And the power of public opinion centered on newspapers would be an important weapon for Carlo's propaganda. After all, the purpose of doing good things was to let the public know that nobles were not all cruel rulers who oppressed the public, and the monarchy was not all flaws. Tell me your views on newspapers. Although Carlo was already very satisfied, his examination of Lorraine had not completely ended. If Lorraine could align somewhat with Carlo in terms of future development, perhaps their cooperation would be even more perfect. Hearing Carlo's question, Lorraine did not rush to answer, but thought carefully for a moment before speaking. For the present, newspapers are just a way for the public to obtain external information. But for the future, the role of newspapers is quite important, even able to influence the people who read the newspapers. Although the role of a single newspaper is not great, if we could control dozens or even hundreds of newspapers and publish a certain news on these hundreds of newspapers at the same time, then that news would instantly be believed by hundreds of thousands or even millions of the public, regardless of its truth. I believe that, given the potential and role of newspaper development, Your Highness has reason to purchase several newspapers as your own public opinion weapon, thereby exerting influence on the public. Carlo nodded, quite recognizing Lauren's words. Although the development of newspapers had not yet formed a large-scale power of public opinion, the role of newspapers as public opinion institutions was beyond doubt. That Lorraine could see this point first proved that his strategic development vision was quite good. With such a talent as the manager of Carlo's property, at least the probability of Carlo's property growth would far exceed the probability of decrease. You have successfully convinced me, Lorraine. At the end of the conversation, Carlo smiled and nodded, saying to the anxious-faced Lorraine, "From now on, you are my court steward." The butler in Western courts was not like the eunuchs in Eastern courts. The butler not only had considerable right to speak, but also would not suffer any discrimination. Lorraine did not reject becoming Carlo's butler. After all, under Vittorio Emanuele II, he was just a talent with decent ability. But if loyal to Carlo, Lorraine would become Carlo's confidant and important subordinate. The importance of the two was completely disproportionate. Moreover, Carlo was also the Duke of Italy. Becoming the Duke's butler was not shameful at all. Your Highness the Duke, because I have been an orphan since childhood, I only have my name Lorraine and no family name of my own. May I request that you grant me a unique surname? Lorraine is willing to serve Your Highness the Duke with his lifelong energy. At the end of the chat, Lorraine suddenly spoke and requested Carlo to grant him a surname. Such things were not unheard of. If a commoner suddenly gained the monarch's trust and heavy use, granting him a surname to integrate into the aristocracy was not strange. Lorraine requesting a surname was actually showing his attitude of loyalty to Carlo. After obtaining the surname given by Carlo, Lorraine would be completely labeled with Carlo's mark. If Lorraine betrayed Carlo in the future, his reputation among the entire European nobility would be ruined, and his future would naturally be gone. Carlo naturally understood this, looked at the determined-faced Lorraine, smiled, and said, "All right then, Butler Lorraine. I think the surname Roit is good, Lorraine Roit. It will surely become a legend in Italian history worth writing about." Lorraine nodded, accepting the surname with a face full of deference. Roit means loyalty in English. The meaning of Carlo giving him such a name was self-evident, and Lorraine also hoped to express his loyalty in this way, thereby gaining Carlo's trust and heavy use to showcase his ability. New books at sale, seeking recommendation tickets, seeking collections, seeking follow reads, seeking investments. Carlo's first task assigned to Lorraine was to possess a formal newspaper office. Whether purchasing an existing newspaper office or starting a newspaper office from scratch, Carlo only needed one result. To show Carlo his ability, Lorraine attached great importance to this task. In just 2 days, he investigated the existing newspaper offices in Italy and screened out those with potential and possible for acquisition. Il Sole 24 or 24 Hours Sun newspaper. This was the newspaper office list that Lorraine ultimately provided. This was a newspaper office founded last year, currently only having some fame in Milan's business circles. But this newspaper office persisted all the way to posterity, even becoming one of Italy's top 10 newspaper and media. Achieving such results represented that the potential of this newspaper office was beyond doubt. This also represented that Lorraine, who selected this newspaper office, absolutely had very unique and excellent eyesight. After determining the acquisition target, Carlo's next task for Lorraine was to properly acquire this newspaper office named Sun Newspaper. This also embodied the benefit of having subordinates to command. At least Carlo, as a prince, didn't have to personally do some things. The acquisition path was still relatively smooth. At this time, the Sun newspaper was ultimately just a small newspaper office, and its founder couldn't resist the temptation of Carlo's premium acquisition. From proposing the acquisition of the newspaper office to obtaining all shares of the Sun newspaper, Carlo used less than 4 days. Unfortunately, precisely because the Sun newspaper was currently still a small newspaper office, the daily sales volume of newspapers was only around 1,500 copies, and this sales volume was difficult even to sustain the newspaper office itself. However, Carlo's goal wasn't to make the newspaper office profitable immediately. The role of the newspaper office wasn't to earn that little money. Carlo's goal was to flood Italy's streets with cheaper and more popular newspapers, to enhance Carlo's control over public opinion in Italy. Whether continuing to stay in Italy or seeking the opportunity to become King of Spain in the future, experience in the newspaper office aspect could allow Carlo to more smoothly complete the layout of the public opinion empire. After controlling public opinion, wanting to do anything would become much easier. At least with public support, Carlo would hold the initiative. However, speaking of which, compared to other small and medium-scale private newspaper offices, the Sun newspaper controlled by Carlo still had great advantages. At least with the identity of Italian prince, Carlo could publish some content not easy to pass review, such as current political news that the public cared about. This wasn't the era in posterity, when newspapers had no sales at all. If there was good news and content, it was still very simple for the newspaper office to expand sales volume and achieve profitability. Lorraine, as Carlo's only subordinate currently, naturally took charge of the Italian Sun newspaper without hesitation and was fully responsible for the expansion of the Sun newspaper. Several plans that Carlo formulated for Lorraine. First, within the next 2 years, the daily sales of the Sun newspaper should increase from 1,500 copies to at least 7,500 copies. Considering that the Sun newspaper was located in the prosperous city of Milan in northern Italy and could also radiate to nearby Turin and Genoa, such a sales requirement was actually not high. The second requirement was that the Sun newspaper must become one of the well-known newspaper and media in northern Italy and have certain credibility among civilians. Yen Joey. If the content published by the newspaper couldn't be believed by the public, then the existence of the newspaper office would be unnecessary. After all, the primary purpose of achieving public opinion manipulation was to make the public believe the public opinion, which was also one of Carlo's expectations for Lorraine. Additionally, within 2 years, make the Sun newspaper profitable and control as many newspaper offices as possible. Although Carlo's original intention wasn't to make money through the newspaper office, since the newspaper office industry could inherently break even, Carlo definitely wanted to use the funds for more important places. As for founding or acquiring more newspaper offices, it was naturally to strengthen the public opinion power in Carlo's hands. In Carlo's layout, the Sun newspaper would in the future focus on reporting current political news and international affairs, while some small newspaper offices could fill the gaps in entertainment news and various gossips. After all, if a newspaper office with considerable credibility reported some tabloid news and gossip, it would absolutely destroy the newspaper's credibility. While Lorraine diligently executed Carlo's tasks, Carlo was already contemplating while looking at the existing map of the Kingdom of Italy. Although the fragmented Apennine Peninsula had basically unified into the complete Kingdom of Italy, there were still 2 places that hadn't returned to Italy's embrace. The Venice region in the north was still controlled by the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and Rome, the most important city for Italy, still belonged to the Papal States. Although the Papal States seemed to be the soft persimmon, helplessly, France stood behind the Papal States. The France at this time wasn't the surrender molecule mocked in World War II, but the French Empire bathed in Napoleon's afterglow. Because Germany hadn't unified yet, the France at this time could be said to be the hegemon of Western Europe plus Europe's #1 army great power. With France's support, the Papal States continued to hold Rome, which also forced Italy's capital to settle in Florence. However, Carlo wasn't anxious about this. Historically, the process of the Kingdom of Sardinia unifying Italy could completely be said to be winning without effort, without experiencing any difficult battles at all. The largest country in southern Italy, the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, was rotten to the core and was easily annihilated by Garibaldi's thousand-man group. The states in central Italy were completely incomparable in volume to the Kingdom of Sardinia and had no qualification to resist in the face of the great trend of unification. The truly tough two bones were completely relied on hugging Prussia's thigh. In the Austro-Prussian War, by Prussia attracting the attention of the Austrian Empire, the Venice region was recaptured. In the Franco-Prussian War, by the French guarding against the Prussian army, Rome was smoothly taken over. The two bones that seemed very tough were so easily crushed, although it was the Prussian army that crushed these two bones, but the one that truly obtained the benefits was indeed the Kingdom of Italy. For this time period of Prussia's rise, Carlos still had some understanding. Coincidentally, this year was exactly 1866, the phase when the Austro-Prussian War erupted. If following the historical trajectory, the Austro-Prussian War should break out in half a year, Prussia would accelerate Germany's unification, and Italy would also recapture the Venice region in the north. Facing such an important historical node, Carlo naturally couldn't let the opportunity slip away in vain. Although he couldn't directly intervene in the Austro-Prussian War, as a participant in the Kingdom of Italy, Carlo changing a tiny bit of history's process was still no problem. New books at sale, seeking recommendation tickets, seeking collections, seeking follow reads, seeking investments. Since he had a newspaper as a public opinion weapon in hand, the most important next step was to create a likable persona for himself. If a persona was crafted well, the public would default to seeing him as standing with the majority even without any actions from Carlo. And as a royal member, a friendly and people-loving character was bound to be welcomed. The public certainly did not want the royal family above them to act high and mighty, which was also why monarchs led by the King of the United Kingdom in posterity always appeared friendly and benevolent. Whether shown to Italian public or European public, rigid conservative thinking was destined to be unpopular. Although there were many conservatives in monarchy countries, for Italy and the Spain that Carlo wanted to go to, reformists were what the public truly wanted to see. However, although Carlo wanted to establish an image as a reformist, he would absolutely not offer any opinions on Italy's reforms. Reform was reform. Who led this reform was the truly important question. Supporting and favoring reform was a weapon in Carlo's hands, but actually meddling in reform would be more loss than gain. No government would like a king who meddled in every aspect of the country. If Carlo wanted to become the King of Spain, he must first understand how to be a mascot and not meddle everywhere. On February 21, 1866, the Italian 24 Hours Sun newspaper published an article penned by Carlo himself. "We want bread, macaroni, and milk," successfully firing the first shot in establishing an image of caring for the public. In this completely chicken soup article, Carlo repeatedly mentioned the importance of Italy's grassroots people, especially the farmers in southern Italy, and concluded in the article, whether in Italy or Europe, the public's demands were actually not complex, nothing more than enough to eat and wear. If the government could focus more attention on the grassroots people, perhaps the public's lives would be happier. The entire article had no grand principles, even shaping Carlo into an idle prince with overflowing compassion. Although many grassroots people developed a favorable impression of Carlo because of this report, government officials dismissed it. Taking care of grassroots people's lives? Sounded nice, but wasn't it still funded by the government? Not to mention how much fiscal budget it would take to improve all Italian grassroots people's lives. Wouldn't it be better to invest that money in places Italy needed more, like military construction and industrial development? As for those commoners at the bottom of society, guaranteeing they didn't starve to death was already pretty good. Who among the noble lords had the mind to care whether commoners had enough to eat or wear? Because Carlo had no one usable under him, this report only had some influence near Milan, not even spreading to Florence. But for Carlo's plan, it had already successfully taken the first step. Regardless of the government and nobles' thoughts, the first thing now was to make the public believe Carlo was a prince who cared about grassroots people, even with overflowing compassion. Such a role would absolutely not be disliked by the public. After all, the vast majority of any country's population were grassroots people, something no political system or ideology could change. Unfortunately, Carlo was too young now, many layouts could not proceed smoothly, and he still needed to spend a lot of time and energy completing Italy's traditional noble elite education. Although only a prince, his place in the throne succession was third, basically impossible. But Vittorio Emanuele II was very attentive to Carlo's education and cultivation. As Vittorio Emanuele II's currently youngest son, Carlo undoubtedly received the most favor and attention from his father. Nigerian Iroe. This year, Carlo was approaching 15 years old, having basically completed the early elite noble education. According to Vittorio Emanuele II's plan for Carlo's cultivation, Carlo had two choices. One was to major in management and economy for in-depth study, to properly handle his own land and property in the future. The other choice was to attend military academy, become an honorable Italian officer, and dedicate to the royal family and country. For Carlo, who already had plans in mind, the most suitable choice was, of course, to attend military academy, to cultivate his own military ability. More importantly, he might meet some officers with good military ability, but not prominent reputation at the military academy, to build his own connections. Unfortunately, Carlo was not the first in line to the throne, the crown prince. Otherwise, he could completely rely on the crown prince identity to form a court guard and cultivate his own armed forces from scratch. Although unified Italy already had the qualifications to compete with great powers, Italy's foundation was still too thin at this time, even in terms of military academies. The world's top 10 famous military academies in posterity had no presence of Italy, and even now, there were actually not many military academies in Italy worth choosing. The most reliable military academy choice currently was the Turin Military Academy, located in the capital of the original Kingdom of Sardinia. This military academy was located in Turin, the Savoy family's base camp, and was an important institution for the Kingdom of Sardinia to train military backbone. Vittorio Emanuele II maintained a supportive attitude toward Carlo's idea of attending military academy. This was very common for Western monarchy countries. For the kings of these monarchy countries, the ones they trusted most were royal family members and nobles. The Turin Royal Military Academy was mainly responsible for training infantry and artillerymen officers, while the Milan Royal Military Academy was responsible for training cavalry officers. This was also why Carlo directly chose the Turin Royal Military Academy. After all, Carlo didn't need to charge into battle personally first, and, secondly, cavalry would be eliminated in the next few decades, as the terrain of Spain and Italy was not suitable for large-scale cavalry charges. In fact, compared to the instructors at the Turin Royal Military Academy, Carlo admired an Italian legendary named More, one of the three meritorious officials of Italian unification, the hero of two worlds, Giuseppe Garibaldi. Purely discussing military ability, Garibaldi was absolutely the most excellent military commander in modern Italy. Even posterity historians, when describing the entire Italian unification event, only mentioned three meritorious officials with outstanding merits, the so-called three heroes of Italian nation-building. Italy's unification is credited to Mazzini's thought, Garibaldi's sword, and Cavour's diplomacy. From this description, it was clear how excellent Garibaldi's military talent was. But unfortunately, among the three heroes of Italian nation-building, only Prime Minister Cavour belonged to the Kingdom of Sardinia faction. Mazzini, who created the ideology of unification Italy, was thoroughly a Republican faction, the enemy of monarchy. And although the Garibaldi whom Carlo extremely admired did not explicitly oppose monarchy, he had also multiple times sided with republicanism and was not trusted by monarchy. Although Garibaldi was extremely selfless in the process of Italian unification, even after obtaining the entire territory of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, he resolutely handed it over to the Kingdom of Sardinia to rule. But Garibaldi's high prestige in the army and his history of serving republicanism still prevented him from entering the upper echelons of the new Italy. Seeking monthly tickets, seeking follow reads, seeking collections, seeking recommendation tickets, Garibaldi's greatness is beyond doubt. The famous French literary giant Victor Hugo once said, "I don't want to offend anyone, but I must tell the truth. Among all the generals who fought for France, only Garibaldi is invincible. After the Franco-Prussian War, the Prussian General Verge also admitted, if all of France's armies were commanded by Garibaldi, then in the War of 1870, the captured military flags probably wouldn't have been just one. It is such a general who involuntarily elicits sighs and admiration from his enemies, yet for various reasons, he did not enter the upper echelons of the Italian government, but instead lived in seclusion on Caprera Island. The good news is that due to Garibaldi's high prestige in the hearts of the Italian public and Garibaldi's contributions to Italy's unification, Garibaldi is able to live leisurely in Italy without worrying about being arrested by the government. For such a figure admired by thousands, Carlo naturally wants to meet him. An uninvited visit would only cause trouble, and besides, Carlo is still young at this time, so there is no rush. However, this does not mean that Carlo has no way to contact Garibaldi at this time. In fact, Garibaldi's retired life is colorful, and he even published a novel Thousand-Man Army, recounting how he broke through the kingdom of the Two Sicilies with only a 1,000-man army. Thanks to Garibaldi's prestige, the first printing of this book earned him royalties as high as 21,000 lire, or about 840 pounds sterling. Since Garibaldi has such an interest, Carlo certainly doesn't mind inviting Garibaldi to serialize some stories in the Italian 24-hour Sun newspaper. If they are some of Garibaldi's battle exploits in the army, most Italian public members would probably like them. Carlo's Italian 24-hour Sun newspaper can also achieve rapid expansion thanks to Garibaldi's prestige, and Carlo can use this opportunity to get to know Garibaldi. However, all this depends on whether Garibaldi himself is willing. If Garibaldi is unwilling to publish articles in the Italian Sun newspaper, Carlo has no way at all. Because in Italy, Garibaldi's own prestige even surpasses the royal family, and the Italian public will not allow any slander against Garibaldi. In 1879, a journalist named Giovanni wrote 2 stories that personally attacked Garibaldi, and not long after, the journalist was assassinated. If it weren't for Garibaldi personally initiating a fundraiser and donating a pension to Giovanni's widow, Giovanni's family would probably continue to live under the condemnation of the Italian public. This also indirectly proves Garibaldi's greatness. For Italy and the Italian people, Garibaldi has no shortcomings. In order to make a good first impression on Garibaldi, Carlo revised the letter he was going to send to Garibaldi several times and also asked Loren to check if there was anything inappropriate. A few days later, on a small island named Caprera in the northeast of Sardinia, Garibaldi's peaceful life was broken. After Garibaldi announced that he would not receive any guests, the island became like Garibaldi's territory, with very few outsiders coming and going. Coupled with the many soldiers on the island specifically protecting Garibaldi, it further prevented visits from outsiders. At this time, Garibaldi, who should have been living a leisurely fishing life, frowned and looked at a letter with the royal family emblem on the table, frowning deeply. "What happened, father?" Garibaldi's second son Giuseppe looked at his frowning father and asked in surprise. Since retiring to Caprera Island, it was the first time Giuseppe had seen his father frown, and it was in response to a letter. If he didn't trust his father Garibaldi's character, Giuseppe might even think whether his father had a pregnant mistress outside demanding property. "It's nothing, Giuseppe. Just a letter from the royal family." Garibaldi looked at the letter on the table, pondering while subconsciously answering his son's question. "Oh, a letter from the royal family?" Giuseppe's surprise grew stronger, and he couldn't help but say, "Did the royal family write to you? Has something happened again?" "It's not at that point yet, Giuseppe." Garibaldi smiled and shook his head, saying in a self-deprecating manner, "Even if something happens, they absolutely won't come to me, unless Vittorio's crown on his head is in jeopardy again." "Then what is this?" Curiosity still lingered in Giuseppe's eyes as his gaze shifted to the envelope on the table. "It's a letter from His Highness Carlo." Garibaldi still had a faint smile on his face and said, "Speaking of which, I had seen that little guy before. Has his health improved?" "It's him." Giuseppe nodded, saying somewhat happily, "Among the royal family guys, I like His Highness Carlo the most. It's a pity that His Highness is not the kingdom's crown prince." Some words can be said here, but it's best to keep your mouth shut outside. Garibaldi glanced at his somewhat excited son and reminded him, "If you don't want to live in seclusion on Caprera with me for the rest of your life, you'd better show some respect to those royal family guys." "I know, father." Did His Highness Carlo write for something? Giuseppe was still full of curiosity about Carlo's letter and asked questions one after another. Garibaldi nodded and said with a wry smile, "This is probably the first time someone from the royal family has praised me to this extent. Little Carlo hopes that I will publish articles under his Sun newspaper, preferably telling some stories of the red shirts." Giuseppe's excited words brought Garibaldi and Carlo closer, and Garibaldi's address for Carlo changed from His Highness to Little Carlo. At this time, Carlo still didn't know that the Garibaldi he had been thinking about had actually met the original owner of this body before, and Garibaldi had a very good impression of Carlo. But thinking about it, it's normal. Carlo's original self was sickly since childhood, his father was busy with political affairs, his mother died early, and his personality naturally became one of being timid and amiable. Having seen too much of the arrogance and debauchery among nobles, it's not surprising that Garibaldi has a certain good impression of little Carlo. Is the Italian Sun newspaper His Highness Carlo's? Giuseppe's excitement was even more evident, and he said somewhat eagerly, "Father, didn't you say before that you wanted to write your stories for more Italians to see? Isn't this a good opportunity?" Looking at his somewhat cheering son, Garibaldi shook his head helplessly and said, "Although I can write these stories, whether they can be seen by more Italians is not up to me. If my stories affect His Highness Carlo's Italian Sun newspaper, it would be more loss than gain. However, it's hard to refuse His Highness Carlo's invitation. All right, I'll write a few stories that aren't too annoying first and see the reaction of those old guys in Florence." Although it is said that the idea of Italian unification was created by Mazzini, no one can deny that Garibaldi's pure and deep love for Italy also influenced vast numbers of Italians. Although Garibaldi made outstanding contributions to Italy's unification, he had been too close to republicanism before, so stories adapted from real events might be popular among Italians, but not necessarily among the Italian government and royal family. Precisely because of this, Garibaldi does not want to affect others because of himself, especially Carlo, whom he has a certain fondness for. New book set sale, begging for all kinds of votes, follow reads, and investments. Kneeling to beg, Garibaldi ultimately accepted Carlo's invitation and became a collaborator for the Italian 24-hour Sun newspaper, publishing his own story in the newspaper. Although Garibaldi was initially somewhat hesitant, once Carlo obtained permission from his father Vittorio Emanuele II, all obstacles disappeared. The reason Vittorio Emanuele II agreed to let Garibaldi publish his articles was also very simple. After all, the owner of the Sun newspaper was Carlo, and Garibaldi's articles would still undergo review, so it was impossible for articles of any nature to be published. As for whether Carlo would be deceived by Garibaldi and agree to publish articles advocating for the Republic, Vittorio Emanuele II was not worried at all. Loren was a talent he personally selected, and his loyalty to the royal family and support for the monarchy were trustworthy. Carlo was of course also very excited. At this time, Italians' attitude toward Garibaldi was equivalent to that of brainless fans toward their favorite celebrities in posterity. The word fanatical was simply insufficient to describe it. Once Garibaldi's articles were published in the Sun newspaper, the 24-hour Sun newspaper would immediately become one of the most famous newspaper offices in Italy and achieve extremely rapid expansion. Perhaps the task Carlo assigned to Loren could be completed in less than 2 years, allowing Carlo to have more time to lay out other matters. Time passed quickly, and 3.5 months went by in no time. Thanks to Garibaldi's enormous prestige, even though only 2 articles were published in these 3.5 months, it still made the Italian 24-hour Sun newspaper one of the most famous newspaper offices in the entire Kingdom of Italy and easily achieved daily sales of 10,000 copies. The current Sun newspaper had already achieved profitability and was still using Garibaldi's fame to achieve rapid expansion. Also, because of the developed industrial zone in northern Italy, the newspaper office's expansion faced no obstacles, and it was expected that daily sales could break through 20,000 copies this year, becoming a truly large newspaper office. This era was different from posterity. Newspapers were already the most effective means for people of this era to learn about external news. Although only 10,000 copies of the newspaper were sold, the number of people watching the newspaper was absolutely more than 10, considering a family size of 3 to 5 people. The number of people the Italian Sun newspaper could influence was already close to 50. Through word-of-mouth transmission among these 50,000 people, the news published in the newspaper could reach the ears of hundreds of thousands of Italians in a short time. This was also the power that public opinion could demonstrate. In the present, where the public's leisure life was not developed, the public opinion power that the newspaper office could exhibit was enormous. The two deliveries of manuscripts were both handled by Garibaldi's second son Giuseppe. Carlo also cultivated a good relationship with Giuseppe through the two meetings. Like father, like son, this phrase was very apt to describe Garibaldi's two sons. In Garibaldi's multiple military actions, the two sons both played relatively important roles, like Garibaldi's assistants. Moreover, compared to the already aging Garibaldi, his two sons were in their prime, at the peak age of a person's life. To be honest, Carlo was quite envious of Garibaldi's two sons. Although they were not outstanding military talents compared to Garibaldi, their level was definitely above qualified, and having been influenced by Garibaldi for a long time, they were not rigid in character. A with a Q newbie. Unfortunately, Carlo was still too young now. Otherwise, he would even consider inviting Giuseppe to serve as his court guard officer. As time reached June 1866, Carlo's originally calm heart finally became somewhat tense. The good news was that the Austro-Prussian War would most likely still unfold as in history, because border conflicts had already arisen between Prussia and Austria by the end of May. This was indeed a war that was fundamentally unavoidable. Influenced by the trend of German unification, the two great powers within the German region, Prussia and Austria, were destined to decide a victor between them. Fortunately, Italy stood on the side of the historical victor, Prussia. Moreover, Italy could achieve a win without effort. While the Austrians were defending against Prussia, they could easily recapture the Venice region. But the bad news was that in this war, the Italian army showed an extremely poor performance, setting a good precedent for Italy in the two world wars. If it weren't for Prussia being too powerful at this time, the newly born Kingdom of Italy would probably become a shooting star that briefly streaked across the Apennine Peninsula. For the current Carlo, how to influence his father Vittorio Emanuele II was the most difficult problem. Because the Italian army that was quickly routed was led by his own father Vittorio Emanuele II, and it quickly resulted in defeat. In other words, the Southern Front battlefield fundamentally could not affect Prussia in the north. Otherwise, the world situation might have been entirely different. Carlo understood that with his own ability and status, it was impossible to influence the development of the Austro-Prussian War. To change Italy's poor performance in the Austro-Prussian War, he must invite the true god of war of current Italy, Garibaldi, to command the Italian army. But this was precisely the most headache-inducing problem. Under the current circumstances, Vittorio Emanuele II would basically not agree to let Garibaldi command Italy's army. With no other choice, Carlo could only take a roundabout approach to save the country, using another method to promote Garibaldi's early participation in the war. As time reached June, the conflicts at the border between Prussia and Austria became increasingly intense. The two great powers in the north and south of the German region were destined not to coexist peacefully for long. Whoever won this conflict would unify the entire German region and thereby achieve the strategy of dominating Central Europe. The tense situation not only affected the entire German region, but also affected Prussia's ally, Italy. Vittorio Emanuele II had already held two cabinet meetings regarding the tense situation in Germany and required Italy's army to be ready at any time. Under such a tense situation, Carlo also began his attempt. My God, Carlo, do you understand what you're saying? In the small luxurious dining room of the royal palace, Vittorio Emanuele II, who had been enjoying his breakfast with a contented face, now looked shocked. He looked at his most favored son across from him and asked incredulously, "Of course I understand, father." Carlo nodded, took a deep breath and then said, "That's why I understand the importance of this matter. I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise I will consider the harm of letting you get close to Garibaldi." At this moment, Vittorio Emanuele II was more like the King of Italy than an ordinary father. He looked at Carlo with deep and serious eyes and said word by word. Please collect, please invest, please recommendation tickets, please monthly tickets. Carlo understood that if he couldn't persuade his father at this moment, not only would his planning for the Austro-Prussian War come to nothing, but even the property management rights he had finally obtained would once again be supervised by Vittorio Emanuele II. Looking at Vittorio Emanuele II with a serious expression, Carlo organized his words in his mind. Father, I think having General Garibaldi prepare the army in advance at this time has no downsides. There will definitely be a war between Prussia and Austria. As Prussia's ally, we are bound to participate in this war. Austria is also our enemy. If we want to recapture the Venice region in this opportunity, we must prepare in advance, rather than hastily responding after the war breaks out. Vittorio Emanuele II nodded, very satisfied that Carlo could understand these things. However, satisfaction aside, when it came to Garibaldi regaining military power, Vittorio Emanuele II wouldn't compromise so easily. Continue. Vittorio Emanuele II's face showed no expression, continuing to look at Carlo with a serious demeanor. Father, you also know that General Garibaldi has extremely high prestige among the Italian civilians and can easily organize a powerful army of tens of thousands. If we can utilize this, it could deal an unexpected blow to the Austrian army in the Venice region, perhaps accelerating our progress in recapturing the Venice region. Carlo continued. Vittorio Emanuele II rubbed his brow and asked, compared to the role these tens of thousands of soldiers can play, I'm more worried about the harm they could bring to the kingdom. This is precisely what you don't need to worry about, Father. Carlo said with a smile. Seeing Vittorio Emanuele II's surprised expression, Carlo knew his words had taken effect and hurriedly added. After the war between Prussia and Austria breaks out, you can proactively order Garibaldi to join the battle against Austria. If Garibaldi's army achieves good results, the merit will naturally go to you. But if Garibaldi fails in the battle against Austria, the public's disappointment will have nothing to do with you, right? Such a tactic was not unfamiliar to monarchs of various countries. It was placing oneself in a position to claim merit without bearing responsibility. However, this couldn't completely dispel Vittorio Emanuele II's worries. Child, you don't understand how terrifying Garibaldi's prestige among the civilians is. If his prestige rises again, it would be a fatal blow to the entire House of Savoy. Vittorio Emanuele II said earnestly to Carlo. Garibaldi's prestige among the civilians was already threatening, and he had even been close to republicanism. This was a great danger to a monarchy country, which was why Vittorio Emanuele II had taken the risk to dispatch a certain number of soldiers for close protection of Garibaldi's army. But he is already nearly 60 years old, Father. Carlo replied. Garibaldi was old, and this was the only thing Vittorio Emanuele II could be gratified about. In this era with extremely poor medical technology, even in the most developed region of the world, Europe, life expectancy was still stuck at a brief 30 to 40 years. Yes, at this time, Europe's life expectancy was only over 30 years, and someone like Garibaldi nearing 60 was rare, which was also why Vittorio Emanuele II was relatively reassured. With circumflex. Looking at Carlo, who kept providing reasons that moved him, Vittorio Emanuele II stared for a long time before squeezing out, My child, I admit you have a great talent for being a diplomat. Then you agree, Father? Carlo asked eagerly, somewhat delighted. I need to consult the cabinet. Some things aren't decided by the king alone, understand? Carlo. Looking at Carlo, who couldn't yet freely hide his emotions, Vittorio Emanuele II's mood was complex. But no matter what, Carlo showing his clever side was beneficial to the royal family. Vittorio Emanuele II also needed more assistance to help him stabilize royal power, especially children like Carlo connected to him by blood. Moreover, even if the cabinet agrees, the country has no funds to help Garibaldi rebuild the army. All right, regardless of whether the cabinet agrees or not, this matter has nothing to do with you anymore, Carlo. Someone will notify Garibaldi once there's a result. Your primary task now is to complete your studies at the military academy. Vittorio Emanuele II touched his son's head, finally returning to the role of father. After this conversation, Vittorio Emanuele II had even higher expectations for Carlo's growth. Although there was only one crown prince, this didn't mean the future crown prince wouldn't need intimate assistance. If both Amadeo and Carlo could grow into excellent military commanders, then the future Kingdom of Italy would have a wonderful situation. The entire royal army controlled by the royal family, and the House of Savoy's status would be even more stable. I understand, father. Carlo nodded. Of course, Carlo knew he couldn't directly persuade Vittorio Emanuele II to agree to let Garibaldi rebuild the army. Although Vittorio Emanuele II said he would seek the cabinet's opinion, if he, the biggest opponent of Garibaldi, didn't refuse, the Italian government surely wouldn't refuse the opportunity to gain tens of thousands of soldiers for free. As for Garibaldi's military talents, Carlo had no worries at all. In history, whether in the Austro-Prussian War or the subsequent Franco-Prussian War, Garibaldi had shown excellent military abilities. It could be said that the current Garibaldi was the last fig leaf for the Italian army. At least, the army led by Garibaldi could hold its own against the armies of Prussia, France, and Austria. If he could really get Garibaldi to participate in the war right as it broke out, perhaps the performance of the Italian army on the Southern Front battlefield wouldn't be so poor. This might have a significant impact on the entire Austro-Prussian War, allowing Italy to get more meat in this war, and the House of Savoy's status would be even more stable. If this suggestion achieved good results, Carlo believed some of his subsequent plans would go more smoothly. At least it would be much easier to persuade Vittorio Emanuele II. Seeking collections, seeking recommendation tickets, seeking monthly tickets, seeking follow reads. The Austro-Prussian War was a conflict that had been prepared for well in advance, and the entire German Empire's alignments were very clear. The conflict had already begun in April, but due to the King of Prussia's hesitation, Prussia did not start preparations for combat until May. However, for this war, it was obvious that Prussia was the one more fully prepared. The Prussians had long been ready for the unification of Germany, while the Austrians were still immersed in the beautiful dream of their empire and did not realize that the situation of the Austrian Empire was already extremely dangerous. As time entered June 1866, the flames on the Prussia-Austria border were further ignited. The Kingdom of Bavaria in southern Germany attempted to initiate a confederation vote, using this opportunity to make Prussia and Austria stop their war preparations. But the two countries' war preparations had reached such a stage that a small Kingdom of Bavaria could not stop them. After the Iron Chancellor Bismarck announced that the Parliament's decision was invalid and demanded the dissolution of the Confederation Congress, the entire Germany began a vigorous alignment campaign. This upcoming war, besides deciding the winner and loser, would also determine the final hegemon of the German region. On Prussia's side were Mecklenburg, Oldenburg, and other states in northern Germany, as well as the three free cities of Hamburg, Bremen, and Lübeck. On Austria's side were Saxony, Hanover, Bavaria, Baden, Württemberg, Hesse-Kassel, Hesse-Darmstadt, and other member states of the German Confederation. In terms of the number of aligned states, population, and area, Austria had the advantage. But in terms of military strength, Prussia was clearly stronger than the opponent. As June 14th officially arrived, this war that both sides had prepared for a long time also erupted. Carlo was not worried about this war at all. Even if it was just Prussia and Austria fighting one-on-one, Austria absolutely could not be Prussia's opponent. Although the Italian army could not play a major role, it could still pin down part of the Austrian army in the early stages of the war. Moreover, Garibaldi had already prepared an army of over 10,000 in advance, and at least this army would not be a liability. If the Austrians really underestimated the enemy, perhaps Italy could not only recapture the Venice region, but also claim the long-desired South Tyrol region. It is worth mentioning that, because he was not at ease with Garibaldi leading troops alone, Vittorio Emanuele II also agreed to Carlo's request, which was to invite Garibaldi's second son Giuseppe as Carlo's ducal court military officer. This position had no real power at all, since Carlo was not qualified to have a guard team. Giuseppe's daily task was to accompany Carlo to the military academy for studies, and by the way handle some miscellaneous tasks for Carlo and so on. While Carlo was enduring day after day of boring and dull military studies, the war between Prussia and Austria was raging fiercely. Although the entire battlefield was divided into three places, the one that played the decisive role was still the battlefield located in the Bohemia region. An Upsilon. This was not only the place where the main forces of the Prussian army and Austrian army clashed, but also the most elite part of the Austrian Empire. The good news was that Carlo, relying on his own connections, could easily obtain the latest battle reports from the front line and publish them on his 24-hour Sun newspaper. By the way, occasionally getting some news about Garibaldi had thoroughly secured the position of the Italian 24-hour Sun newspaper in the Italian public opinion circle. Riding the east wind of this war's outbreak, the daily sales of the Italian Sun newspaper had broken through 15,000 copies and was rapidly advancing toward 20,000 daily sales. If it were not for the printing technology and communication technology of this era limiting the newspaper office's expansion, the Sun newspaper could have become Italy's largest newspaper office with this opportunity. The entire war did not last long because Prussia was worried that France would intervene, so the war started with great fanfare and ended hastily. The good news was that Italy successfully obtained the reward for participating in the war, the complete Venice region and part of South Tyrol. The bad news was that the Italian army and Vittorio Emanuele II both showed an extremely poor performance in the war. The performance of over 100,000 Italian troops was not as good as Garibaldi's army of just over 10. But as the saying goes, a single flaw does not obscure the jade, compared to the nationwide celebration brought by recapturing Venice and annexing half of South Tyrol. Vittorio Emanuele II's poor military command could be proactively ignored by the Italian public. At least in this matter, Vittorio Emanuele II and Garibaldi had reached a compromise. Garibaldi hoped to see a unified and powerful Italy within his lifetime, while Vittorio Emanuele II hoped to complete the great goal of unification of Italy during his term. The two hit it off immediately. It was also beneficial for Carlo. The opinion of letting Garibaldi recruit soldiers and prepare for war was proposed by Carlo, and facts proved it was very effective. If it were not for Garibaldi's army playing a major role on the southern front battlefield, it would have been very difficult for Italy to even recapture Venice, let alone annex part of the South Tyrol region. The biggest factor among these was Prussia's fear of French intervention. In the original history, after the Italian army collapsed, Garibaldi was entrusted with the critical task, and with a hastily assembled army of 38,000, he repeatedly routed the Austrian army, even nearly reaching the Tyrol region. But at that time, Prussia, fearing French intervention, demanded with an extremely tough attitude that the Italian government immediately withdraw its troops. Garibaldi had no choice but to withdraw from South Tyrol, which meant Italy only harvested the Venice region that the Austrians voluntarily abandoned in this war. And now, because of Garibaldi's active offensive, they had already captured most of South Tyrol before the Prussians demanded withdrawal. This also became the confidence of the Italian diplomatic department in demanding South Tyrol. Although in the end they only obtained less than half of South Tyrol, it was still more harvest than in the original history. Compared to Italy, the Kingdom of Prussia was absolutely the country that gained the most from this war. After this war ended, the German Federation announced its dissolution, and Austria had lost control over the German region. Prussia leaped to become the leader of all states in the entire German region and annexed the Kingdom of Hanover, becoming the new hegemon of the German region. This was still very friendly for a country like Italy. With Prussia attracting the attention of Britain and France, Italy could develop quietly for a while, and Carlo did not need to worry that some of his operations would lead to bigger accidents. Seeking monthly tickets, seeking recommendation tickets, seeking follow reads, seeking investments, the Austro-Prussian War could be said to be the only major event before the Spanish Revolution. Carlo's advice achieved very good effectiveness. The harvest was that Vittorio Emanuele II paid even more attention to Carlo's ideas next and also allowed Carlo to have greater autonomy. For Carlo, the most important thing right now was still to find some capable subordinates for himself, at least so that he wouldn't have to do everything personally. Although the royal palace also had servants he could command, these were after all his father Vittorio Emanuele II's servants, and their loyalty might not pass muster. It wasn't quite appropriate for Carlo, given his identity, to get to know some senior military officials and generals, but it was no problem to get to know some fellow students from the same class at the military academy. Besides Giuseppe, who went to the Turin Military Academy to study with Carlo, The only other fellow students from the same class whom Carlo could consider familiar right now were Andrew Rosso, who majored in infantry, and Caman Esposito, who majored in artillery. These two guys were about the same age as Carlo, and they were also Carlo's best companions among the entire military academy. Andrew Rosso was a short, chubby little guy. Although he appeared honest and straightforward on the outside, this fellow had no shortage of crooked ideas. Carlo valued his quick wit, and his ideas could be described as wildly imaginative. Caman Esposito, on the other hand, was the complete opposite, tall and skinny, with a malnourished look. If Carlo hadn't known that Caman's background was such that he wouldn't go hungry, he might even suspect that this guy had starved himself thin day after day. The two guys, one fat and one thin, plus Giuseppe, who was already in his 20s, were the assistants Carlo could temporarily rely on in his plan. The backgrounds of the fat and skinny two heavenly kings were reliable. Both were Savoyards, and after the Savoy region was ceded to France, their families had moved to Turin. Whether Savoy or Turin, both were major bases of the Kingdom of Sardinia, which was also the reason the two of them could enter the Turin Military Academy. Carlo's attire and demeanor were worlds apart from the ordinary students at the military academy. Perhaps the two had noticed some clues, but they had the tacit understanding not to mention it. After all, if Carlo wanted them to know, he would naturally tell them proactively. Since he hadn't told them now, it naturally wasn't yet time for them to know. After the Austro-Prussian War ended, Carlo's daily schedule became very simple. Apart from occasionally asking Loren about the newspaper office's layout and development, Carlos spent most of his time traveling between the military academy and the Turin Royal Palace, occasionally inviting Andrew, Caman, and Giuseppe to hold gatherings. The days were not exciting, but they were still flavorful enough. And in the constant military academy studies, Carlo also discovered the only possible change in himself from crossing over until now, that was, his physical fitness had greatly improved. This body before had been a sickly weakling, with frequent major illnesses and constant minor ones. But ever since Carlo came to this world, not only had his body completely recovered, but he had even become somewhat more robust through the military academy's exercises. Carlo's 3 meals a day had never been meager, and with no lack of nutrition, although he was only 15 years old, his height had already reached 7 meters, which counted as a standard tall guy. Combined with his handsome appearance, as well as the noble temperament of a royal family member and his vast wealth from many talents, Carlo became the object of admiration for a host of Italian noble young ladies. It was just that this body's age was still too young. Otherwise, Carlo wouldn't be able to hold back against these noble young ladies' flirtatious glances. However, flirtation was flirtation. For the candidate of his future wife, Carlo still wanted to consider it carefully. Although the West didn't engage in sky-high betrothal gifts, it was undeniable that a good wife could indeed bring him enormous benefits. The country behind the wife would similarly be Carlo's boost, and Carlo hoped even more to choose a princess from 2 even more powerful countries, Germany and Russia, for marriage. As for the current European hegemon France, it was not within Carlo's consideration. If the Franco-Prussian War developed as in history, the French royal family wouldn't exist for a few more years. The study period at the Turin Military Academy was 3 years, after which one could basically enter the Italian army as a junior officer. Of course, if entering the Turin Military Academy for further study as an active-duty officer or soldier, it only took 2 years to graduate, and one's military rank would be promoted by at least 1 level. Carlo was of course the first type. If enrolling in 1866, he would have to wait until 1869 to graduate. However, this didn't conflict with Carlo's plan. After all, the Spanish Revolution broke out in 1868, and only after the First Spanish Republic fell would the monarchy be restored in Spain. After graduating from the military academy in 1869, Carlo would still have 1 year left. By the time Amadeo historically became king of Spain, Carlo would also turn 19, fitting within Spain's range for selecting a king. In the busy military academy life, time passed quickly as well. On May 30th, 1867, Carlo attended his brother Amadeo's wedding to Maria Vittoria Porzapazzo and gave them gifts. The marriage alliances between European royal families in this era were still very chaotic. If Carlo remembered correctly, his brother Amadeo's second wife was his own sister's daughter, Marie Letizia Bonaparte. There were no major events in 1867, but 1868 internationally was very lively. First, U.S. President Andrew Johnson became the first president in U.S. history to be impeached by Congress, but he was lucky to escape impeachment by one vote and continued to remain in the presidential seat. Compared to this lucky U.S. president, Spanish Queen Isabel II was not so fortunate. As the first-generation sun-never-sets empire that had already exited the historical stage, Spain's decadent kingdom rule had already developed an extremely serious, polarized situation. The aristocracy lived extravagantly and wastefully, making fortunes in railway investment and real estate investment. Merely a guard from Andalusia had his residence in Madrid mocked by the public as being covered in embedded diamonds, which was enough to prove the luxurious lifestyle of the Spanish aristocracy. But in stark contrast was the hard life of the Spanish peasant class and worker class. Farmers had only land use rights without ownership, and the poor economy caused Spanish factories to constantly go bankrupt. Impoverished farmers and workers erupted in one parade and uprising after another, which were brutally suppressed by the Spanish government, but the public's outrage kept accumulating. Finally, the outrage was ignited. In September 1868, Francisco Serrano, leading exiled soldiers, and Juan Bautista Tapete, who had once been elected to parliament, led their supporters in launching a larger-scale uprising. Because it broke out in September, this revolution was also called the September Revolution by the Spanish people. The decadent kingdom government was fundamentally unable to suppress the explosive revolution. Farmers and workers actively and enthusiastically joined this uprising, sweeping through most of Spain in a short time. Even more fatal was that Spanish Queen Isabel II's control over the army was not so perfect. For this absurd, luxurious, and promiscuous queen, the soldiers had no favorable impressions. The large-scale defection of government army troops on the battlefield accelerated the Spanish revolutionary process, and the Kingdom of Spain fell. Please collect, please monthly tickets, please recommendation tickets, please investment. Seeing the Spanish Revolution spread rapidly toward Madrid like a lit wildfire, Queen Isabella, whose private life was extremely chaotic, finally panicked. Faced with a choice between resistance or flight, Queen Isabella showed no hesitation and hastily fled north to France with her family. The Queen's flight also accelerated the Spanish Revolution, as the Revolutionary Army entered Madrid with little effort and announced the demise of the Kingdom of Spain. On October 8, 1868, Francisco Serrano appointed himself president of the provisional government, and Juan Primo, who enjoyed considerable prestige in the Revolutionary Army, served as Minister of War of the provisional government. Spain officially entered a state of extreme chaos. Whether this grand revolution was the savior of the Spanish people remained unknown, but the chaotic situation in Spain created an opportunity for Cuba, far away in America, to strive for independence. On October 10, the famous Cuban plantation owner and lawyer Carlos Manuel Céspedes y Borja del Castillo led a group of Cuban patriots in launching an uprising near Yara in the eastern Orient province, and issued the Grito de Yara to all regions of Cuba, calling on all Cubans to fight for freedom, equality, and independence. This was a heavy blow to the hastily established Spanish provisional government, as Cuba was one of the few remaining colonies that brought positive profits to Spain. The Cuban War of Independence not only forced the Spanish provisional government to dispatch troops for suppression, but also confronted the newborn government with enormous military expenditures amid extremely difficult finances. But this was not the only problem facing the provisional government. The revolution had succeeded, but the provisional government had not yet controlled all of Spain. At the same time, stabilizing the rule of the provisional government and establishing an administrative system completely different from that of the former monarchical kingdom government was the biggest challenge at present. Moreover, the provisional government was not monolithic. The relationships between major classes and forces were irreconcilable. And the chaotic situation of the provisional government was no better than that of the former Spanish kingdom government. The initiators of this revolution were the upper bourgeoisie and liberals of Spain, whose original intention was to overthrow the former monarchical absolutism and establish a democratic monarchy with power concentrated in the national government. But Spain's petty bourgeoisie, workers, and farmers had had enough of the oppression by the monarchy and nobles. They wanted to establish a federal republican government with dispersed but unified management power, and favored replacing the king with a president to uniformly manage all of Spain. Carlo was also closely following the situation in Spain. The good news was that Italy and Spain faced each other across the sea, separated on land only by France, so news traveled quickly. What Carlo least wanted to hear at this time was that the Spanish provisional government decided to abolish the monarchy, which would mean he would completely lose contact with the Spanish throne. On November 9th, the Spanish provisional government finally promulgated a decree on establishing parliament and announced that parliamentary elections would be held next year, in February. Although this decree made no mention throughout of the composition of the future Spanish government, everyone following Spanish news understood that the results of the parliamentary election would determine Spain's destiny. If big capital and liberal reformists secured a majority in parliament, the new parliament would have the power to promulgate legislation on constitutional monarchy. Similarly, if the workers or farmers secured a majority in parliament, Spain's monarchy might vanish entirely and republicanism could very likely take the stage in Spain. For the time being, it was still highly probable that the situation in Spain would develop as in history. Primo, who supported constitutional monarchy, still controlled the great power in the Spanish government and was very likely to gain an advantage in the parliamentary election a few months later. The timing of the parliamentary election was also worth pondering. From the establishment of the provisional government to the parliamentary election was only 4 months, and from the promulgation of the decree to the election was less than 3 months. These 3 months were hardly enough to change the attitude of the Italian public or the entrenched influence of those nobles and big capital in Spain. However, to make his plan more secure, Carlo decided to give the Spanish people a little breeze. What breeze? Of course, the breeze promoting monarchy. As for the harm the Bourbon dynasty had brought to the Spanish people, it could all be attributed to the rule of the licentious and tyrannical Queen Isabella. Carlo had basis for promoting monarchy. The world's strongest navy was undoubtedly the United Kingdom, which was a constitutional monarchy. The world's strongest army should be the lingering glory of France's Napoleon, and France was also a monarchy. Our Thailand bot. Europe's old great powers Russia, Austrian Empire, and the emerging great power Kingdom of Prussia were all monarchies, and even Italy, which had just achieved unification and joined the great powers, was a monarchy. Looking at the whole world, among the current great powers, the only non-monarchy country was the United States, which did not appear so powerful in the eyes of Europeans at this time. The rise of the United States would have to wait until after World War I and World War II. America's industrial and economic scale in this era was not yet so exaggerated. Since the vast majority of Europe's powerful countries were monarchies, why should the Spanish people voluntarily abandon such an advanced system? As for the past failures of monarchy, they were entirely the fault of the Bourbon family and Queen Isabella. Everyone should blame Queen Isabella. Besides wanting to preserve a thread of trust in monarchy in the hearts of the Spanish people, Carlo also wanted to make the Spanish people dislike the Bourbon dynasty and Queen Isabella as much as possible. Only in this way would the Spanish people not be so resistant to foreign dynasties, and Carlo's hope of taking charge in Spain would be much greater. As for the Bourbon family, Queen Isabella, and the renowned Alfonso XII, they had anyway sucked the blood of Spain for several decades, and it was time for them to make a little contribution to the Spanish people. Moreover, this was not smearing the Bourbon family. Queen Isabella's rule in Spain was well known, characterized by licentiousness, tyranny, and chaos. If the Spanish people could be made to lose trust in the Bourbon dynasty, the long-troubling Carlist faction rebellion in Spain could also be properly dealt with. After all, the Carlist faction was also part of the Bourbon family, and they bore some merit for Spain's chaos. On November 27, 1868, Italy's 24-hour Sun newspaper, already hugely popular, published an article titled "We Want Bread, Not Republic," which quickly spread to northern and southern Italy. The main content of this article was to expound on the advanced nature of the current monarchy and the successes of various European monarchical countries, stating that monarchy was the most reasonable choice for European countries, and republicanism was a malformed evolution for Europe. Regardless of whether this article made sense, for the monarchical countries of Europe at this time, such an article was definitely better than none. Publishing such an article in the newspaper was better than publishing those promoting republic and liberal democracy. At least such reporting would not make the public dissatisfied with the monarch's throne. Under the circumstances where no countries opposed it, this article began to spread on a small scale in Mediterranean coastal countries, especially those centered around Italy. Seeking recommendation tickets and monthly tickets, seeking follow reads and investments, also seeking some comments in the book review section to make it lively. Readers who want to exchange ideas can join the group of the Old Book No New Book group. Yet although the evolution of various political systems may seem complex, it ultimately stems from the public's dissatisfaction with those in power. This actually also means that, whether monarchy or parliamentary republicanism, there is fundamentally no difference in terms of better or worse. The most fundamental issue is whether the public's needs can be satisfied, which turns into Europeans' dissatisfaction with those in power and the government, and is the real reason for the outbreak of revolution. If the Spanish government could pay attention to the public's current situation and introduce some policies to improve the public's lives as much as possible, perhaps such a revolution would not have occurred, and Spain's monarchy could continue to exist. This also means that Spain's problems have actually become very serious, with the public unable to eat their fill and unable to continue living, leading to the outbreak of revolution. The report published by Carlo in the newspaper delved into the essence of Spain's problems, which is the Spaniards' most fundamental demand, to improve their quality of life. Eating bread and drinking milk, although this seems like a very normal request, was extremely difficult in 1868, over 100 years ago. Even simplifying it to the most basic level of having enough to eat and drink, the Spanish kingdom government still could not satisfy it. What Carlo had to do was to place all the blame on Queen Isabella and the Bourbon dynasty, whitewashing monarchy as much as possible. Slightly later on November 30th, 1868, in Madrid, Spain. General, there is a report from Italy that requires your review. Primo, who had been busy all day and was preparing to end his hectic work, was interrupted by a sentence from one of his subordinates. A report? From Italy. Primo was somewhat surprised and asked, "What wind blew an Italian report to Spain?" "It's a report about monarchy and republicanism, General." The subordinate handed over a newspaper, with a clear headline printed in the center, "We need bread, not republicanism." Interesting. Primo originally had no intention of taking the newspaper, but after seeing the headline on it, he still took it and opened it to read. This report was reprinted by a small newspaper office in Madrid, translating Italian into Spanish language so that Spaniards could understand this report. How has this report been disseminated elsewhere? After Primo had completely finished reading the entire report, he suddenly asked a strange question. Besides small-scale dissemination in Madrid, there has been small-scale dissemination in Barcelona, Valencia, and Valladolid, and newspaper offices there have all reported such news. An. Primo smiled, with a hint of deep meaning in his eyes, and said teasingly, "It seems this report was deliberately placed on my desk by someone." "General, the subordinate was just about to explain when Primo interrupted him, smiling and saying, "All right, of course I trust your loyalty. What I mean is that at this time, someone has probably set their sights on Spain." For an Italian report to spread widely in so many cities in a short time proves that the enemy is absolutely well prepared. If it coincidentally coincided with this revolution, that's fine, but if our revolution was anticipated long ago by the guy behind this, that's truly worrisome. Looking at his subordinate's worried expression, Primo patted his shoulder and comforted his emotions. "All right, I have no suspicion of you at all. Now I give you a task. Go to Italy to investigate the source of this report, then find out all the people in that newspaper office." Although he was puzzled in his heart about what exactly someone wanted to achieve with this report, for now, this report was still very useful to Primo. The simplest example cited in it was fundamentally irrefutable, because at this time all powerful European countries were monarchies. This was also beneficial for Primo to steer the new government toward constitutional monarchy, achieving the reforms he envisioned for Spain by concentrating power in the national government. Why did Primo oppose republicanism? Because the republican system proposed by those farmers and workers was a loose Spanish federation. This would not only incite wave after wave of independence movements in Spain's various regions that already had independence intentions, but also cause the Spanish government to lose control over various places. What the reformists wanted was a stable government that could implement reforms, not a decentralized and chaotic one, which was also why Primo ultimately chose constitutional monarchy. As one of the most powerful figures in the Spanish revolutionary forces, Primo's opinion had a significant influence. The Spanish provisional government did not stop the dissemination of this report, even those major capitalists were assisting its spread to more Spanish cities from behind the scenes. Thanks to the heated discussions stirred up by this report, Spaniards also began discussing the merits of monarchy and the responsibility of the overthrown Queen Isabel too. Saving the country in crisis was impossible, but those capitalists were extremely skilled at frantically shifting blame to evade their own responsibilities. Since Queen Isabella had already lost the throne, and the provisional government had no intention of welcoming back Queen Isabella or Prince Alfonso, then, not kicking her while she was down at this time, should they wait until others shifted all the responsibility onto themselves and that damned queen? For their own interests, the capitalists would not hold back at all. Starting from December, the climate in Madrid became even colder, at least for the die-hard loyalists of the Bourbons. Isabel II's prestige could no longer be described as terrible because her previous prestige had already been quite terrible. The public's outrage was shifted by the capitalists and some nobles with ulterior motives onto Queen Isabella. At least those factory owners and nobles who had frantically exploited Spaniards no longer had to worry about being shot in the back. But this was not a good thing for Queen Isabella, who was far away in France, because she was still thinking of finding an opportunity to restore the throne at this time. However, not all nobles were happy at this moment. The Carlists, from the same family as Queen Isabella, were not in a good mood at this time. Queen Isabella's terrible reputation affected the Bourbon dynasty, and as a member of the Bourbon dynasty, Carlos VII had no less trouble at this time than Queen Isabella. More importantly, after generations of inheritance, the Carlist faction was no longer recognized by the majority. Especially after the Second Carlist Wars, Carlos VI came to power as the leader of the Carlist faction. But within a few years, this self-proclaimed King of Spain was arrested by the government army, and Carlos VI was forced to renounce his claim to the throne. Carlos VI's brother Juan benefited from the fisherman's luck and became the Carlist faction's proclaimed King of Spain, Juan III, without any preparation. But the Carlist faction did not strongly support this king who had picked up the crown, and after Carlos VI was forced to renounce his claim to the throne and was soon released, the Carlist faction ended up with a situation of two kings standing side by side. Originally self-amusing kings not recognized by the majority, and now with this dual king situation, the Carlist faction's support continued to decline. Although the childless Carlos VI soon passed away later, Juan III, this so-called claimant to the throne, still did not receive strong support from the Carlist faction, which also meant that in this Spanish Revolution, the Carlist faction was fundamentally powerless to stop it and had no strength to push Juan III onto the throne. Ever since starting his public opinion campaign, Carlo had kept his attention on the situation in Spain. After learning that this report had been widely reprinted and disseminated in various places in Spain, Carlo finally breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, Carlo began a new worry. Such an action was completely different from history, and for that report to be widely spread in Spain, it certainly wasn't just Carlo who contributed. If it achieved good results, that would be fine, but if it affected the situation in Spain and pushed it toward a republic, then Carlo would regret it to the point of toothache. But current Carlo had no better way and could only pray that General Primo, who supported monarchy in history, would be as awesome as in history, securing the majority of seats in the Spanish parliament election, and in one move becoming the prime minister of the Spanish government, controlling the entire Spanish government. Seeking monthly tickets and recommendation tickets, seeking follow reads and investment. For most book friends familiar with Spanish history, the Carlist faction is not unfamiliar. However, there may still be many book friends who are not familiar with Spanish history or are relatively unfamiliar with the Carlist faction. The author will provide a simple explanation of the Spanish Carlist faction here. Book friends who are clear on this history can skip it. Before Queen Isabella, Spain followed primogeniture, so the Carlist faction had nothing to do with it. But Queen Isabella's father Ferdinand VII had only 2 daughters. In order to keep the throne in his own family, Ferdinand temporarily modified the inheritance law to give Isabella the right to inherit. Modifying the inheritance law was one thing, but Isabella was only 3 years old, clearly not suitable to become king. This caused dissatisfaction for Prince Carlos, Ferdinand VI's younger brother, who should have inherited the throne. Plus, nobles who originally supported the Salic law primogeniture united together, calling Prince Carlos Carlos V. This is the origin of the Carlist faction. Book friends can baidu the subsequent Carlist wars yourselves. They all ended in defeat anyway. In summary, the Carlist faction is the faction within the Bourbon family fighting for the throne, but at root, it is still the Bourbon family. Key point. Also, the new book seeks monthly tickets, follow reads, recommendation tickets, and investments. If you have anything to discuss, you can discuss it in the book review section. The author will check the reviews and reply when free. Recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, follow reads, investments, seeking all of them, begging. Time quickly arrived at. Although there was still no news from Spain, Carlo was already making full preparations for the possibility of taking charge in Spain. First was the public opinion power that Carlo had vigorously developed, which had already achieved certain results. The largest newspaper office in Carlo's hands, the Italy 24-hour Sun newspaper, had become the largest newspaper in northern Italy, with an average daily sales volume exceeding 24,000 copies for the whole year of. In addition to the Sun newspaper, Lorraine, under Carlo's instructions, had also established several newspaper offices in northern and southern Italy. The combined daily sales volume of these small and medium-scale newspaper offices also exceeded 10,000 copies. Carlo could also be considered to have completed his initial deployment of public opinion power. These various newspaper offices together had tens of thousands of loyal readers and could influence at least hundreds of thousands of people. As long as Carlo wanted, he could make hundreds of thousands or even millions of Italians learn of a piece of news in a short time. In this era when transportation was extremely inconvenient and the public mostly relied on horses and ox carts for travel, this was extremely exaggerated. These large and small newspaper offices had also brought Carlo nearly 250,000 lira in income over the 2.5 years. It was also thanks to Garibaldi's prestige that the Sun newspaper was able to quickly penetrate the market. Otherwise, more than 200,000 lira would not have been so easy to earn. As time entered February 1869, Spain's parliamentary election also formally arrived. As in history, Primo, as the most powerful individual in the provisional government, coupled with his enormous prestige in the Revolutionary Army, smoothly controlled the majority of seats in parliament. This news made Carlo breathe a sigh of relief, as it meant Spain would move toward constitutional monarchy rather than republic, and Carlo still had a great hope of becoming king of Spain. The new Spanish parliament, upon its establishment, announced that it would not abolish monarchy, but would establish a national government under constitutional monarchy to manage Spain's political affairs. Because Spain's throne was vacant, Parliament appointed the Provisional Government's Prime Minister Francisco Serrano Dominguez as Regent of the Kingdom of Spain and Minister of War Primo as the new Prime Minister. These two were not only the most prestigious individuals in the Provisional Government, but also the two generals who enjoyed the greatest support in the Revolutionary Army. This was actually the real reason Spain continued to maintain monarchy. After all, the two people with decision-making power both supported monarchy. Thanks to that report promoting the advanced nature of the monarchical system, the news of Spain continuing to maintain monarchy did not cause too much of a stir. As long as it was no longer an incompetent ruler like Queen Isabella ruling Spain, the Spaniards' opposing opinions would at least not be so intense. Parliamentary matters came to a temporary close, and for Serrano, who was involved in politics, and Prime Minister Primo, the most headache-inducing issue had become selecting a suitable king for Spain. Although they could choose anyone from the European royal family, the chosen candidate also had to gain the public's recognition. Those with poor reputation could not be chosen. Spaniards would not believe that such a king could do better than Isabella. If it was just a new Queen Isabella to rule Spain, then what was the purpose of the Spaniards' revolution? those with controversial backgrounds could not be chosen. For Spain, only a king of noble birth and supported by a great family could stabilize Spain's order. If the new king's background was highly controversial, it would be a new blow to Spain's hard-won constitutional monarchy. Plus all sorts of other conditions. In the end, there were actually only a few European princes suitable to become king of Spain. After more than a month of screening, Serrano and Primo finally settled on a list of 5 candidates. The first choice was Prince Leopoldo from the German royal family. Prince Leopoldo was born into the Hohenzollern family, backed by the Kingdom of Prussia, which had just won the Austro-Prussian War. Both his background and reputation met Spain's requirements. AO. The second choice was Fernando, who had served as regent of Portugal. Fernando's wife and son were both king of Portugal. His performance as husband of the Portuguese queen and during his regency was above the passing line, and his prestige was also quite good. The third choice was Prince Amadeo from Italy's House of Savoy. Post-unification, Italy still carried weight along the Mediterranean coast, and the House of Savoy's prestige among the European royal family had also seen a slight rise. For Spain, Amadeo might not be as reliable as the first two, but he was still a qualified candidate. The fourth choice also came from Italy's House of Savoy, Amadeo's own younger brother Carlo. Carlo's shortcoming was that he was slightly young, still a few months shy of turning, but Carlo's reputation in Italy was no weaker than Amadeo's, and the Sun newspaper's propaganda for Carlo had been quite effective. Even many Italians greatly admired this youngest prince, because this little prince did not put on too much airs when traveling and would friendly greet the Italian public. Under the influence of public opinion power, some Spaniards had also heard of Italy's friendly prince. This was also the reason Carlo could enter the candidate list. After all, Primo and Serrano both believed that Spaniards would not reject a friendly king. The final candidate was Queen Isabella's brother-in-law, the Duke of Pontajos of Spain. However, considering the Spaniards' disgust toward Queen Isabella and the possible hate by association mentality, Primo placed the Duke of Pontajos at the end of the candidate list and considered removing him from it. After all, selecting the King of Spain was extremely strict. Any flaw in a candidate would be magnified countless times, and any possible influence was something Serrano and Primo had to consider. What disappointed Primo was that after the Spanish government had just floated a bit of feeler to Fernando, Fernando directly rejected the Spanish throne. This also theoretically cut off the possibility of Spain and Portugal uniting again. After all, Fernando's son was the current king of Portugal. If Fernando could obtain the Spanish throne, the future king of Portugal might inherit the Spanish throne, achieving the merger of the two Iberian countries. Fernando's voluntary withdrawal turned the 5-person list into 4. After lengthy discussions with Serrano, Primo finally decided to also remove the Duke of Pontajos from the list, leaving only 3 candidates. Although Spain's king selection work was done quite confidentially, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. At this time, Primo and Serrano were still unaware of what major impact their king selection work would have on the European situation, even directly causing the European hegemon to be trampled underfoot by other countries. First update, seeking support. The revolution in Spain and the establishment of a provisional government attracted the attention of many countries in Europe. After the Spanish parliament announced that it would not abolish the monarchy and would seek a new king, many countries adopted a mindset of watching the spectacle, while also being curious about which lucky candidate would become the new king of Spain. But soon, the French government could no longer laugh. Because according to news from Spain, among the many candidates for king of Spain, Prince Leopold of the Hohenzollern family was at the forefront and very likely to become the next king of Spain. There are several Prince Leopolds in Germany, that is Leopold. The throne candidate here is Prince Leopold of the Hohenzollerns, not the one from Bavaria. Prince Leopold of the Hohenzollerns is the father of King Ferdinand I of Romania. This was fatal for the French. Even a single Prussia already posed a huge threat to France. Especially after defeating Austria, the threat Prussia posed to France was unprecedented. If someone from the Hohenzollern family obtained the crown of Spain, France would face a situation of being pincered by Prussia and Spain from both sides. Although Spain was not a great power and could barely be considered a second-rate country in Europe, Spain was located in southern France and possessed the Pyrenees Mountains as a natural defensive line. Prussia only needed to stockpile fewer than 100,000 troops in Spain to cause great trouble for the French and threaten many cities in southern France. On June 21, 1869, the furious French government expressed strong opposition to the Spanish government and the German government, and stated that when Prince Leopold of the Hohenzollerns was crowned King of Spain, that would be the moment France declared war on Prussia and Spain. The threat from the European hegemon was still effective. King William I of Prussia shrank back somewhat under such a threat and even publicly stated that he did not approve of his cousin Prince Leopold inheriting the Spanish throne. The Spanish government was also a bit panicked. If their king candidate led to an outbreak of war with France, it would undoubtedly be not worth the loss. William I's concessions satisfied the French government greatly, and they also relaxed their vigilance toward Prussia, which had just defeated Austria. The French ambassador to Prussia even sought an audience with William I in early July and conveyed the attitude of French Emperor Napoleon III that he hoped William I could guarantee that he would not demand the candidacy that had already been abandoned in the future. Such a demand was absolutely rude, which made William I, who had originally intended to concede, feel some dissatisfaction. The French would absolutely not have imagined that even when William I himself was backing down at the forefront, there were even more stubborn figures in Germany who had already begun preparing for war with France in advance. William I, who had been rudely treated by the French ambassador, was somewhat annoyed. That same day, he sent an urgent telegram to his Prime Minister Bismarck, hoping that Bismarck could come up with a reasonable way to deal with the crisis facing Prussia. But William I did not expect that Bismarck's so-called way of dealing with the crisis was to defeat France through war, that is, to deal with the problem itself. After receiving the telegram from William I, Bismarck showed no panic at all and even had a slight smile on his face. After asking Chief of Staff Moltke whether he had a sure victory in a war against France and receiving an affirmative reply, Bismarck decided not to wait any longer. He substantially revised the content of William I's telegram, deleting all the words about taking a long-term view and tactfully conceding, and at the end of the telegram, he added some words that provoked the French government and officials. Due to your country's unreasonable demands and attitude, His Majesty King William I has decided from now on to refuse to approach the French ambassador and to inform your country solely through this telegram that there is nothing more to discuss between our two countries. Although this telegram intended to provoke the French government was not directly sent to the French government's telegraph office, it was released in the form of news publicity in all major newspaper offices in Prussia and spread throughout Europe through all Prussian missions abroad. The firm attitude of the Prussians caused an uproar in the French government, which also thoroughly enraged the originally complacent French government. Perhaps Carlo did not expect that his slightest minor action directly influenced the world and advanced the Franco-Prussian War by 1 year. On July 11, 1869, after several days of preparation, the furious French government expelled the Prussian ambassador to France and expressionlessly announced war between the two countries to the Prussian ambassador to France. But the French did not see the expected panic and tension on the face of the Prussian ambassador. They could only watch as the Prussian ambassador walked out of the embassy with a relaxed expression and boarded the train back to Prussia. Even more bewildered than the French was King William I of Prussia. Although William I was angry because of the French rudeness, he truly had not thought of going to war with the French at such a moment. But with things having reached this point, William I could not possibly stop the war from proceeding. On July 12th, William I announced general mobilization in the German Federation and called on all states within the Federation to fight for Germany. Prussia called this war the German-French War, attempting to demand that each state contribute troops and effort in a way that united Germany. And the French called this war the French-German War. The grudges between the French and the German region were not just a day or two. This war, on a larger scale than the Austro-Prussian War, broke out with lightning speed, which was somewhat unexpected for the Spanish government, which was theoretically the direct cause of the Franco-Prussian War. However, in such a situation, no matter who the victor was in the Franco-Prussian War, Prince Leopold of Prussia was no longer suitable to continue as King of Spain. Moreover, Prince Leopold himself publicly stated that he refused to inherit the Spanish throne. Although it was more because William I had come forward in opposition, it was still Prince Leopold himself who had abandoned it. After all these events, of the original 5 candidates for the Spanish throne, only the 2 princes of the House of Savoy of Italy remained. Whether Amadeo or Carlo became King of Spain, Savoy would be the ultimate victor. Setting aside the advantage shared by both, that of the House of Savoy, Amadeo's advantage was that he was slightly older, more mature, and steady. Carlo's advantage was that he possessed a friendly reputation that might be more recognized by the Spaniards and was more likely to support reform. From the perspective of reform, Primo undoubtedly supported Carlo more to become King of Spain. After all, although Primo supported the monarchy, he was a thorough reformist. And Serrano was more like a neutral faction between reformists and conservatives, and could also be classified as a monarchist of the noble lineage. Both were undecided between Amadeo and Carlo. For the stability of the Kingdom of Spain, Primo decided to personally go to Italy to inspect the 2 princes and determine the final candidate for King of Spain during this inspection. Serrano agreed to Primo's proposal and stated that he would support whichever of Amadeo or Carlo became King of Spain and was willing to pledge loyalty to the new king. It had to be admitted that, looking back at Italy's unification history, apart from Garibaldi, this unexpected factor, the rest could all be collectively called relying entirely on luck, without half a portion of strength. The Austro-Prussian War allowed Italy to easily obtain the Venice region and the southern part of South Tyrol. This time, the Franco-Prussian War triggered by the Spanish throne also allowed Italians to see the opportunity to recapture Rome. At this time, entrenched in Rome was the Catholic Church's papal court, that is, the so-called Papal States. And supporting the Papal States was the European hegemon France, which was also the reason why Italy, having already unified, still delayed in recapturing its most core Rome region. But after the war broke out, the French army garrisoned in Rome had gradually begun to withdraw. Italy was waiting for the moment when all French army troops had completely withdrawn. The Rome Papal Court's army would be unable to obstruct the pace of Italian unification. And Rome was also about to become the official capital of the Kingdom of Italy. Just as Vittorio Emanuele II anxiously awaited the complete withdrawal of the French army from Rome, the Spanish government also sent a request for a diplomatic visit to the Italian government. This time, the Spanish delegation dispatched was extremely luxurious, led by Prime Minister Primo, accompanied by several ministers of the government, and also including several high-ranking generals from the Spanish military. Combining this with the recent Spanish king's selection event, Vittorio Emanuele II seemed to somewhat understand the purpose of Spain's diplomatic visit this time. However, there was one point that Vittorio Emanuele II did not quite understand. When the Spanish government was examining candidate contenders from other countries, they also only conducted investigations secretly. How come when it came to Italy, it turned into dispatching a diplomatic delegation for a visit? Moreover, leading the delegation was Spain's new Prime Minister Primo, who was a figure grasping military and political power single-handedly. Calling him the most powerful person in Spain today would absolutely not be an overstatement. Although he somewhat did not understand Primo's intention, Spain was after all also a major power on the Mediterranean coast, so the Italian side naturally would not refuse the Spanish government's proactive visit. Carlo, who was constantly paying attention to Spanish news, naturally also learned of the Spanish government's diplomatic visit request to Italy. For this event that had never occurred in history, Carlo's heart inevitably harbored a few more guesses. If the list of Spanish throne candidates only had Amadeo's name, they probably would not come to Italy. After all, among the 4 major competitors in history, 3 had already withdrawn. If there were no other competitors, Amadeo should already have won. Combining the Spanish government's diplomatic visit request, Carlo could basically conclude that he himself should also be on the Spanish throne candidate list and had already reached the final round of competition with his brother Amadeo. This also meant that the selection for the Spanish throne would be revealed with Primo's diplomatic visit this time. If Carlo wanted to become King of Spain, he must firmly grasp all opportunities in this diplomatic visit and showcase his advantages to Primo. The good news was that in history, the reason Amadeo became King of Spain was not because he was so excellent. In fact, compared to the other 3 candidates, Amadeo could only be considered barely qualified. It was precisely because of Portugal Regent Fernando's proactive withdrawal and the French strongly opposing Prince Leopold becoming King of Spain that allowed Amadeo to reap benefits as the third party and ultimately win. However, compared to Carlo, Amadeo also had advantages. First, his age was 6 years older. At 25 years old, he appeared more mature and steady, which was still relatively important for Spain. But Carlo was not without advantages either. Compared to Amadeo, Carlo was definitely more familiar with Spain's current two power holders. Relative to Primo's pursuit for Spain, Amadeo's mere 6-year age advantage actually did not count for much. Moreover, for Primo, who mastered military and political power, he might not necessarily be willing to see a more mature and steady king come to compete for power. And Thailand body. Being young although represented immaturity and lack of steadiness, it also meant being easier to control than someone older. At least for Primo, who was single-mindedly wanting to promote Spanish reform right now, Amadeo might not necessarily hold the advantage there. After silently calculating in his heart his own advantages and those of his brother Amadeo respectively, Carlo began to plan how to showcase his advantages in this diplomatic visit and make Primo choose him. The first thing to do was to recognize his own identity. In fact, whether it was Amadeo or Carlo becoming King of Spain, in the early stage it would be impossible to grasp too much real power. If there was support from Primo and Serrano, that would be good. These two both held military and political power in their hands, which would be no small boost for the king. If without the support of the two, then this King of Spain could be said to be completely a commander without an army, without a single reliable subordinate under him. In such a situation, Carlo's initial plan after becoming King of Spain had never been to seize power, but rather on the basis of stabilizing his throne, to help Primo and Serrano carry out reform in Spain. Spain at present, although was still a second-rate country in Europe, but had already opened up too great a gap with great power-level countries like Britain and France, Prussia, Russia, Austria, etc. Even Italy, which had just unified not long ago, surpassed Spain in comprehensive strength. If Spain did not reform and continue to drag on like this, Spain would even become a third-rate country in Europe. And Primo and Serrano both possessed enormous prestige. Having them two proactively carry out Spanish reform would be smoother than Carlo himself promoting reform, and Spaniards would also be easier to accept. More importantly, Primo and Serrano, these two were also willing to see a monarch who supported reform appear in Spain. Especially Primo, as the most powerful person in Spain, he was a thorough reformist. Although in history Primo was assassinated and died before Amadeo arrived in Spain, but in his brief time as Prime Minister of Spain he promoted the promulgation of several decrees and was also a representative figure of the Spanish reformists. If Carlo could showcase his support for reform during Primo's visit to Italy, he believed he would gain Primo's favor. As long as either Primo or Serrano supported him, Carlo did not think that in this competition among throne candidates, he would lose to his brother Amadeo. After all, Amadeo in the 3 years after becoming King of Spain did not show any particularly talented side, and even lacked great ambition and aspirations. Carlo eventually met Primo. This leader of the Spanish Revolutionary Army, who came from an officer family and had experienced many wars, now appeared as a gentleman, very friendly and approachable. At the welcome banquet held by Father Vittorio Emanuele II for Primo, Carlo not only met Primo but also had a very brief but pleasant conversation with him. "Prince Carlo, is the Italian Sun newspaper your industry?" Primo asked Carlo with a very interested expression the first time he met him. "Yes, Marquis Primo." Carlo nodded, not surprised by Primo's question. The content published in the Italian Sun newspaper and Sun newspaper was an important means for Carlo to manufacture more advantages for himself. If he couldn't attract Primo's attention, Carlo would find that strange. "I've read the content reported in the Sun newspaper. The newspaper office's chief editor definitely has great ideas. I heard that you have also reached cooperation with General Garibaldi." Primo asked with a smile on his face, looking very curious. "Yes, Marquis Primo. General Garibaldi is an important meritorious official of Italian unification. It is our honor for the Sun newspaper to reach cooperation with him." Carlo also smiled and nodded. Basic etiquette was still necessary. Garibaldi was the first question Primo used to test Carlo. After all, Garibaldi had once sided with republicanism. If Carlo supported monarchy, he definitely wouldn't have much fondness for such a republican. The conversation ended just like that, so briefly that Carlo found it a bit unexpected. If he weren't certain that his answer had no issues, Carlo might even suspect that there was a flaw in his response, causing Primo to decide to abandon support for him. As for Primo, after having brief contact with Italy's two princes, he decided to take his next step, which was to personally investigate and understand the two princes. Whether Amadeo or Carlo, both had lived in Italy for more than a dozen or even 20 years. It was possible to investigate the two princes' experiences from childhood to adulthood and their attitudes toward certain matters, especially their attitudes toward Garibaldi and their thoughts on reform. What Primo was most concerned about was actually the two princes' desire for power and their supportive attitude toward reform. To be honest, Primo did not want a king who would engage in power struggles. Military and political power was a necessary condition for Primo to implement reform. He would not allow a new king to start competing with him for military and political power right after taking office. Reform naturally went without saying. If the new king did not support reform, Primo would not support the new king. This concerned whether Spain could achieve revival at future time notes. Primo would not have any emotional factors beyond rationality in choosing the king of Spain. Even if he had more fondness for Carlo, it was absolutely impossible for him to decide on the candidate for King of Spain before finishing the examination of the two princes. Watching Primo converse successively with his two sons, but hardly saying a few words to his crown prince Umberto, Vittorio Emanuele II instantly understood Primo's true intention. Unrest. It turned out that Primo had come to Spain not to examine a certain prince, but to examine his two sons and select one from them to become King of Spain. Theoretically speaking, this was a good thing for the House of Savoy, which was only entrenched in Italy. If the House of Savoy dynasty could be established in Spain, the status of the House of Savoy in the European royal family would also see further improvement, which would be a good thing for Vittorio Emanuele II himself. But as a father, Vittorio Emanuele II did not really want to see any of his children go to Spain. Spain now was too chaotic. Without ability, it wouldn't be that easy to stabilize. More importantly, although Spain was separated from Italy only by the Mediterranean Sea, in the current extremely inconvenient transportation conditions, it was like an impassable barrier. The distance from Madrid to Rome was just over 1,000 kilometers, but a round trip would take at least a week. Whether going from Rome to Madrid or from Madrid to Rome, a single journey would take at least half a month. For Vittorio Emanuele II and whichever child was about to become King of Spain, it might not even be possible to find several half-month periods of free time in a year. Vittorio Emanuele II, finally understanding all this, decided to have a chat with his two children. The first one Vittorio Emanuele II found was his youngest son, Carlo, who had just graduated from the Turin Military Academy and happily obtained the rank of captain in the Royal Army. Carlo had long anticipated Vittorio Emanuele II's arrival and appeared very calm. Looking at his son who was gradually growing up, Vittorio Emanuele II seemed to see his former ambitious self. "Carlo, you have been prepared for a long time, haven't you?" Vittorio Emanuele II didn't know how to start for a moment and said this after a moment of silence. "When I founded the Sun newspaper, I thought of using it as a form of propaganda and waited for opportunities like Spain. I am not content to be just a Duke of the Kingdom, but as you know, I can't become King of Italy, can I?" Carlo didn't know how to explain and could only try to express his ambitions in a tactful way. Vittorio Emanuele II nodded. Although Carlo was currently the third in line to inherit the Italian throne, that was only because Crown Prince Umberto and Prince Amadeo's children had not yet been born. Once their children were born, Carlo's place in the line of succession would drop further. This also meant that third in line might be the closest Carlo ever got to the Italian throne. It was basically impossible for Carlo to become King of Italy. Vittorio Emanuele II naturally understood this too. In fact, he did not oppose Carlo or Amadeo becoming King of Spain. It was just that Vittorio Emanuele II was getting old after all, and as an old king, he inevitably felt reluctant about his son possibly going to a distant place. But reluctance was reluctance. Vittorio Emanuele II also knew he shouldn't stand up and oppose his son. "I understand, Carlo." After a long silence, Vittorio Emanuele II finally nodded, looked at his son who was now taller than him, touched Carlo's head, and said with a hint of reluctance, "I won't interfere in your competition with Amadeo. No matter who of you becomes King of Spain, I will express support. Even if after you become King of Spain, you find that being a qualified king is not easy and want to abandon it, Italy will always welcome you back. Child, I am your father. I will never oppose you. I also hope you understand that no matter whether you are King of Spain or a Duke of Italy, you, I, Umberto, and Amadeo, our blood relationship will never change. The glory of Savoy will forever accompany us." Second update, seeking support. Primo's investigation soon ended, and he also informed Vittorio Emanuele II of the final king candidate. Yes, Carlo emerged victorious from the competition between him and Amadeo, and he was about to become Spain's new king. The reason Carlo was able to win this competition was actually more due to Carlo's support for reform, as well as Garibaldi's praise for Carlo. When Juan Primo de Rivera was drawing up the list of candidates for the Spanish throne, he had sighed and said, "Finding a king in Spain who supports democracy is like finding an atheist in heaven." Although a constitutional system had nominally been established during Isabella's reign, Queen Isabella still controlled a great deal of power, and the kingdom government was quite ignorant and feudal. Primo was already tired of this extreme authoritarianism. When searching for a new king candidate for Spain, Primo also repeatedly mentioned the necessity of reform and democratization. The king can master power, but he absolutely cannot monopolize it. In this regard, Carlo, who had contact with Garibaldi, who once supported republicanism, was clearly more advantageous. Amadeo had no particular shortcomings and even had an advantage in age. If it were a stable Spain, Amadeo would undoubtedly be the rightful king candidate for Spain. But the current Spain was riddled with problems, and Amadeo was powerless against Spain's current situation. If deep reforms were to be carried out in Spain, it would require the monarch and his ministers to be of one mind, jointly promoting Spain's comprehensive reform. In this regard, Carlo would be more advantageous than Amadeo. Even if Carlo's support for reform was not as firm as imagined, Primo could completely push through reforms by monopolizing military and political power. After all, a 19-year-old king was easier to control than a 25-year-old king, which was very important for Spain's reform. There was also Garibaldi's evaluation of Carlo. In his investigation of Carlo and Amadeo, Primo discovered that the relationship between Carlo and Garibaldi was even closer than imagined. Not only did Garibaldi publish several articles in the Italian Sun newspaper, but his second son Giuseppe was also Carlo's court guard officer. Allowing his own son to get close to Carlo also meant that in Garibaldi's heart, Carlo was at least not that arrogant and ignorant prince who could not see the situation clearly. Combined with the Italian Sun newspaper's previous influence on Spain, it could basically be concluded that Carlo had long anticipated Spain's king selection and was already preparing in advance. Primo himself still wanted to cooperate with a smart king. If possible, achieving the close relationship between King of Prussia Wilhelm I and Prime Minister Bismarck was not out of the question. Decades ago, Prussia was also a country casually invaded and humiliated by France. But after undergoing various reforms for several decades, Prussia had leaped to become one of the most powerful countries on the European continent, and the war with France was also a key focus of Primo's attention. Primo did not crave for reformist Spain to become as powerful as Prussia. For Primo, what he hoped for was to see Spain achieve revival and return to the seat of a first-class great power in Europe. In this regard, Primo was still very confident. If a monarch who supported his reforms could emerge, perhaps Spain's revival was not a dream, but a reality that could be seen in 20 years. Carlo's mood was complex. Although winning this competition was something Carlo had always looked forward to, upon suddenly learning that he was to become the King of Spain, Carlo felt somewhat nervous and hesitant. To speak seriously, reviving Spain in 1869 was absolutely the most difficult challenge among the great powers of Europe. Spain started with a hopeless situation. Internally, Republicans, reformists, conservatives, and Carlists were mutually creating trouble, resulting in constant chaos. Externally, Britain and France would not allow Spain to become too powerful. For Spain to revive, the first to confront would be the United Kingdom and France. This was absolutely a hellish difficulty starting point. no less challenging than Poland counterattacking Germany at the start of World War II. After slightly adjusting his mindset, Carlos still decided to go to Spain, and firmly go to Spain. Since he had transmigrated to this world, if he did not boldly strive once, how could he live up to this transmigration opportunity? Moreover, Britain and France were not absolutely invincible, and at least the Spanish mainland was very safe. Neither Britain nor France would allow the other to occupy Spain's land. At most, they would only block the expansion of the Spanish navy and colonies. I know. In any case, Spain was not the only one needing colonies now, and leading the opposition to Britain and France would absolutely not be Spain. For the first 5 years, or even the first 10 years of Carlo ruling Spain, the most important thing was still to deal with Spain's internal conflicts and implement reforms to improve Spain's comprehensive national strength. After this competition ended, Carlo met with his brother Amadeo. Setting aside this competition, the relationship between Carlo and Amadeo was still acceptable. Although not as close as Carlo and the already deceased Prince Adwan, it was not just superficial brothers. Amadeo smiled and congratulated Carlo on becoming the King of Spain, with a hint of regret but not much unwillingness. Of course, Carlo would not take the initiative to make an enemy of his brother. During the important stage of Spain's reform, Italy would be an important ally for Spain. Whether it was his old father ruling or the future Crown Prince Umberto inheriting the throne, Carlo wanted to maintain good relations with Italy. After all, Italy was also a fallback. If Spain was truly beyond saving, he could at worst flee back to Italy like Amadeo in history and be a carefree duke. Also coming to congratulate Carlo was Carlo's eldest brother, Crown Prince Umberto. Crown Prince Umberto was the heir to the Italian throne, so he did not participate in this competition. Because he was designated as Crown Prince from birth, Crown Prince Umberto was fairly friendly toward his several younger brothers. In his father's office, Carlo met the somewhat reluctant old king. "Son, I truly didn't expect you to win the competition against Amadeo. But no matter what, I still have to congratulate you on soon becoming the King of Spain." Vittorio Emanuele II looked at Carlo with a complex expression, his face showing a bit of surprise and some reluctance. "Have you met with Primo? When do you plan to go to Spain?" After expressing blessings to Carlo, Vittorio Emanuele II followed up with 2 questions. "Not yet, father. If possible, I want to go to Spain a bit earlier, to understand everything about Spain a bit earlier." Carlo shook his head and replied. "First update, seeking support. The previous calculation of travel time between Rome and Madrid has been corrected." It seemed Vittorio Emanuele II had long anticipated that Carlo would say this. He sighed but still nodded helplessly and said, "All right, child, I can only wish you all the best." "May God bless you, my child." "Father, I'm going to Spain. Aren't you going to give me any funds?" Carlo suddenly spoke up, looking like he was demanding payment. "Haha, of course there are, child." Carlo's interruption successfully eased some of Vittorio Emanuele II's emotional sadness. The old king also smiled and said, "But I must remind you that the king's funds cannot be mixed with the government's finance. No matter how short of money the government is, you can only provide funds to the government through loans. Understand?" This was actually a lesson learned in blood. Under monarchy, it would be fine. A king who holds great power can freely withdraw funds from the treasury, and the only one to suffer would be the government. But Spain is a constitutional monarchy. If the king's private treasury is not distinguished from the government's treasury, the king will be the one to suffer. Moreover, it is easy to be exploited, and one could easily be saddled with the accusation of misappropriating government funds, incurring the hatred of the Spaniards. This was also why Vittorio Emanuele II reminded Carlo, the king's private treasury and the government's treasury must be clearly distinguished. Even for loans, the specific interest and repayment period need to be written out. Carlo nodded. He still understood these things. Many of Carlo's plans required substantial funds to pave the way, and his own private treasury could not be mixed with the government's treasury. After a slight silence, Vittorio Emanuele II looked at his youngest son and said, "Italy's finance is not affluent, but the House of Savoy still has some capital. I give you 30 million lira, plus some servants to take care of your daily life. Child, if you feel that being King of Spain is not the life you want, Italy will always welcome you back." Carlo was somewhat surprised by the level of support from Vittorio Emanuele II. 30 million lira was equivalent to 2 million pounds sterling. Though the number seemed small, in the era of dreadnoughts it was already enough to build a dreadnought of capital ship level. Even for the United Kingdom, currently the most powerful and comprehensive national strength, a skilled worker's weekly wage was only 9 shillings and 6 pence. This was for adult male workers. For women or children, it would be even lower. 1 pound sterling 20 shillings, 1 shilling 12 pence. 2 million pounds sterling was equivalent to the income from more than 50,000 British workers laboring hard for a year, which was enough to prove the enormity of this sum of funds. Even for the Italian royal family, the annual income after all expenditures was only 300,000 to 400,000 pounds sterling, and at most would not exceed 500,000 pounds sterling. This also meant that Vittorio Emanuele II had essentially handed over 3 years of the royal family's income to Carlo, giving him ample funds in Spain to carry out his plans. Although he had not experienced father-son family affection with Vittorio Emanuele II since childhood, Carlo was still moved by his father Vittorio Emanuele II's sincere intentions. This also strengthened Carlo's resolve. He absolutely could not let the Italian royal family vanish into thin air along with Mussolini. Whether Vittorio Emanuele II or Crown Prince Umberto, as long as the House of Savoy controlled Italy for one day, Carlo's Spain would never take the initiative to be enemies with Italy. A few days later, Carlo met Primo again. Although only less than 10 days had passed between the two meetings, the conversation between the two had become more intimate and friendly. Primo looked at the king candidate he had personally selected and expressed his respect and support. "Esteemed Your Highness Carlo, on behalf of the Prime Minister of Spain, I invite you to inherit the Spanish throne and become the king of all Spaniards." "This is my honor, Marquis Primo." Carlo nodded with a smile. He felt no embarrassment at all about this throne won through legitimate competition. "I look forward to cooperating with you, Marquis Primo." Carlo continued, "As I said before, I will unconditionally support your reform and will not be trouble in your reform." Empties at Thailand body section. Hearing Carlo straightforwardly express support for the reform, the weight on Primo's heart finally lifted, and he became very relaxed and pleased. "It is also my honor to serve you, Your Highness." Primo gave Carlo a standard Spanish noble salute, then said very seriously. For the monarch he recognized, Primo did not mind serving him. Although Primo's loyalty was to all of Spain, as long as Carlo sat on the Spanish throne for one day and did not show himself to be an incompetent ruler, Primo would be loyal to Carlo. "Now that the throne is settled, I will return to Spain in the next few days. Your Highness, I hope you can arrive in Madrid within a month. We will prepare a grand coronation ceremony for you." A smile also appeared on Primo's face as he said to Carlo, "No need, Marquis Primo." Carlo shook his head, rejecting Primo's proposal. Looking at the somewhat surprised Primo, Carlo smiled and explained, "Give me a few days to prepare and I will go to Spain with you." Although the Spanish throne, like the Franco-Prussian War, had come more than a year early, Carlo was still worried that any accident might occur. If Primo were assassinated after returning to Spain, Carlo heading to Madrid would still face a situation like Amadeo's, with no one usable. Although the subordinates Carlo had selected for himself, including Garibaldi's second son Giuseppe, already possessed good ability, these people could not start in high positions. The only two people Carlo could rely on in Spain were Primo and Serrano, who held power in both the Spanish government and the army. The most important among them was Primo. Not only was Primo a key figure among the reformists, his ability also surpassed Serrano's. In Carlo's plan, Primo would continue to serve as Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Spain until his body could no longer bear the burden or Spain's reform was completed. Compared to Primo, Serrano was actually more suited to be the army's anchor. As a former officer, Serrano had sufficient prestige in the army, making him the best choice to lead the Spanish army. In the first few years of Carlo's governance, power would still be controlled by Primo and Serrano. This period was also the time for Carlo's several prime ministers to gain experience and cultivate prestige. Only after confirming that one of them could take over Primo and Serrano's positions would Carlo consider letting these two anchors retire. Second update, seeking support. On August 17, 1869, Carlo brought his 3 trusted aides, Giuseppe, Caman Esposito, and Andrew Rosso, along with dozens of servants, cooks, tailors, and physicians personally selected by his father Vittorio Emanuele II, including a court guard of around 500 men, and they grandly boarded the steamship bound for Spain. Carlo was very satisfied with the court guard his father had entrusted to him. At Carlo's strong insistence, most of the soldiers in this court guard had participated in the Italian Unification War, and many came from under Garibaldi's command. The combat effectiveness of these soldiers was guaranteed, and with Giuseppe Garibaldi's second son as their commander, there was no need to worry about their loyalty. Moreover, the families of these soldiers would also follow Carlo to Spain, which was another means to ensure their loyalty. In simple terms, from now on, these soldiers would all be under Carlo's command. Carlo also needed to provide them with military expenses and weapons and equipment in exchange for their absolute loyalty. With this foundation of 500 men, it would be much easier for Carlo to expand his guard in the future. After all, to form an army, besides carefully selecting the top commanders, it was equally necessary to have some grassroots officers who had truly experienced war in order to speed up the army's formation and shape the soul of an elite army. On the largest steamship in the fleet, Camille Esposito and Andrew Rosso were excitedly gazing at the vast Mediterranean Sea, their moods exceptionally stirred. When they learned that Carlo was an Italian prince, the two were extremely excited. They had originally thought Carlo was just a noble scion, but his identity was even higher than they had imagined. And just a few days ago, when they heard from Carlo himself that he was about to go to Spain for his coronation as king, their shock was unparalleled. This also led to both of them expressing enthusiastic agreement when Carlo invited them to go to Spain. After all, with their commoner identities, staying in Italy offered no great paths for promotion, and advancing upward was very difficult. There were no shortage of excellent graduates like them, and Italy did not have much space for them to train freely. But going to Spain would be completely different. Carlo did not have many usable people under him, and they were his most trusted among the trusted, so they would naturally get ample training. Although they would start as deputy captains of Carlo's court guard, Carlo had promised that this court guard would soon expand to the strength of a brigade. Whether Camille Esposito or Andrew Rosso, both could take on the role of regimental commander in the expanded guard brigade. This was far better than their prospects if they stayed in Italy, where their captain ranks could only command at the company level. At this point, both were utterly devoted to following Carlo, and they had also persuaded their families to go to Spain with them. The fat and thin duo were not fools. They knew what they needed to do to show their loyalty in order to gain Carlo's heavy use. Of course, Carlo had also seen their efforts. If these two guys truly had good ability, Carlo would not mind letting them grow into figures who could stand on their own in the Spanish army. If their abilities were mediocre, they would become exemplars for Carlo's 1,000 gold for a horse bones strategy, entering important positions in departments like the Ministry of Defense or the Staff Department. After several days of sailing, the fleet finally approached Barcelona in the Catalan region. The Barcelona port appeared packed with people, surrounded by crowds everywhere, seemingly welcoming Carlo's arrival. "Your Majesty, Regent Serrano is already waiting for you at the port." Seeing Carlo look puzzled, Primo came up and said to Carlo with a smile. Hearing Primo say this, Carlo immediately understood that these crowds had been prepared in advance by Serrano, just to make Carlo's arrival in Spain less awkward. OB. If Carlo came to Spain with no one to welcome him, and even the public showed no attitude toward it, the only one embarrassed would be Carlo, along with the government that had chosen him as king. Carlo nodded, his smile unchanged. "Where is Mr. Serrano?" Following Primo's guidance, Carlo and his group slowly walked onto the port under the guard's escort and headed to the location of the Spanish government. The moment Carlo stepped onto the port, the band that had been prepared there played Spain's national anthem Royal March. Using this piece here was perfect, not only highlighting the importance given to welcoming the new king, but also emphasizing Spain's monarchy, giving Carlo sufficient face. "Your Highness." The various officials of the Spanish government saluted Carlo one after another. Since Carlo had not yet sworn the oath to the Constitution and been crowned King of Spain, his identity was still that of an Italian duke. However, the oath could be taken at any time, unlike the coronation ceremony, so the crowd showed no slack toward Carlo. Primo and Serrano smilingly introduced the various officials of the Spanish government to Carlo, and under the welcome of the numerous officials, Carlo entered Barcelona. This was just a stopover. After a brief rest, Carlo would set off with the officials on the journey back to Madrid. The good news was that although Spain did not have many railway kilometers, it had nearly 5,000 kilometers of railway mileage. And Barcelona, as a major city on the east coast, naturally had a railway connecting to Madrid. But the bad news was that the railways of this era ran extremely slowly, and the riding experience was far inferior to that of posterity. For Carlo, this stretch from Barcelona to Madrid might be even worse than the bumpy days at sea on the Mediterranean. But the good news was that once back in Madrid, Carlo could reside in the massive Madrid Royal Palace. This was the palace known as Europe's third largest, surpassed only by the Palace of Versailles and Schönbrunn Palace in luxury. This also reflected the extravagance of Spain's Bourbon dynasty, at least in terms of the royal family's food, clothing, and daily needs. The successive kings of Spain from the Bourbon dynasty had never been stingy. On August 23, 1869, Carlo finally arrived in Madrid, and Primo returned to Spain's political center after many days. Although Carlo wanted very much to tour Madrid of 1869, after days of travel fatigue, he had no energy left to think of other things. The accompanying officials and soldiers felt the same way. On the first day of arriving in Madrid, Carlo simply took his trusted aides and servants to the Madrid Royal Palace and slept comfortably in the clean king's bedchamber that had been prepared in advance. First update, seeking support. The next morning, Carlo, under the gaze of Spain's various officials, held the Spanish constitution and announced his coronation as King of Spain, taking the title King Carlo I. Subsequently, Prime Minister Primo led the government's various officials in swearing loyalty to Carlo, and the framework of the Kingdom of Spain was formally established. According to the current Spanish constitution, the House of Representatives, Senate, and Kingdom government stand as three separate powers, respectively representing legislative power, judicial power, and executive power. As for Carlo, as King of Spain, he nominally possesses the power to appoint and remove the Prime Minister and senior officials, open or dissolve the council, mobilize the army, promulgate or abolish laws, listen to state affairs, and convene cabinet meetings. But in reality, the power Carlo can currently use is just to listen to state affairs and convene cabinet meetings. These two things can be combined into one, that is, Carlo can understand Spain's current situation and various policy developments through cabinet meetings, and that's it. Although Carlo can also offer his own opinions, whether the cabinet government headed by Prime Minister Primo will listen is uncertain. However, this situation is not absolute. The nominal King of Spain still has a great deal of power. Once Carlo cultivates sufficient prestige for himself and wins the trust of the public and some officials, he can still influence the government through the power in his hands, thereby achieving the policies or laws he wants to enact. Before having sufficient prestige and status, Carlo can safely be a king with not much power. At least the responsibility won't fall on his head. Carlo's coronation ceremony was scheduled for November, which is about 2.5 months later. This arrangement is still very beneficial. The Spanish government can have enough time to prepare for this coronation ceremony, and foreign guests can also have enough time to come to Spain. Of course, Spain is after all just a second-rate country in Europe, and the king's coronation ceremony may not attract the attention of those great powers, aside from neighboring countries like Italy and France. However, considering the factor that Prussia and France are still at war, these two countries probably won't dispatch representatives to attend. A little later, in the Madrid Royal Palace conference room, Prime Minister Primo, is the list for the cabinet government ready? Carlo sat in the main seat, smiling as he asked Prime Minister Primo, who had hurried over covered in dust. "It's ready, Your Majesty." Prime Minister Primo nodded and respectfully handed over a list. "Since Your Majesty has already sworn coronation under the Constitution, it is no longer appropriate for Mr. Serrano to continue as regent." "Your Majesty, do you have any arrangements for Mr. Serrano?" Prime Minister Primo inquired. The reason Serrano became regent was entirely because the Spanish throne was vacant at the time, which created the position of regent. Since Carlo has already come to Spain and been crowned, continuing to be involved in politics would be disrespectful to Carlo. In history, Serrano became Prime Minister of Spain after Amadeo's coronation, but that was because Prime Minister Primo had been assassinated. Now Prime Minister Primo is still alive and well, so the position of Prime Minister is naturally not suitable for Serrano. Considering that in the cabinet government, aside from Minister of Defense, there is no other position particularly suitable for Serrano, this question actually had an answer from the beginning. A with tilde section. Have Duke Serrano serve as Minister of Defense, Carlo said. At the same time, appoint him as Commander-in-Chief of the army. I feel very reassured handing the army over to a general like Duke Serrano. Serrano's own resume is still very impressive. He joined the army at age 12, participated in more than a dozen wars big and small, was awarded the rank of Marshal at age 46, and was granted the title of Duke of La Torre for his merit in occupying the Dominican Republic. So many merits big and small are not something a mediocre person could obtain. This also proves in certain aspects that Serrano himself possesses excellent military command ability. Hearing Carlo say this, Prime Minister Primo also nodded, expressing his agreement. Although currently in the government, the only position suitable for Serrano is this one, Prime Minister Primo did not directly write Serrano's name in the Minister of Defense column, but symbolically asked for Carlo's opinion. After all, Carlo has become King of Spain. At least on the surface, he must be given full respect. Carlo also understands this and is quite pleased with Prime Minister Primo's superficial respect. This also indicates that Prime Minister Primo himself is not opposed to monarchy. Like Serrano, what he opposes are those monarchs who lack ability yet insist on wielding sole power. After signing this list for the Spanish government's cabinet, Carlo turned his gaze back to Prime Minister Primo and asked the question he cared about most. Prime Minister Primo, when can the next cabinet meeting be held? According to the schedule of one cabinet meeting per week, the next one should be in 3 days, Your Majesty, Prime Minister Primo answered. Prime Minister Primo doesn't mind Carlo wanting to attend the cabinet meeting, as it is indeed Carlo's right. But if Carlo, having just arrived in Spain, wants to express some of his own opinions at the cabinet meeting, Prime Minister Primo will pretend not to hear them. After all, even the most talented person needs to first understand Spain's situation, right? Offering opinions without understanding any situation, what use would they be to Spain? I want to attend the cabinet meeting in 3 days, Prime Minister Primo, Carlo said straightforwardly upon hearing that the cabinet meeting is in 3 days. I hope to see detailed information about Spain during this time, to understand what level our country is really at. Rest assured, before I have sufficient understanding, I will not interfere in any of Spain's policies. Prime Minister Primo, you can begin preparing your reforms. I will support you unconditionally, and I will state this at the meeting. Prime Minister Primo nodded. With Carlo's statement of unconditional support for reforms, he no longer cared about any suggestions Carlo might make at the cabinet meeting. After all, suggestions are just suggestions. Whether to listen is up to Prime Minister Primo himself. And Carlo's firm attitude in support of reform can actually help Prime Minister Primo, which is very helpful for improving Spain's current situation. Ironically, Prime Minister Primo and Serrano, who overthrew Queen Isabel II of Spain, can actually both be classified as belonging to the Royalist Party. Although Prime Minister Primo's loyalty to Spain is higher than to the king, as long as the king does not harm Spain's interests, Prime Minister Primo remains loyal to the king. Even if just for the unification of Spain, Prime Minister Primo would not sideline the king. Because only as Carlo's prestige and status grow higher and higher will the various regions of Spain obey the king's rule and follow the government's management. If the various places are unwilling to obey the king's rule, Spain will become increasingly chaotic, and the regions will seek regional autonomy or even independence, which is also fatal for Spain. Prime Minister Primo supports monarchy for these reasons as well. The current loose republicanism cannot save Spain at all. Instead, it will push Spain into the abyss of division and regional autonomy. Only a unified and highly centralized kingdom government can help Spain escape the abyss of division and autonomy and reshape a unified and powerful kingdom of Spain. Carlo knew that Spain at this time was quite backward, but he did not expect Spain's development in all aspects to be so backward. As of the beginning of this year, Spain's estimated population was 6 million. Why is it such a round number? Because the Spanish government at this time simply lacked the ability to conduct a detailed population census. This was merely a rough estimate by the Spanish government based on population birth registrations and death situations in various places. The fatal thing was that Spain's illiteracy rate was over 70%. This also meant that among the 6 million population, at least 6 million were illiterate. The poor education level, combined with the chaotic situation in recent years, led to Spain's average annual income being at the lowest level in Western Europe, only 87 pesetas, which was just over £3. Although in this era, the grassroots people of all European countries did not have it easy, and exploitation by factory owners and oppression by capitalists were common occurrences. But an annual income of just over £3 was clearly an extremely unhealthy level. The United Kingdom's per capita income exceeded £9, and other European countries also maintained levels above £6 to £7. Spaniards could on average only earn half or even one-third of the income of citizens in other countries, which was also why the public rebelled against Queen Isabella, because the Spaniards really could not survive. Looking at such data, Carlo could not help but feel extremely headache. Carlo had originally thought that Italy's situation was already quite bad, but in front of Spain, it was not worth mentioning at all. Except for tying with Spain in illiteracy rate, Italy could crush Spain in all other aspects. Now Carlo had only one thought, to quickly promote Prime Minister Primo's reforms and first improve Spain's dire situation. Let alone achieving revival, whether the kingdom could continue to exist was a question. Although Queen Isabella had been driven away, she had left Carlo with an extremely dire Spain. Faced with a Spain that was rotten to the core, this was no longer something that could be saved by burying one's head in development. At the cabinet meeting a few days later, Carlo sat in the lead position, quietly waiting for Prime Minister Primo's reform proposals. For this reform, Prime Minister Primo was fully prepared. The cabinet government nominated by Prime Minister Primo consisted basically of reformists. The only two who were not reformists, Serrano and Carlo, had also successively expressed support for reform. Secondly, since becoming Prime Minister Primo had been preparing for reform. He combined Spain's current situation, referenced a large amount of successful foreign reform experience, and finally formulated a complete Spanish reform plan. He handed this plan to Carlo and said very solemnly and seriously, "Your Majesty, this is the Spanish reform plan that I and dozens of officials wrote after a long period of investigation and research. The following is the initial plan for the reform. Please review it." The initial reform plan was actually very simple, consisting of only 4 categories: agriculture, education, industry, and military reform. Prime Minister Primo, please explain your reform plan in detail. Although he supported reform inwardly, this did not prevent Carlo from wanting to hear Prime Minister Primo's complete reform plan. Are beta. Prime Minister Primo nodded, stood up, and introduced to all cabinet officials, "Our initial reform consists of only 4 aspects: agriculture, industry, education, and military reform. In the agricultural aspect, I plan to promote reduction and exemption of agricultural tax to increase the income of the agricultural population. At the same time, promote export of grain to ensure sufficient sales channels for the agricultural population's grain. In the industrial aspect, I believe we should restore Spain's industrial construction in a short time, invest in new factories, and build our own industrial zone. Building factories can provide more jobs, which will also help us further improve per capita income. In educational reform, I plan to build more literacy classes to reduce our illiterate population, but this requires huge funds investment, so it is the 3rd choice for reform. Finally, there is military reform. I hope to expand our army numbers to around 100,000 and equip our army with more cannons. Sufficient quantities of cannons have proven their role on the battlefield, whether for defense against foreign enemies or stabilizing Spain's order. Improving the army's combat effectiveness is necessary." Hearing Prime Minister Primo's reform plan, before Carlo could express any opinion, Minister of War Serrano sitting beside him could not hold back. Serrano stood up, looking at Prime Minister Primo with disbelief, and asked in surprise, "Prime Minister Primo, do you not know how many pesetas are left in Spain's treasury?" Every one of your reforms requires tens of millions of pesetas, but our government simply has no money. To be blunt, if we cannot prepare sufficient pesetas before implementing the reform, this reform is destined to end in failure. Don't we still have a lot of fields? Prime Minister Primo looked at Serrano, who raised the opposing opinion, with a calm smile on his face. For a monarchy country, the biggest landlord domestically is definitely the monarch himself. Queen Isabella herself was a debauched and greedy monarch, so it was not surprising that the Bourbon dynasty owned the most arable land in Spain. After driving away Queen Isabella, all the arable land originally belonging to the Bourbon dynasty was confiscated by the Spanish provisional government, and these lands were the basis for Prime Minister Primo to implement reform. Although these lands once belonged to the king, they certainly would not follow the throne to be inherited by Carlo. Carlo naturally understood this point, and he had no intention of becoming a landlord, let alone ruining his own reputation for such lands. On the contrary, if Carlo supported using these lands to exchange for sufficient funds for the government, this could instead become one of the topics for propagating Carlo. Seeing that Carlo had no ideas about those lands, Prime Minister Primo finally breathed a sigh of relief and explained to Carlo and Serrano, "The Bourbon family owns vast lands. These lands are sufficient to provide enough funds for our reform. I plan to divide these lands into 3 parts. One part to be distributed free to Spain's farmers, allowing farmers to have sufficient arable land to plant grain. Another part to be sold to capitalists and farm owners to accumulate sufficient funds for our reform. The remaining part to be nationalized, which can be rented to farmers at low prices for planting." "I support your idea, Prime Minister Primo." Carlo nodded, having no objection to the proposal of dividing the land into 3 parts. "Moreover, I have a proposal that can prepare funds for the reform. Why don't we try issuing national debt?" "Your Majesty, forgive my bluntness, but our people no longer have funds to purchase our national debt." Hearing Carlo's proposal, Primo smiled bitterly and reminded Carlo, "No, Prime Minister, our national debt issuance targets are not ordinary commoners." Carlo shook his head and explained with a smile, "We can issue bonds similar to educational national debt, using interest higher than banks to attract capitalists and factory owners to purchase them. Our issuance scale doesn't need to be set too high. Perhaps 10 million peseta would suffice for our initial educational needs. This batch of national debt will be 100% used for educational reform, which not only reduces the number of illiterates in our country, but is also beneficial for factories that need some knowledge reserve. Once our first batch of national debt is repaid on time, issuing such national debt afterward will become much easier. At least for us now, this is a more reliable means than borrowing debt and allows the government to bear less interest. Capitalists are all profit-driven. National debt with higher interest than banks will definitely attract some capitalists to purchase national debt. If specific special national debt is issued specifically for reforms such as education, this will also reassure those capitalists purchasing the national debt. After all, what capitalists worry about is what the government will do with these funds. Investing in sectors like education is certainly much better than the government's and nobles squandering. At least capitalists won't worry that the government won't have sufficient funds to repay the national debt in the future. We can try it." After thinking for a long time, Primo finally nodded and decided to give it a try. The first batch of national debt doesn't need to be issued too much. It can be used to test whether this method can raise funds for the government. Raising funds is certainly good. Even if funds cannot be raised, the government won't suffer too great a loss. After discussion in the cabinet, it was unanimously decided to set the issuance amount of the first batch of educational national debt at 8 million peseta, or £307,000 sterling. Although this amount of funds is not much, it can build a batch of literacy classes specifically for eliminating illiteracy. Literacy classes don't even need complete school institutions. Just find a house, set up some tables and stools, prepare some books, and teach Spaniards basic primary school knowledge. The news that the government is issuing educational national debt immediately caused a sensation in Spain once spread. Many Spaniards are still willing to see the government's efforts in education. This at least proves that the current kingdom government values commoners more than during Queen Isabella's time. Even farmers are willing to see the country's investment in education. Even if they cannot enjoy the welfare brought by educational reform, it doesn't mean their children cannot enjoy it. However, while there is support, very few people are willing to purchase educational national debt. Although the issuance amount of the first batch of national debt is only 8 million peseta, after 2 days of issuance, only 200,000 was sold, not even reaching £10,000 sterling. Carlo, realizing this is a good opportunity, naturally wouldn't miss it. On the third day of national debt issuance, Carlo publicly announced subscribing to 3 million peseta of educational national debt. 3 million peseta of national debt is actually not much, only over £100,000 sterling, less than half of this national debt issuance amount. But Carlo, as king, proactively subscribing to national debt holds different significance for Spaniards. Although it's impossible to support Carlo just because of such a small matter, many Spaniards have a better impression of Carlo and are willing to give Carlo enough time to show his excellent monarch side. RNES. At least Carlo has already shown a side vastly different from Queen Isabella, and Spaniards have patience for Carlo. After Carlo took the lead, the capitalists' actions finally became frequent. It took almost another week, and the 8 million peseta national debt was finally sold more than half. The government also had initial funds to promote educational reform. In mid-September 1869, many literacy classes sprang up in Madrid like bamboo shoots after rain, adopting voluntary registration and free learning methods. As long as they are citizens of Spain, they can register for literacy classes to participate in learning. Book fees and tuition fees are all free, but they must attend at least one literacy class session per week. Literacy classes still consider the actual situation of a large number of ordinary people. In 1869 Spain, there was no specific working hours. In other words, encountering black-hearted capitalists and factory owners, Spaniards' working time never went below 12 hours, even up to 13 or 14 hours. Not to mention weekend leave. Even wanting to request leave when sick is not easy, because capitalists are unwilling to let factory output decrease due to employees requesting leave, ultimately affecting their own speed of making money. As for work injuries, they have nothing to do with this era. Not to mention getting injured at the workstation. Even dying at the workstation would not result in a single penny of compensation. The myriad welfare benefits policies of posterity were all fought for by workers and laborers worldwide in the long process of being oppressed and resisting. The literacy movement in educational reform is being carried out vigorously, having a great impact on Spain. After all, it's a free literacy movement. Spaniards' willingness to participate in literacy classes is still very strong. Moreover, Carlo also used a little trick in the literacy classes. Spain's literacy classes only use Spanish language and not various regional languages like Catalan language. The purpose of doing so is also to reduce the sense of division between various regions of Spain and Spain. Assimilating ethnic groups should start from language. In Spain, Spanish language must be spoken. This is very important. The good news is that today's Spain has been integrated together for hundreds of years. Most of the public do not reject a complete Spain. The separatists and nationalists in various places now are still a minority, which cannot have too great an impact on Spain's unification. While the literacy movement was ongoing, Primo also launched reforms for agriculture. Although the Spanish government's fiscal revenue is not high, this cannot stop Primo from reducing the agricultural tax. On September 27, 1869, while the literacy movement was still being talked about by Spaniards, the Spanish cabinet government had already submitted a brand new agricultural tax reduction legislation at the latest House of Representatives meeting. This legislation caused a greater sensation in Spain than the literacy movement, because the vast majority of Spain's population is agricultural population. Tax reduction is a real benefit to them. As expected, the House of Representatives passed this legislation unanimously with over 70% proportion, and the cabinet government also announced that tax reduction would start in 1870 to substantially increase the income of agricultural population. As soon as the two decrees on free literacy education and agricultural tax reduction were promulgated, Spaniards surprisingly found that the king above their heads didn't seem so obnoxious anymore. At least during Queen Isabella's reign, the government would not proactively propose agricultural tax reduction, let alone establish any free literacy education. But for Carlo at this time, he had only just dealt with one trouble. As early as during the Spanish Revolution, the Cuban colony took the opportunity to launch an independence war, occupying multiple cities, holding a so-called constitutional convention, and electing a president. This was unacceptable to Spain because Cuba was the most valuable among all Spanish colonies and one of the few that could bring positive income. If the Cuban colony was lost, not only would the Spanish government's annual fiscal revenue decrease significantly, but it would also be a blow to the prestige of Carlo, the new king, and the new cabinet. The current Spanish kingdom government was gradually getting on track, and it was time to deal with the restless Cuban colony and create more income for the Spanish government. The Cuban rebels at this time were not numerous and did not have any advanced weapons and equipment. For the Spanish government, apart from needing to cross the Atlantic Ocean for long-distance combat, there were no major problems to overcome. Thus, the first large-scale war since Carlo became king was formally launched. Minister of War Serrano led 5,500 soldiers grandly to Cuba to suppress the rebellion, striving to clear out the Cuban rebels to the maximum extent. This suppression of rebellion war, which was not actually that large in scale, was also an opportunity for Carlo. Caman Esposito and Andrew Rosso would also join this suppression of rebellion war as grassroots officers. Carlo's expectation for them was to establish certain merits in this suppression of rebellion, which would facilitate Carlo's subsequent promotion and appointment of them. The more capable Giuseppe was left by Carlo in Madrid to command 500 members of the court guard. There was no choice. Carlo's safety needed more assurance, and a trusted subordinate was required to be responsible for the security of the royal palace. Carlo still trusted Serrano's own military ability. And more importantly, Serrano had served as governor of Cuba from 1859 to 1862 for 3 years and was quite familiar with the situation in Cuba. Sending him to Cuba to suppress the rebellion was the most suitable choice, the one with the most hope of solving the Cuba problem in a short time and ensuring that no rebellion would occur in Cuba in the short term in the future. As for things in the long term, they were not within Carlo's consideration. Because for Carlo, these Spanish colonies scattered around the world were instead a burden to Spain. Cuba was a full Atlantic Ocean away from Spain, but only separated from the United States by the Florida Straits. The United States, having won the Civil War, already possessed the potential to become the world hegemon, with its comprehensive national strength continuously improving. For Spain, having its most valuable colony right at the mouth of the Americans doomed Spain to be unable to hold Cuba. Rather than that, it would be better to proactively abandon Cuba at an appropriate time in exchange for other colonies that were not so valuable but could be firmly held in hand. The Philippines was the same. In Carlo's future plans for Spain, Cuba and the Philippines both needed to be abandoned. The basic disk of Spanish colonies was in Africa. However, precisely because Cuba was one of the few Spanish colonies that could bring positive profits, it was very difficult to get the public to agree to lose Cuba. At least until Carlo had sufficient prestige to bear such a loss, or until a good opportunity arrived, Spain would not carry out colonial exchange. On September 22, 1869, Carlo saw off Serrano, who was expeditioning to Cuba, in Madrid, and personally promised all Spanish soldiers that he would hold a celebration banquet for them when they triumphantly returned to Madrid, and award fields and nobility titles to those with major merits. Nobs. Awarding titles for military merit was very attractive to soldiers. It was also one of the most effective opportunities for grassroots people to climb up. Including Serrano himself and Primo, they were all representative figures of awarding titles for military merit. Although Spanish soldiers did not have such great ambitions as becoming dukes and marquises, it was no problem to strive for some fields and funds as rewards as much as possible. After seeing off Serrano and just returning to the royal palace, Carlos soon received a report from the guard that Prime Minister Primo requested an audience. Since Carlo fulfilled his promise and firmly supported reform, Primo's attitude toward Carlo became very respectful, and he was willing to cultivate a praiseworthy monarch-minister relationship with Carlo. This was also good news for Carlo. Just like now, Primo would often consult Carlo's opinion and was willing to leave some decisions to Carlo. Although Primo was not like Garibaldi, who had no ambition for power and status whatsoever, he was also not a dictatorial person. Carlo was also happy to see this cooperative relationship. By following Primo, He could gain some prestige from reform, then slowly cultivate his own confidence in the government and army, preparing to take over the country after Primo. This was also Carlo's plan. Your Majesty, this is the plan for industrial construction. Please approve it. As soon as he saw Carlo, Primo handed over a long-prepared industrial plan and got straight to the point. Are we starting industrial construction now? Prime Minister Primo, if I remember correctly, it seems our government does not have so much money to build industry. Carlo was somewhat surprised by the speed of Primo's reform. Reforms in education and agriculture had only been carried out for less than a month, and now industrial construction was to begin immediately. For the current Spain, where the government was urgently short of funds, launching so many projects at once was not a good thing. Carlo could understand Primo's eagerness for quick success, but if pursuing speed alone led the Spanish government to face a bankruptcy crisis, it would be somewhat not worth the loss. The first batch of industrial construction is expected to require 55 million pesetas. I plan to issue approximately 25 million pesetas of industrial national debt in batches and obtain the remaining 30 million pesetas by borrowing from foreign capital. As long as we can promote industrial construction, our economic situation in the next few years will improve, and Spain's poor situation can also be comprehensively improved. Primo explained. The Queen Isabella government only cared about its own enjoyment and ignored national development, which caused stagnation or even regression in all aspects of Spain's construction for a long time. The only good news was that the previous government, which ignored development, did not borrow heavily from abroad, so the current Spanish government could still obtain some project startup funds through borrowing. After hearing Prime Minister Primo explain the funding preparations for industrial construction, Carlo nodded and asked, "When do you plan to start industrial construction? What direction should we focus on for our initial construction goals?" I plan to establish a small industrial base in Seville in Andalusia and increase our steel output. After increasing steel output, we will invest in railway construction, aiming to raise railway mileage to over 6,000 kilometers within the next 5 years, connecting various regions in the north, south, east, and west of Spain. Prime Minister Primo replied, "Don't underestimate just building railways. The boost to industry is enormous. The steel rails needed for railways require steel mills to ramp up steel output around the clock, which can drive development in a series of related industries. Spain possesses considerable coal mine and iron ore resources in Andalusia, which is quite convenient for industrial development. Although most of Spain's coal mines produce lower quality coal, it's still sufficient for initial industrial production. After all, in this era, no country's total steel production is very high. It's nowhere near the exaggerated levels of tens of millions of tons in posterity. Currently, the British Empire leads in industry, but even the British steel output is only around 300,000 tons, not yet at such an exaggerated scale. However, Spain's steel output is even lower. Because industrial construction was neglected during Queen Isabella's rule, Spain's annual steel output to date is only at the 1,000-ton level, still a pitiful 2,000 tons. Although part of this is due to Spain lacking excellent iron ore and coal reserves, for a second-rate European country with a population of over 16 million, such an industrial level is still too embarrassing. Once our steel mills are in large-scale production, we have hope of raising steel output to over 10,000 tons within the next 5 years. At the very least, our steel output must meet domestic industrial construction needs. A Spain without industry is incomplete, Prime Minister Primo said. Building 1,000 kilometers of railway in 5 years may seem slow, but for Spain with its pitifully low steel output, it's not easy. In the nearly 30 years from 1840 to 1869, Spain only built 5,000 kilometers of railway, a construction speed far behind countries like Britain, France, Germany, and the United States. Spain has many mountainous areas domestically. To better strengthen connections between various regions, building railways is extremely necessary. This not only strengthens the kingdom government's control over various regions, but also accelerates population mobility and economic exchange between regions. I approve your plan, Prime Minister Primo. Hearing Prime Minister Primo's complete explanation, Carlo nodded and approved Prime Minister Primo's plan without the slightest hesitation. Clearly, this industrial plan is extremely necessary for Spain. Although the investment isn't huge, It is a good starting point for Spanish industrial development. Your Majesty, there is one matter that perhaps only you can handle. After hearing Carlo approve the industrial plan, Prime Minister Primo first smiled and nodded, then quickly made another request to Carlo. Oh? What is it? Carlo asked curiously. Whether establishing an industrial base or laying railways, we need a large amount of labor. But Your Majesty also knows that those black laborers we purchased from Africa are not very obedient. They are also an unstable factor in Spain. Compared to these lowly black laborers, I think introducing white laborers from abroad is a more suitable choice. When I was in Italy before, I discovered that Italy has a large agricultural population choosing to immigrate overseas. If possible, could we contact the Italian government to introduce some Italian immigrants and laborers? Doing so would not only solve our labor shortage problem, but also accelerate our industrial construction. I think it's very necessary to give it a try, Prime Minister Primo said. To carry out industrial-based construction and railway laying, a large number of laborers must be prepared as workforce. This is very difficult for Spain. Although Spain has a large agricultural population, these agricultural populations are scattered across Spain's vast territory and all own their own land. They won't cross half of Spain for such a small labor income. But Italy's farmers are different. They can hardly survive in Italy anymore, which is why they choose to immigrate overseas. Since that's the case, why not seize the opportunity to attract some Italian immigrants to Spain while filling Spain's labor shortage? It must be known that most of Italy's agricultural population is located in southern Italy, which until recently was under the rule of the despotic kingdom of the Two Sicilies. In Nigeria, Naira. These farmers have endured long-term despotic monarchical rule, making them much easier to rule than those black laborers and Republicans. This is one of the reasons Prime Minister Primo targeted Italian laborers. Reliable, hard-working laborers who don't cause trouble are welcome everywhere. Hearing Prime Minister Primo say this, Carlo was somewhat surprised. Because introducing Italian laborers was already in Carlo's plan, and it would also benefit Carlo's rule. After all, Carlo was born into the Italian royal family. These Italians coming to Spain definitely won't oppose Carlo's rule, and compared to native Spaniards, Italians will be even closer to Carlo. For such a request that is entirely beneficial to himself, Carlo naturally won't oppose it. For Spain's development, of course I'm willing to do this, Carlo said with a smile. If the government is already prepared, then our industrial construction can start immediately. I'll handle the labor matter. I hope our industrial construction goes smoothly as expected. Prime Minister Primo nodded and said very respectfully, "As you command, Your Majesty." In the end, Carlos still had too few people at his disposal. Right now, the only ones he could use were Giuseppe and Loren. Giuseppe needed to manage the court guard, so only Loren could go to Italy to negotiate the labor matter. Fortunately, this wasn't a big deal. Italy didn't lack a few thousand or tens of thousands of laborers. Plus, with the good father-son relationship between Carlo and Vittorio Emanuele II, signing an agreement with Italy to introduce laborers was no problem. Sure enough, Loren's entire trip took only over 10 days, and he brought back a labor introduction agreement for Carlo. Carlo's requirements weren't high. Being able to introduce a few thousand or tens of thousands of laborers from Italy each year in the early years would meet Spain's development needs. Once Spain's construction achieves certain results and the public's living standards and income continue to rise, it will naturally attract people from Europe who can't survive in their hometowns to immigrate to Spain. While reforms and construction in Spain were in full swing, Carlo was already deploying his own public opinion empire. As early as in Italy, Carlo had Loren acquire a newspaper office in Spain, though keeping it on a very small scale. Now that he had become King of Spain, it was time to expand the newspaper office in Spain and establish a newspaper institution with high influence like the Italian Sun newspaper. The naming intent of the Italian Sun newspaper was still very good, and plus, due to the previous extensive propaganda for monarchy, the Sun newspaper had gained some popularity in Spain. Carlo naturally directly copied the name of the Sun newspaper. In October 1869, the Spanish Sun newspaper was formally established in Madrid, becoming Carlo's first main industry in Spain. The development potential near Madrid was no less than that of northern Italy. Carlo's expectation for the new Spanish Sun newspaper was also to become a major newspaper with daily sales of 20,000 copies within 2 years. In addition to the Spanish Sun newspaper used to build fame, Carlo also had Loren quietly acquire more than 10 small newspaper offices to expand the number of newspaper offices in his public opinion empire. These newspaper offices were also dispersed in various places in Spain, able to influence more Spanish families. In addition to the public opinion layout, Carlo also formally began the major expansion of royal assets. To realize the plan in his heart in Spain amid internal and external troubles, sufficient funds were indispensable. Although newspaper offices could earn a little money, for the royal palace with very high expenses, it was just a drop in the bucket. The land and most property of the Bourbon dynasty had been confiscated by the government. Besides taking over the Madrid royal palace and some other castles and manors, Carlo had not obtained much of those valuable industries and land. Currently, the income from Carlo's these industries could barely maintain the expenses of the royal palace, and this was without Carlo forming the Guard. Whether for the formation of the Guard or for larger-scale reforms and expansion in the future, investing in more industries was very necessary. The first step in the expansion of royal assets, Carlo set his target on the food and red wine industry sector. Food naturally goes without saying. It is essential materials needed for humans to maintain normal life, consumables, and basically never worries about sales. As for the status of wine in the Western world, it naturally goes without saying. As an alcoholic beverage pursued by upper-class people and indispensable for lower-class people, wine in Europe never worries about sales. Just banquets among nobles alone can consume large amounts of wine. In posterity, Spain was the world's third-largest wine production area, and itself was also very suitable for the development of the wine industry. The wine produced by Carlo's winery basically never worried about sales. After all, a king's private winery was inherently more prestigious than those ordinary wineries. In mid-October 1869, United Food was formally founded in Madrid. Carlo acquired a flour mill in Madrid and prepared to expand it into a food processing plant based on the flour mill. Alfenius. What to produce? Carlo actually already had a plan in his heart, something similar to fast food in posterity. However, it wouldn't be very complex, roughly 2 large pieces of bread with a bit of meat paste and jam in between, focusing on good quality and low price. In this regard, food practitioners in posterity had already blazed too many trails. Carlo had many ways to reduce the cost of food while making it look substantial in portion and good in taste. As for the food safety issues that everyone in posterity talks about, in this era, there was no concern at all. Of course, as king, Carlo could not disregard the personal safety of Spaniards. All products under United Food could at least guarantee no fatal poisoning, at most diarrhea caused by food quality. A cheap food with meat and vegetables would surely be welcomed in Spain where income was not high. Carlo could also take the opportunity of opening the food factory to set a benchmark for Spanish enterprises. After Spanish workers everywhere envied the welfare system of royal enterprise employees, it would be time to promulgate labor law in Spain. Although labor law would gain the favor of workers, what it confronted were those big capitalists and factory owners. Without absolute certainty or massive worker support, Carlo did not plan to promote the promulgation of labor law in the early stage. After all, those big capitalists were also a part of supporters of monarchy. Confronting those big capitalists before mastering his own strength would be tantamount to digging his own grave. The United Food Factory was quietly established. It still needed some time before formal production, and Carlo did not plan to extensively publicize his food factory before generating good response. Compared to the food factory, Carlo's propaganda efforts for his own winery were much greater. Fortunately, several wineries of Queen Isabella were well preserved and not distributed to farmers as land. After all, what truly made a winery valuable were those planted grapevines. The value of the land itself was not as great as imagined. Also, because Carlo actively abandoned those lands, Primo ultimately decided to hand over the several wineries left by Queen Isabella to Carlo, at least to guarantee that the royal family had some income. This also greatly facilitated Carlo. After all, starting a wine processing plant from scratch would not only require a lot of time cost, but also massive fund investment. Just cultivating his own grapevines would require a long time, or purchasing ready-made grapevine seedlings would also require a lot of fund investment. Now, with several ready-made wineries and grape manors, Carlo only needed to revamp these wineries and establish his own private wine brand. For his own wine enterprise, Carlo planned to split it into two parts. The first wine enterprise was named Royal Winery. The wines sold in the future would all carry the name of Royal Exclusive Supply and Collection, focusing on mid to high-end wine, with target customers being those wealthy big capitalists and nobles. The second wine enterprise did not have the word royal, named Iberian Manor, with its red wine focusing on cost performance, targeting ordinary Spaniards with little money. Through the strategy of hitting both high-end and low-end markets, it could ensure that Carlo's wine industry occupied market share in the Spain wine market at extremely fast speed. Relying on the Spain market, Carlo could advance to attack or retreat to defend, and also seize more of the Europe wine market, thereby quickly realizing the profit plan of the wine industry. The money-making ability of the wine industry sector was stronger than that of newspaper offices. If it could seize a considerable portion of the Spain market, it could ensure that when Carlo formed the Guard next, he would not even be unable to afford equipment. Time quickly arrived at the end of November 1869, which was also the time the Spanish government had prepared for King Carlo I's coronation ceremony. Primo attached great importance to this coronation ceremony, inviting European powers including Britain and France, Prussia, Russia, Italy, and Austria, as well as long-standing European monarchy countries such as Portugal, the Netherlands, and Belgium. However, the various countries had different attitudes toward the King of Spain's coronation ceremony, and the identities of the envoys they dispatched were also completely different. The ones who attached the most importance were undoubtedly Italy and Portugal. Italy was easy to understand. Carlo was originally born into the Italian royal family and had a father-son relationship with King of Italy Vittorio Emanuele II, so receiving importance was only natural. On the Portuguese side, firstly, Carlo's sister Princess Maria Pia had married King of Portugal Louis I, making the two countries related by marriage. Secondly, as the only two countries on the Iberian Peninsula, Spain posed a huge threat to Portugal. The Portuguese government wanted to use this ceremony to probe the new King of Spain Carlo's attitude toward Portugal in order to make corresponding preparations. Although most European countries were on the invitation list for this coronation ceremony, the overall scale of the coronation ceremony was not large, as the Spanish government did not have much funds to invest in this ceremony after all. It was not that Primo did not attach importance to Carlo's coronation ceremony, but the current Spanish government was supporting the suppression of rebellion wars in the colonies while carrying out various reforms, so it was indeed somewhat difficult to allocate large sums of funds to hold the coronation ceremony. Carlo also did not care how large the scale of his coronation ceremony was. Gaining recognition from the Spanish people was the most important thing. A larger scale would instead not be a good thing. Through agricultural tax reduction and free literacy education, Carlo had accumulated a certain prestige in the hearts of the Spanish people. At least the Spanish people supported this coronation ceremony, and many Spanish people participated on site, making it look extremely lively. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, a well-trained royal guard protected several carriages bearing the emblem of the Spanish House of Savoy as they slowly drove toward Parliament. Inside the carriage, Carlo, dressed in splendid attire, sat solemnly, with his royal butler Loren beside him, reminding Carlo about the coronation ceremony procedures. "Your Majesty, please remember to keep smiling." Just 1 second before Carlo stepped out of the carriage, Loren did not forget to continue reminding him. Carlo nodded and, the moment he stepped out of the carriage, the surrounding Spanish people immediately erupted in enthusiastic cheering. Of course, the leaders were definitely prearranged by the government. At such a major moment, it was impossible not to arrange a few people to incite the emotions of the public. Carlos smiled amiably and waved very amiably to the cheering crowd, without any airs of a king. It was at this time that the Spanish people finally got a clear look at their king's appearance, a young and handsome youth, completely different from Queen Isabella. "This is what our king should look like." This thought involuntarily arose in the minds of many Spanish people. For those Spanish people who still supported the monarchy, what they desired most was for Spain to produce a wise and heroic monarch, preferably one who also cared about the situation of the grassroots Spanish people. Based on Carlo's actions so far, although he was still far from being a wise and heroic monarch, in terms of caring for the grassroots people, Carlo had indeed already shown some attitudes different from those of Queen Isabella. In fact, it had to be admitted that relying on one's looks worked in any era. Carlo not only had a handsome appearance, but also stood over 8 meters tall, with a relatively robust build. Combined with the noble identity of a king and an aura of immense wealth, he quickly attracted the favor of a large number of Spanish girls. If there were media institutions now that could select Spain's most popular man, Carlo would definitely make the list, and taking first place would not be difficult at all. With a cute Nepsilon. Maintaining his gentle smile, Carlo waved to the crowd while slowly walking into the Parliament building. Part of the guard behind him stayed around the carriages, while the other part stood on guard around the Parliament building. At the entrance to Parliament, Spanish Prime Minister Primo had long been waiting eagerly. After performing a standard Spanish noble salute to Carlo, Primo led Carlo into the interior of the Parliament building. In the hall on the first floor of Parliament, the Spanish nobles, members of Parliament, a small number of invited foreign guests, and some religious figures had been waiting for a long time. The one crowning Carlo was Spain's chief archbishop, Toledo Archbishop Pedro. It was a tradition in Europe since ancient times for a bishop to crown the king, and it had been almost the default until Napoleon. The rank of the bishop crowning the monarch seemed to mysteriously determine the legitimacy of the crowned monarch. Therefore, whether to enhance his own legitimacy in the minds of the public or to reassure Spain's complex religious forces, a chief archbishop with sufficient status and identity was needed to crown Carlo. The best choice would actually be Pope Pius IX. But the Pope had just been driven out of Rome by the Italian government, with his territory shrinking from the vast papal states to the tiny Vatican. How could he possibly come to crown Carlo, who was also of the House of Savoy? Although military force could be used to threaten Pius IX to come to Madrid for the coronation, it might backfire and cause dissatisfaction among the Catholic Spanish people. It was better to have Spain's chief archbishop perform the coronation. After all, Toledo Archbishop's status in Spain was already sufficient. King Carlo, are you willing to dedicate your life to Spain? Archbishop Pedro held the crown representing the King of Spain and asked solemnly. I am willing. Archbishop Pedro nodded and said solemnly, I, in the name of God, bestow upon you the crown of Spain. May you be loving toward your subjects and loyal toward your country. After going through the long and tedious coronation procedures, finally, under everyone's gaze, Toledo Archbishop Pedro placed the crown representing the Spanish throne on Carlo's head. Carlo, wearing the Spanish crown on his head and holding the scepter symbolizing the king's power in his hand, swept his gaze over the Spanish nobles and members of Parliament, feeling immensely proud and high-spirited. We pay homage to His Majesty the King. Seeing that the moment had arrived, Primo on the side took the lead in performing the noble salute to Carlo. His Majesty the King. In unison, the Spanish members of Parliament and nobles, including Toledo Archbishop Pedro, all lowered their heads to Spain's new king. Carlo was extremely troubled after his coronation. For Spain to achieve revival, it must have a large number of talents striving for the expansion of all sectors in Spain. However, for Spain, where the illiteracy rate is as high as 70%, what it currently lacks the most is talent, especially high-quality talent cultivated in regular universities. Speaking of which, Spain has a very long history of establishing universities. The earliest University of Salamanca was established in 1218, which has a history of 651 years to date. In addition, there are many other universities that have been established for hundreds of years, far better than those European countries that have only a few regular universities. But the problem lies here. Although it possesses so many time-honored universities, Spain's emphasis on cultivating university student talent is far inferior to that of great powers such as Britain, France, Germany, Italy, and Austria. Previously, the Spanish government preferred to waste its annual fiscal budget on places of little use rather than investing in education to encourage more Spaniards to apply to universities. The major institutions also lacked sufficient education fund support, and the cultivation of high-quality talent in Spain could be described as a complete mess. Even in the army, the talent shortage problem was constantly affecting Spain. During Isabella's rule previously, most of the senior officers in the Spanish army were controlled by nobles, making it extremely difficult for ordinary people to become high-level figures in the army. Although the current army has transformed from the Revolutionary Army and temporarily eliminated this problem, the inability to sustain mid- and low-level officers remains a huge trouble. Moreover, Carlo understood in his heart that this time node involves significant changes for the military. The line infantry tactics that could dominate Europe during the Napoleonic era have now become tactics of lining up to be shot. Although the French had superior overall strength to Prussia in the Franco-Prussian War, relying solely on the large number of French line infantry established by Napoleon III emulating his uncle Napoleon doomed the French to a difficult fight. Therefore, Carlo not only wanted to expand the scale of the Royal Military Academy, but also to learn some excellent ideas and systems in the army from the Germans, who would become the world's #1 army. To establish a more powerful army and officer cultivation system for Spain. Of course, France has not completely weakened now, and a Spain fully emulating Prussia would also be a huge threat to the French. For the current Spain, doing less is certainly better than doing more. The new military academy, while learning some systems and ideas from the Prussian army, would also absorb some ideas from the French army, combining the strengths of the German and French armies. After Carlo proposed to Primo the idea of emphasizing university development, Primo gladly agreed and stated that the Spanish government would prepare more funding budget for the education department in the new year. Carlo took the opportunity to obtain ownership of the Royal Military Academy from the government with 3 million pesetas in funds. Primo, of course, understood the importance of the military academy. But for Primo at this time, it was better to hand over ownership of the military academy to Carlo, while he himself focused all his energy on reforms in Spain. Although this might allow Carlo to infiltrate influence into the army through the officers cultivated by the military academy, that would at least be several years or even more than a decade later. With circumflex Omicron. By then, Primo would be over 60 years old, and whether he could continue to serve as Prime Minister of Spain would be a question. Precisely because he was already at the advanced age of 55, achieving revival for Spain was Primo's only wish, and power struggles were no longer important to him. Carlo, having obtained ownership of the Royal Military Academy, was in a great mood and changed from initial superficial courtesy to genuine respect toward Primo. Regardless of how Primo is evaluated in history, in Carlo's eyes, the current Primo is indeed a heroic figure like Garibaldi. Italy's fortune is to have given birth to Garibaldi, and Spain's fortune is to have given birth to Primo. The only difference is that Garibaldi faced hostility from the Italian government and the king due to his history of joining the Republic. Primo, because of his support for the monarchy and support for Carlo becoming King of Spain, gained Carlo's trust and strong support. In a great mood, Carlo and Primo, from an officer family background, discussed a lot about the future development of Spanish military academies and invited Primo to become the honorary vice principal of the Spanish Royal Military Academy. Carlo himself would become the honorary principal of the Royal Military Academy, ensuring that all graduates of the military academy understand exactly who cultivated them as officers. Considering the different needs of the Spanish army for officers, the Royal Military Academy would be dispersed into two parts. The main campus of the Royal Military Academy would remain in Madrid, with the role of cultivating excellent junior officers for Spain. The student sources for the Military Academy headquarters consist of two parts. One is students from Spanish civilians willing to apply to the Military Academy, and the other is excellent soldiers selected from the Spanish Army. The other part, after dispersion, would establish a new military academy in Zaragoza in the Aragon region, fully named the Royal Military Academy Zaragoza Branch. The purpose of the Zaragoza Royal Military Academy is to cultivate senior officers for Spain, and it could also be called the cradle of Spanish generals. The two military academies with different goals would continuously cultivate excellent backbone and grassroots officers for the Spanish army, allowing the Spanish army to maintain excellent combat effectiveness and flexible tactical thinking, becoming a first-class army in Europe. While cultivating Spanish officers, Carlo could also ensure these cultivated officers have higher loyalty to him. After all, as King of Spain, Carlo is the nominal commander and leader of the Spanish army. In the future, the first lesson at the Madrid Royal Military Academy and the Zaragoza Royal Military Academy upon enrollment would be loyalty to the king and the country. With these officers baptized in the ideology of loyalty to the monarch and love for the country, Carlo could exert greater influence over the future Spanish army. If the ideology of loyalty to the monarch and love for the country is interspersed into the education of Spaniards from childhood to adulthood, it could achieve a perfect closed loop, increasing the loyalty of all Spaniards to the monarchical system and to Carlo. This is also Carlo's ultimate goal for Spanish education. Only through subtle influence and baptism from childhood to adulthood can Spaniards truly accept the monarchy from the heart and develop genuine fanaticism and loyalty to Carlo. Having received education from the Turin Royal Military Academy, Carlo was very familiar with the processes of military academies. After investing over 1 million pesetas in the Madrid Royal Military Academy, the Royal Military Academy soon underwent expansion and conducted a large-scale enrollment after simple screening within the Spanish army and among civilians. The news of the Royal Military Academy opening large-scale enrollment was eagerly reported by Carlo's Spanish Sun newspaper and other newspapers, becoming big news around Madrid. Thanks to such propaganda efforts, within just a few days, more than 100 people signed up for the military academy. Although only more than 60 were recruited after layers of screening, it was still considerable progress compared to the previous military academy. While vigorously recruiting new students, Carlo also ordered the Royal Military Academy to learn the Prussian and French officer training systems and processes, reforming the military academy. The outdated Spanish officer training system is not very suitable for the current era. Learning those already obsolete line infantry tactics, is it to make Spanish soldiers line up to be shot? The good news is that the Austro-Prussian War and Franco-Prussian War that erupted in recent years can serve as objects for Spanish military academies to learn from. The Prussia, Austria, and France involved in this war are among the most powerful army nations in the world today. Speaking of the Franco-Prussian War, this war, advanced by 1 year, was obviously fought even more fiercely than in history. In history, the Second French Empire only held out for less than 2 months, and Emperor Napoleon III formally surrendered to the Prussian army. France in this world is not much better either. Although it held out longer, the war situation was firmly controlled by the Prussian army. The French army has a large number of line infantry regiments. This line-up-to-be-shot tactic has already lost its role in the present when rifle ranges are gradually increasing. Moreover, the problems of the French army are not just this one. There was no sufficient preparation before the war, and after the war broke out, Napoleon III was still hesitating whether to attack or defend. In addition, the French army does not usually set up army and division levels. The armies and divisions hastily formed due to the war could hardly exert their due coordination and combat effectiveness. Facing the Prussian army, which had just experienced the Austro-Prussian War, was well-equipped and experienced, the French army clearly fell into a disadvantage from the beginning. Now the only suspense is when Prussia can end the war and whether a revolution will erupt inside France after Napoleon III surrenders. This is the key focus of Carlo and the Spanish government. After all, France's situation can also affect Spain. Under Carlo's advice and Primo's acquiescence, the Spanish government also has a plan for university construction. It is planned that within the next 5 years, Spain will at least build 5 universities, raising the total number of universities to more than 2 digits. At the same time, most of these universities will focus on building science and engineering majors, with mathematics, physics, and chemistry as key projects of Spanish universities. Literature, art, and other not-so-important majors will be integrated into 2 or 3 universities. After all, Spain does not need so many art talents either. To encourage Spaniards' willingness to apply to universities, Carlo plans to establish a scholarship system among university students. Doing so can not only let more commoner children enter universities, but also let them receive favors from the royal family. It can not only cultivate talent for Spain, but also increase the prestige of the royal family, a win-win. Amidst the busyness, 1869 soon entered its end. 1870 arrived on time. If 1869 was just a test of Primo's reforms, then 1870 is about to enter Primo's true reform phase. To make Spain more powerful, at the end of 1869, Primo produced a comprehensive reform plan that left Carlo dumbfounded. In this reform plan, Primo mentioned the necessity of emulating Prussia to achieve compulsory primary education and declared to promote comprehensive literacy education in Spain. Because the goal covers more than 16 million Spaniards, Primo also set the implementation period for comprehensive literacy education within 5 years. Education is just the first step. The second goal of Primo's reforms is to effectively increase Spaniards' income levels. Not to exceed great powers like Britain, France, and Prussia, but at least to surpass neighboring countries like Portugal and reach a level not much worse than Italy. How to achieve such a goal? Primo proposed 3 plans. First, promote the implementation of Spanish labor law to effectively ensure salary treatment and wage payments for Spanish workers and other enterprise employees. Second, effectively increase the income of the agricultural population by reducing agricultural taxes and increasing grain output. Primo also proposed that the government establish a grain price regulatory institution to ensure that grain acquirers can guarantee farmers' income while controlling grain prices in the Spanish market. Third, reduce the various miscellaneous taxes left over from Queen Isabella's reign and streamline the tax items for the Spanish people. To reduce the pressure on government finances, taxes on enterprises and factories should be appropriately increased to achieve balance in the Spanish government's revenues and expenditures. Carlo, just looking at these 2 goals, gave him a headache. Although these 2 goals are indeed for reform and can effectively increase Spaniards' income levels. But the problem is that doing so will also offend Spain's 2 deeply rooted major forces, the religious forces and the big bourgeoisie. Spain's education is currently mostly in the hands of religious forces, that is, the Catholic Church in Spain. The reason there are more than 70% illiterates is that the schools run by the church not only have high tuition fees, but also quite high thresholds. Most ordinary people cannot afford the church schools. There is no need to say much about the big bourgeoisie. The greed of capitalists will make them continuously exploit the Spanish people. If Primo wants to ensure Spanish workers' income, he will inevitably offend the big bourgeoisie behind the factory owners and business owners. If you add those Republican faction people waiting to see the monarchy's jokes, as well as the hidden Carlist faction that remains unmoved, Carlo's head is about to explode. A small Spain actually has so many troubles. It's no wonder that Amadeo only persisted for 3 years after coming to Spain and decisively chose to flee to Italy. Prime Minister Primo, is your reform plan a bit too radical? In the Madrid royal palace, Carlo, holding Primo's plan, asked with some headache. But Spain can't wait that long, Your Majesty. Primo explained. This plan directly pushes the church and capitalists entirely to our opposition. Do you have confidence to deal with these 2 troubles? Carlo looked at Prime Minister Primo and asked very seriously. If the troubles from the church and capital can be solved, this reform will naturally be beneficial to Spain. But if these 2 troubles cannot be solved, the hidden Carlist faction and the Republican faction opposing the monarch will also take the opportunity to make trouble, and Spain's situation may be worse than expected. Why are things in Spain always so terrible? Carlo faces a very difficult choice, and it is extremely likely to affect the future destiny of Carlo and the Kingdom of Spain. Once Primo's deepened reforms are fully successful and deal with the church and capitalists who might oppose them, Spain's comprehensive national strength will thrive, and it is not impossible to return to the ranks of the great powers. But if this reform provokes opposition from the church and capitalists and allows the Republican faction and Carlist faction to take the opportunity to launch a major rebellion, the situation Carlo will face will not be much better than that of Queen Isabella 1.5 years ago. Although Carlo still has the ultimate fallback of returning to Italy, the church and capitalists he has offended may not be willing to let Carlo return to Spain. Moreover, if he returns to Italy in such a disgraced manner, it would absolutely be a heavy blow to Carlo, who has only just obtained the Spanish throne. To bet or not to bet? How to bet? This is the most headache-inducing problem for Carlo right now. What we may face could be the church, could be the capitalists, or could be the Carlist faction and Republican faction. But Your Majesty, If our reforms are successfully implemented and gain the support of the public, we will have the support of 16 million Spanish people, and this is also the confidence behind my promotion of the reforms. I plan to start promoting army reforms from this year and equip the army with more cannons. Our enemies will definitely not expect us to push the reforms so firmly and to go to war with them without hesitation. As long as the public chooses to stand with us, victory will be within our grasp. Primo laid out his plan in full and tried to win Carlo's support. No matter what identity Carlo had before becoming king, from the moment he was crowned king of Spain, he possessed a certain prestige and status in Spain. Spain has a large number of farmers, and most of these farmers support monarchy. If Carlo can support his comprehensive reforms, the success rate of the reforms will undoubtedly be much higher. Of course, Primo also knew the degree of difficulty of this reform and how powerful the enemies he would face were. He was already prepared to struggle alone, and even if it was just for that sliver of hope for Spain's revival, he would absolutely not abandon it. How is Minister Serrano's situation in Cuba? Carlo did not immediately agree to Primo's plan, but instead asked a seemingly unrelated question. Minister Serrano arrived in Cuba 2.5 months ago and immediately launched a suppression campaign against the Cuban rebellion army. If there are no accidents, perhaps in a few more months we will hear the news of Cuba's recapture. Primo said with a smile. Serrano is indeed one of the most influential figures in the current Spanish army, and his military talents are still worthy of affirmation. More importantly, Serrano himself served as governor of Cuba a few years ago and is relatively familiar with the situation in Cuba. In history, Spain was unable to suppress the rebellion in Cuba for these years, and only at the time of Alfonso XII did it regain control of Cuba at great expense. But by then, the Cuban independence forces had already gained momentum, which is why Spain took a full 10 years to annihilate the Cuban rebellion and spent 700 million pesetas. That is a full £27 million, enough to build 10 capital ships in the dreadnought era, let alone an era even earlier than the dreadnoughts. Primo's reforms have not consumed so much funds so far. If all the money spent on suppressing the rebellion in Cuba were used for reforms in Spain, Spain's comprehensive national strength could at least rise one small step. Very good, Prime Minister Primo. Hearing that Cuba could be pacified in a few months, Carlo was in a good mood. After thinking carefully for a moment, Carlo said to Primo, Prime Minister Primo, I support your reforms. But I also hope you can prepare for any possible rebellion. We must annihilate any enemies who might stand against Spain's reforms. RB. As you command, Your Majesty. Please rest assured, Spain's army is always ready to fight for Your Majesty and Spain. We will not fear any enemies standing against Spain. Before promoting comprehensive reforms, I will approve a portion of funds to help the army purchase weapons and equipment and cannons. If those Carlist faction and Republican faction want to obstruct Spain's reforms, then I will send them to see God and let God reason with them. Hearing that Carlo supported his reforms, Primo stood up instantly and guaranteed to Carlo very firmly and solemnly. Excellent, Prime Minister Primo. I am glad that Spain has ministers like you and Serrano. Once we annihilate these enemies obstructing Spain's advance, I will personally reward you and celebrate your victory. Having received Primo's guarantee, Carlo nodded in satisfaction and painted a big pie for Primo. In this high-stakes gamble, Carlo still chose to stand with Primo. The reason was simple. The great capitalist class and Republican faction opposing Primo could not possibly stand with Carlo either. In plain terms, Carlo and Primo were in a state of shared glory and shared loss. If Primo failed in the reforms and lost power and status, it would not be a good thing for Carlo either. After all, Carlo was essentially propped up by Primo, and Carlo's initial status also came from Primo's support. If these enemies blocking Spain's path forward are not dealt with, how can Spain achieve revival? If he just wanted to be a noble enjoying life, Carlo could do that in Italy. But if he wanted to realize the ambitions in his heart and elevate the country of Spain from a second-rate power in Europe to a first-rate one or even great power level, he absolutely could not shrink back because of some domestic opposition. So, what about the Carlist faction? Queen Isabella was able to defeat the Carlist faction twice in a row, and Carlo did not believe that with the full support of Serrano and Primo, he could still lose to the Carlist faction, these rebels who had already suffered multiple defeats. As the saying goes, the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Although promoting comprehensive reforms in Spain today seems very risky, the rewards once successful will absolutely not be small. The support of the public and the improvement of Spain's comprehensive national strength are only part of it. Carlo can also take the opportunity to solve the church and Carlist faction problems that have plagued Spain for many years and make the Spanish people disgusted with republicanism. In this way, the domestic problems in Spain will be mostly solved, and the separatists in various places that have not yet gained momentum will also disappear due to Spain's thriving national strength. Thinking of this, Carlo's mood became exceptionally relaxed. Whether the Carlist faction or the church, they were just clowns who had lost the general trend. If he didn't even have the courage to defeat these forces, then Carlo's ambitions could be dispelled early. Primo, who received Carlo's full support, was brimming with confidence, and that very night he stayed up late working overtime to revise his reform plan. Since capitalists and the church were destined to be enemies of the Spanish government, there was absolutely no need to consider their opinions during the reforms. On January 3, 1870, the Spanish government applied to Parliament for additional military expenses, which were successively approved by Parliament and Carlo. At this time, Primo still controlled the majority of seats in Parliament, so this process was really just a simple formality. After obtaining this additional military funding, Primo immediately dispatched a diplomatic mission abroad to purchase weapons and equipment and cannons. In Primo's plan, the Krupp cannons, which had been tested in the Austro-Prussian War and the Franco-Prussian War, were the top choice for the Spanish army. However, considering that Prussia was engaged in a war with France, Primo also had a backup plan, the Austro-Hungarian Empire or Italy. Although the combat effectiveness of the Italian army was not impressive, Italy still had some research and development capabilities in weapons and equipment. If it was impossible to purchase the most advanced cannons from Krupp, buying a batch of substitutes from Italy would barely suffice. On January 11, 1870, the Spanish Sun newspaper reported a story about a certain factory that had been exploiting workers' labor for a long time and deducting workers' salaries. Such reports were very common in contemporary Spanish society and initially did not attract the attention of Spaniards. But soon after, a large number of newspaper offices in Madrid also published similar stories, and most of the reports came from that initial factory. Soon, the continuous reports attracted the attention of Madrid citizens. The workers who had suffered greatly also began to speak out, demanding that the government guarantee timely payment of salaries to all workers in Spain. After successfully attracting the attention of Spaniards, on January 15th, a certain House of Representatives member of Parliament from the Liberal Party submitted a Spanish labor law draft document to Parliament, demanding that Parliament enact relevant legislation to guarantee that workers receive their due salaries and treatment. This document stirred up 1,000 waves with a single stone, immediately sparking intense discussion in Parliament. Of course, because Primo controlled the majority of seats in Parliament, this Spanish labor law draft ultimately received the majority of approval votes. On January 16, 1870, the Spanish government issued a document on the Spanish enterprise management regulations, announcing preliminary control over all enterprises and factories in Spain in accordance with the labor law. This decree elicited cheers from all workers and laborers around Madrid, also signifying that the government valued their opinions. But for factory owners and capitalists in Madrid, and even throughout Spain, it was not so pleasant. According to the decree issued by the government, they had to pay salaries to workers and laborers weekly, and those who withheld salaries would be penalized by the Spanish government. This was something that had never happened before in Spain. Although paying full salaries would not cause these enterprises and factories to lose money, for capitalists, earning a little more was certainly better than earning a little less. Wasn't this decree from the government just taking money from their pockets and giving it to those useless workers? The capitalists, whose paths to wealth were blocked, were all unhappy and intended to incite workers to launch parades demanding that the government repeal the newly promulgated decree. But the workers were not fools. The government's decree was clearly for their benefit, so how could they possibly stand up and oppose the government that supported them? Seeing that they could not incite workers to launch parades, the capitalists finally panicked. They gathered one after another, trying to salvage the situation with other methods. On January 18th, inside a certain factory in Madrid. Daniel, what are we going to do? If we really pay salaries weekly as the government says, my factory will go bankrupt. The factory owner Geron was sitting in the office with a pained expression. Next to him was his friend, also a factory owner, Daniel. Alphas. Don't worry, buddy. It's not just you and me who have to pay salaries. Daniel smiled, appearing not panicked at all. Damn it, do you have any good ideas? Daniel. I don't want to pay those damn workers every week. That's my money, my money. Geron turned his gaze to his friend, who usually had quite a few tricks up his sleeve. I told you not to worry, buddy. The smile on Daniel's face did not fade at all, exuding confidence. Think about it carefully. Are we the only ones who need to pay salaries? No, it's all factory owners in Spain. How many people is that? You don't want to pay salaries? I don't want to pay salaries. Do you think they want to pay salaries for those workers? Just watch. If Our Majesty Carlo forgets who put him on the throne, we won't mind letting Spain change owners. Oh, damn, your idea is to rebel? Geron was stunned for a moment, looking at Daniel in disbelief. Why not, my friend? We made Isabella step down from the throne, and we can do the same to Carlo. Spain should be ruled by capital. We are the real masters of this country, aren't we? Daniel smiled and nodded, completely unconcerned by his friend's surprised look. Damn right. Thinking about having to pay those workers weekly, Geron's last vestiges of rational thought turned completely mad, and he nodded in agreement with Daniel, then said angrily, no matter who wants to take money from my wallet, he will be my enemy. God included. Well done, buddy. Daniel's laughter grew louder. Just watch, Primo and Carlo will both regret it, because they have offended the true masters of this country. The surging undercurrents were not limited to Madrid. The Catalan region and Basque country were also affected. The Carlist faction, which had plagued Spain for decades, was hidden in the Catalan region and ready at any moment to march into Madrid and ascend to the throne of Spain. The current leader of the Carlist faction, who claimed to be the King of Spain, Carlos VII, smiled with a hint of impatience. Thank God, I finally got my chance. That damn Primo abandoned support for the Bourbon family. He and that fake King Carlo both deserve to be sent to the guillotine. Your Majesty, the army in Catalonia is ready at any time to march to Madrid for you. Spain has only one king, and that is the great King Carlos VII of the Bourbon family. The subordinate beside him flattered him timely, speaking to Carlos VII with a fawning expression. Very good. Carlos VII nodded quite satisfiedly. The impatience in his eyes was almost overflowing. Now we just wait for those dissatisfied factory owners to jump out on their own, delivering a fatal blow to that guy Primo who disrespects the Bourbon dynasty. Only the Bourbon family is the master of Spain. Savoy should stay in Italy. They are not worthy of touching Iberia. The situation in Spain was now very clear. Everyone believed that those capitalists who loved money like their lives would not abandon resistance. They would definitely go to any lengths to protect the money in their hands. And the facts were indeed so. The counterattack from the factory owners and capitalists came quickly. On January 19, 1870, the Madrid Workers' newspaper published an article condemning the government. This article never mentioned the purpose of the labor law to guarantee workers' income. Instead, it denounced the government for blindly demanding factories and enterprises to bear extra expenditure, regardless of their income. At the end of this article, it also mentioned that if the government did not promptly repeal such erroneous decrees, it would very likely cause a large number of factories and enterprises across Spain to go bankrupt, thereby leading to massive worker unemployment and affecting workers' income. This article seemed reasonable but could not withstand scrutiny. The extra expenditure on factories and enterprises mentioned in the article was actually the salaries they should have paid to the workers anyway. If paying workers their due salaries would cause factories and enterprises to go bankrupt, then what was the point of such factories and enterprises existing? Before Carlo's public opinion tactics could counterattack, the capitalists' second move came. On January 20th, the currently popular Spanish Sun newspaper was attacked. The attackers first smashed the newspaper office's windows with stones and other hard objects, then climbed in and destroyed some equipment for printing newspapers. Carlo was somewhat annoyed by the capitalists' fearlessness toward the government and royal power, and he resolved to exclude big capital from Spain's ruling class. On January 21st, the Spanish government swiftly passed the Spanish labor law legislation and announced that it would strictly enforce labor law provisions starting immediately, requiring all factories and enterprises in Spain to pay workers' salaries weekly or monthly, with tenfold fines for arrears and severe cases resulting in the sealing of factories or enterprises. As soon as such a decree was announced, it immediately caused an uproar among the capitalist class. The capitalists had originally thought that Primo and Carlo would back down, but they did not expect them to firmly oppose capitalism. To protect their wallets, the capitalists chose to unite, wanting to emulate Primo from before and reignite the revolution in the Kingdom of Spain. On January 22nd, factory owners and business owners around Madrid united, inciting some workers and radical Republicans, leading to a large-scale parade breaking out on the streets of Madrid. It had to be admitted that the capitalists' brainwashing of workers was effective. Some workers, upon hearing in the newspapers that factories bearing extra expenditure would go bankrupt, also began to worry about losing their jobs. Although most workers were rational, a small portion still chose to stand with the capitalists under such worries. After the parade broke out, Primo ordered the army to suppress it while secretly mobilizing troops to control order in Madrid. The purpose of these capitalists was certainly not just the parade. Primo's attention could not be entirely drawn by these parade groups. For Primo, who was well-versed in military affairs, these little moves by the capitalists could not escape his eyes. Sure enough, at the same time as the parade was suppressed, another smaller-scale parade group, carrying all sorts of weapons and equipment, marched grandly toward the royal palace of Madrid and Parliament. In the eyes of these capitalists who had once participated in the Spanish Revolution, revolution was still very simple. They just needed to take advantage of the chaos to occupy the Spanish royal palace and government, and the king and government officials would surrender without a fight. They did not even need to act themselves. The palace guards and Spanish army would defect to them on their own. When these people marched grandly close to the palace, they were completely dumbfounded. The palace was not chaotic like in the previous revolution, and what greeted them was not defecting Spanish troops. Looking at the court guard in the distance standing ready, many in the riot group swallowed hard, as if seeing the situation clearly. By His Majesty's order, if you abandon your weapons and surrender now, His Majesty will only pursue those who launched the rebellion. If anyone dares to take one step forward, it will be regarded as rebellion against His Majesty and Spain, and they will be executed on the spot. Court guard Captain Giuseppe, riding a black steed and holding a spear made in Italy, shouted to the rebel group not far ahead, "Are Omicron. Do not be fooled by him. No one will forgive us, not even God. Our only choice is to storm the palace and make Spain a true republic. God will bless us." Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, the leader in the rebel group hurriedly incited the crowd's emotions to salvage the crumbling morale. The purpose of the labor law is to protect your interests. Those greedy factory owners will not go bankrupt just because they pay your salaries. Wake up, subjects. Look behind you. Those greedy capitalists are the enemies of all Spaniards. In the name of God, in the name of the King of Spain, I guarantee to you that you will not lose your jobs, nor will you be held accountable for today's events. You have been deceived, blinded by evil capitalists. But now is not the time to repent to God. We need to defeat all of Spain's enemies together, those greedy capitalists, before anything else. Please believe me, for Spain, please put down your weapons. Seeing the rebel group's morale somewhat crumbling, Carlo naturally would not miss this good opportunity and shouted toward the group not far away. Hearing Carlo's call, many in the rebel crowd were somewhat moved. There were not many in the rebel group who were wholeheartedly selling their lives for the capitalists. The workers were worried about losing their jobs. If their jobs could be guaranteed, why would they stand up against the government and king? As for those radical Republicans, they certainly would not turn coat just because of a few words from Carlo. But for Carlo, this was actually a good thing. Those who did not put down their weapons could naturally be sent to meet God immediately. After thinking carefully for a moment, many workers were still willing to believe their king. After all, the few things this new king had done since taking office were all good for them. Did that not inspire more trust than those capitalists who docked wages? With such thoughts, many deceived workers put down their weapons and involuntarily distanced themselves from the capitalists' lackeys and radical Republicans. Very good, subjects. Those who have put down their weapons can come over. I guarantee in the name of God that you will still be subjects of Spain, and this matter has nothing to do with you. Seeing that many on the opposite side had already put down their weapons, Carlo nodded satisfiedly and said to the crowd opposite with a smile. Hearing Carlo say this, the workers opposite hurriedly walked toward the courtyard. Some of the capitalists' lackeys, seeing no chance of victory, also abandoned their weapons, disguised themselves as ordinary workers, and surrendered to the courtyard. The capitalists' incited rebellion ended just like that, fizzling out anticlimactically. Although the entire process was somewhat unexpected, upon careful reflection, it seemed entirely natural. Even such events often occur in posterity. Parades seemingly composed entirely of workers may not have been voluntarily initiated by the workers. They could have been launched by the factory owners behind the scenes who united to oppress, brainwash, and intimidate the workers. Because capitalists as a group are a minority in any country, they can only rely on the majority groups like workers and farmers to achieve their purposes. But in today's Spain, it is not so easy for capitalists to incite large numbers of workers and farmers. Farmers are the most supportive of autocracy and monarchy. Farmers in any country are like this. Because farmers' needs are very low, as long as they are fed and not starving, they will be satisfied with their current lives. The agricultural tax reduction policy promulgated by Spain is the best means to win over farmers. For farmers who already support monarchy, they are of course willing to obey orders from Carlo and the Spanish government. Compared to farmers, the workers in factories have more complex compositions. Worker parades are an important means for capitalists to achieve their purposes, so capitalists naturally will not miss the opportunity to oppress and brainwash workers. This is also why a considerable portion of the capitalist rebellion forces are workers, because not everyone can see through the domestic situation, and not everyone can ignore the capitalists' sugar-coated cannonballs combined with intimidation tactics. However, parades and rebellions of this scale no longer threaten Carlo and the Spanish government. For Carlo, the greatest threat within Spain is not the insignificant capitalists, but the independence forces in Catalonia and the Basque Country, as well as the Carlist faction supported by Catalan separatists. Although this parade and rebellion were easily dealt with, the army under the control of the Spanish government still remains stationed around Madrid, ready at any moment for news from the Catalan region and Basque Country. For Carlo, he instead hopes that the Carlist faction and those regional separatist factions will take this opportunity to come out and stir up trouble. Only if they proactively come out will Carlo have the chance to deal with them once and for all. Otherwise, allowing these opposition factions to silently develop in Catalonia and the Basque Country will only continuously intensify the sense of division between the two regions and Spain. This is also why, in posterity, Catalonia and the Basque Country have always been clamoring for independence. Catalonia's parliament even held an independence referendum and announced independence from Spain based on the voting results. If the Spanish government had not determined that the Catalan region's referendum violated the Spanish constitution and forcefully suppressed it, the world map would probably have one more country. The Basque Country is no less fervent. Although it has not gone so far as to directly hold a referendum to announce independence, the independence sentiment in the Basque Country is more radical than in Catalonia. After the Spanish dictator Franco died, a terrorist organization named ETA even emerged in the Basque Country, and it even assassinated the King of Spain multiple times. If these two regions' independence issues cannot be dealt with once and for all, Spain's future is destined to be unstable, and there will be more opposition parties opposing the Spanish government by supporting independence in Catalonia and the Basque Country. NOE. The good news is that at this time, the populations of Catalonia and the Basque Country have not yet reached a level that threatens Spain. Spain's population is approximately 6 million, with the dominant ethnic group Spaniards comprising the majority. Catalonia's population is only about 3 million, and the Basque Country's population is just over 300. The combined population of the two regions is only 6 million, less than 1/10 of Spain's total population. This is also why Carlo has the confidence to deal with these two regions' independence issues once and for all. The Carlist faction ultimately did not disappoint Carlo. On January 25, 1870, Carlo VII, who considered himself a man of great talent and bold vision, decided to take the initiative while the Madrid government was still in chaos. The Carlist faction published a large number of news articles through Barcelona's newspaper office claiming that Carlos VII was the legitimate king of Spain, and stated that the policies promulgated by the current Spanish government would severely damage Barcelona's economy, setting Barcelona's economy back at least 20 years. The Carlist faction also greatly exaggerated in the news the harm of labor law to factories and enterprises in the Catalan region, even claiming that it would cause Spain to lose all its industry and factories, making all workers in the Catalan region lose their jobs. Under the influence of widespread news, many Catalans believed it to be true and expressed willingness to join Carlos VI's legitimate government to resist the rule of the Spanish government. After organizing an army of tens of thousands in just a few days, Carlos VII publicly delivered a speech in Barcelona, stating that he would expel King Carlo and restart the rule of the Bourbon dynasty. In the midst of chaos, the new Carlist Wars officially broke out. Although the participants had changed from Queen Isabella to Carlo, the purpose of the Carlist faction remained the same: to place their ruler, Carlos VII, on the throne of Spain. Upon hearing the news of the war's outbreak, Carlo in Madrid instead breathed a sigh of relief. When he heard that the Catalan region had organized an army of tens of thousands, Carlo felt not the slightest panic. Instead, he looked down even more on the so-called Carlos VII. Why? Although Catalonia's independence issue has always been one of Spain's most vexing problems, at least for now, most Catalans still recognize Spain. Moreover, an even more important point is that the current Prime Minister Primo is a Catalan, and even the previous revolution was launched by Prime Minister Primo in the Catalan region. There are quite a few Catalan soldiers in the current Spanish army. Under such circumstances, it seems utterly impossible for Carlos VII to assemble an army of tens of thousands, no matter how one thinks about it. Considering that Catalonia, as one of Spain's most economically and industrially developed regions, has a large number of workers. Perhaps the Carlist faction and Catalan separatists precisely coerced these brainwashed and threatened workers to assemble this so-called army of tens of thousands. The reason Carlo wanted to laugh was exactly this. The Carlist faction kept claiming that Primo's reforms made Catalonia's workers lose their jobs, but isn't what they are doing now making these workers lose their jobs? Excluding these workers, the Carlist faction has at most just over 10,000 troops. To think of attacking Madrid with this army of 10,000, is this treating Carlo as Queen Isabella from 2 years ago? Although Carlo had no experience dealing with the Carlist faction, that didn't mean others in the Spanish government had none. It was worth mentioning that the current Prime Minister Primo was not only born in Catalonia, but also participated in the first Carlist Wars, with buffs fully maxed out. Carlo also did everything he could now, which was to hand over full command of the army to Primo and let Primo deal with all the trouble. This was the huge difference between having Primo and not having him. Amadeo had almost no way to deal with the Carlist faction's rebellion, because in Spain besides Serrano there were no other officials or senior military officials with right to speak who supported him. But Carlo was different. With 2 senior military officials, Primo and Serrano, in charge, Carlo never considered defeat in this war. To ensure foolproof success, at Carlo's suggestion, the Spanish army imposed martial law in Madrid and provided key protection to important institutions such as the government and parliament. Carlo's royal palace, besides the 500-man court guard, also added a 100-man army dispersed around for patrol. Considering that the entire Madrid was under martial law, unless the Carlist faction and other opponents could directly break through Madrid, it was basically impossible to threaten Carlo and other government high officials. Before Carlos VI's army could leave Catalonia, the Spanish government received another bad news. A large-scale parade broke out in Vitoria in the Basque Country. The parade crowd impacted the Vitoria municipal government, and a large-scale conflict erupted with local police. Obviously, the Basque people, like the Catalans also fantasizing about independence, had some ideas of their own. Compared to Catalonia's approach through supporting the Carlist faction and inciting workers, the reason for the parade in the Basque Country was even more radical, demanding independence or autonomy for the entire Basque Country region. The Basque Country region here referred to Spain's Basque Country, Navarre, and France's North Basque Country. The Basque people entrenched in these regions were one of the fiercest ethnic groups on the Iberian Peninsula and the last to be conquered on the entire peninsula. Fortunately, The total population of the entire Basque ethnic group was only around 600,000 and dispersed in the Basque Country and Navarre II regions, so the threat was not as great as Catalonia's. For the parades erupting in the Basque Country region, Primo's opinion was to soothe as the main approach and suppression as secondary. After all, this ethnic group still had considerable combat effectiveness. If they could be absorbed into the larger Spanish people group, the Spanish army's combat effectiveness would also be guaranteed. Controlling the Basque Country and Navarre regions was also very simple. It only required migrating a certain number of Spaniards to these two regions to reduce the proportion of Basque people. Since the capitalist class, Carlist faction, Catalonia, and separatists in the Basque Country region had all eagerly stepped forward, naturally there would be no one else opposing the Spanish government's reforms next. While organizing the army to prepare for war with the Carlist faction, Primo took this opportunity to vigorously promote reforms around Madrid and strictly enforce labor law. Those factory owners who actively incited parades and rebellions became targets for Primo and Carlo to settle accounts with. In just a few days, Madrid's police arrested dozens of factory owners and took over hundreds of factories and enterprises of various sizes. To maintain production of enterprises around Madrid and ensure jobs for workers in factories and enterprises, the government and royal family took over most of the industries among them. Although the government took the lion's share, Carlo's harvest was also considerable. Because in the reforms Carlo firmly supported Primo, as a reward, Carlo obtained more than a dozen factories around Madrid at an extremely low cost. These factories were all high-quality assets, with their own value ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of pesetas, including large factories like the Madrid steel mill, with nearly 1,000 workers alone. Carlo also rapidly expanded his industry scale through these factories. Currently, the total value of Carlo's industries had reached over 10 million pesetas, not to mention the funds worth more than 10 million pesetas in Carlo's hands. Excluding the royal palace, secondary palaces, and manors taken over from Queen Isabella, Carlo could already rank in Spain's top 10 richest list. If all assets were included, current Carlo could easily become Spain's richest person. However, Carlo didn't care about such empty titles and even secretly handled some of the royal family's enterprises to make them appear unrelated to the royal family. Are in Nigeria Naira Omicronis. Currently, among these industries, except for the winery which used royal for high-end positioning, other industries did not have royal and could not be identified as royal family's industries just from the name. As Spain's king, Carlo naturally had to firmly implement all provisions of the labor law. At the first moment of taking over these more than a dozen factories, Carlo had people tally all the salaries owed to workers under him and basically repaid all arrears the next day. Without exception, the status of these more than a dozen enterprises smoothly made it to Madrid's newspapers and became a hot topic among the public around Madrid. Carlo's purpose was also very simple: to set a good example for Spain's capitalists. As king, Carlo firmly complied with Spain's labor law and even paid off the salaries arrears left by previous factory owners. What reason did those capitalists have to continue withholding salaries? Did they really think the working class was easy to bully? Under the fermentation of public opinion, Carlo smoothly gained certain prestige. Paying arrears was normal behavior, but paying workers' arrears for previous factory owners was not so common. For Madrid's workers, the biggest difference between Carlo and those capitalists was thus demonstrated. Starting from early February, Madrid residents would occasionally mention their King Carlo in chats, accompanied by sincere praise. Although the scope of Carlo paying arrears only covered less than 1,000 workers, it affected nearly 1,000 families. Because they were all around Madrid, after word of mouth spread, at least tens of thousands of people had a better impression of Carlo. And this was Carlo's purpose, step by step increasing Spaniards' favor towards him, making them support and love him from the heart. Once workers saw friends nearby getting rightful salaries, they naturally would no longer accept factory owners' deductions from themselves. And the capitalists of this era were always greedy. They couldn't be like Carlo in valuing workers' opinions more. This would make it hard for capital and workers to unite again against royal power, and the capitalist class's influence on Spain would always be limited to a smaller scope. As for when Spain's economy booms due to reforms in the future, Carlo's industries would also continuously expand, even becoming Spain's largest consortium, naturally without worry of the capitalist class making a comeback. As long as Carlo could become Spain's largest capital, which capital could fight against Carlo in Spain? No matter how powerful the capital, it could never fight the government, because holding the gun is the hard truth. While Carlo was still immersed in the great expansion of his royal industry, Prime Minister Primo hurried over, bringing Carlo what might be bad news, that the Basque separatists and the Carlist faction had cooperated. It was inevitable for the separatists and the Carlist faction to mix together, because their individual strength was negligible compared to Spain and could not pose a threat to the Spanish government. But if the separatists from Catalonia and the Basque people united with the Carlist faction to launch a rebellion, the sensation caused in northern Spain would still be quite significant. These rebels were spread across Catalonia, the Basque region, and Navarre, and the neighboring regions of Aragon and La Rioja would also be affected. However, this was also good news for Carlo. Spain's most troublesome rebels had gathered together. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to wipe them all out in one fell swoop? How are the government's preparations? Can our army cope with the united Basque people and Carlist faction? Carlo turned his gaze to Primo and asked the question he cared about most. The army of Spain will crush all enemies of Spain, whether Carlist faction or Basque people, without exception. Primo replied calmly. Very good, Prime Minister. I will wait for your good news in the royal palace, hoping that the day of our victory is not too far away. Hearing Primo's calm response, Carlo nodded quite satisfied. As the captain of Carlo's court guard, Giuseppe naturally also heard the news of the rebellion in northern Spain. After a long time together, Giuseppe had already decided to be loyally devoted to Carlo and naturally wanted to share Carlo's worries regarding the rebellion in Spain. Your Majesty, the Red Army currently still has a scale of over 10,000 men and can quickly be conscripted into the army. As long as Your Majesty needs it, I believe Father is also willing to lead the army to help Your Majesty and thoroughly deal with this rebellion in northern Spain. Giuseppe proactively suggested to Carlo. The situation in Spain is not that bad yet for the time being. Carlo naturally understood Giuseppe's loyalty, but the internal strife in Spain had not yet reached the point of needing external intervention. Very well, Your Majesty. Hearing that Carlo was not willing to request the Red Army's help for the time being, Giuseppe could only nod helplessly. However, you have reminded me, Giuseppe. Carlo said with a smile, since the Carlist faction has decided to resist my rule, I absolutely cannot sit idly by. It is time to let all Spaniards and the Carlist faction understand that the Bourbon dynasty is long gone, and now it is the era of the House of Savoy. I, Carlo of the House of Savoy, am the master of Spain, the true king of Spain. Giuseppe, I need you to help me with something, and perhaps only you can do it. Carlo smiled, as if he had thought of something worth mentioning. I am at Your Majesty's service. Giuseppe stepped forward, listening to Carlo's plan. A few days later, a rumor spread in Madrid that their King Carlo would give a speech in the square in Madrid city center. Although the rumor did not specify the content of the speech, based on recent events in Spain, the speech was likely to stabilize the morale of the army and the people in Spain. Yen Joey. Such a rumor quickly attracted the attention of a large number of Madrid citizens, including the workers who benefited from the implementation of the labor law and the farmers who benefited from agricultural tax reduction. It must be said that after the agricultural tax reduction legislation and the labor law, two beneficial decrees, Carlo still had considerable prestige and support in Madrid. Time soon came to the day of Carlo's speech, and the square in Madrid city center was packed with people, with at least 10,000 gathered around the square. Centered on the speech platform, there were not many people within a radius of several dozen meters. To ensure Carlo's safety, only those who had been screened could enter within dozens of meters of the speech platform, which could largely guarantee that no assassins from reactionary factions would sneak in. At noon, Carlo's carriage slowly arrived and drove straight toward the speech platform along the pre-reserved passage. Wearing a crown and a king-customized long robe, Carlo got out of the carriage with the guard's support and walked straight toward the speech platform. The speech platform was already equipped with amplification equipment, ensuring that Carlo's speech could be heard by most people in the square. As for those too far away or hard of hearing, there was no way around it. Perhaps they could learn about the content of Carlo's speech through the next day's newspaper news or through retellings from those nearby. My people, I am your King Carlo. It is a great honor to be the king of the great ethnic group Spain and to witness the revival of the great country Spain together with you all. Perhaps some will ask, what qualification do I have to make Spain revive? Spain once stood at the pinnacle of the world, and Spaniards were once the greatest ethnic group in the world. It is too difficult to make Spain regain its former glory, and the revival process is bound to be fraught with difficulties. But I want to say, I have confidence to witness all this happen together with all Spaniards. The reason Spain is great is not because Spain once stood at the pinnacle of the world. Rather, it is because after experiencing long periods of hardship and lows, Spaniards still firmly believe that Spain is the greatest ethnic group and still hold hope for Spain's revival. The agricultural tax reduction legislation and labor law are just the first steps. I will use more decrees to promote Spain's progress, protect the interests of all Spaniards from infringement, achieve industrialization for Spain, and move toward power. We have already dealt with the capitalists who exploited workers, and we are fighting against the enemies who seek to tear this country apart. My people, please believe me. I will lead Spain toward power. I will guarantee that the interests of all Spaniards are not infringed upon. I will be enemies with all who obstruct Spain's advance. I take pride in the great Spain and Spaniards and create a golden age belonging to all Spaniards. People, although the former glory is no more, the future still belongs to Spain, to all Spaniards. Let us shout together the slogan, "Make Spain Great Again," and let Spain achieve great revival once more. Make Spain great again. Sincere speeches often move people the most. For Carlo, everything he said was what he truly wanted to achieve in his heart, which was also what Spaniards most wanted to hear. And because of this, after Carlo shouted that slogan, the Spaniards below the platform immediately followed with shouts of, "Make Spain Great Again. Long live Spain," and other slogans, creating a lively scene. Bang! Bang bang! Suddenly, several consecutive gunshots immediately interrupted the cheering of the crowd. People looked up in surprise, and a puff of white smoke rose from the area closest to the speech platform. On the speech platform, several guards had already rushed toward Carlo, blocking in front of him. The guards below the speech platform also reacted promptly, quickly locking onto the person who fired from the smoke and arresting them. There is an assassin. His Majesty is wounded. Protect His Majesty. The panicked voices of the guards and the shouts of the crowd below mixed into chaos, and the situation seemed about to spiral out of control. Carlo, protected by the guards, stood up again and, under everyone's surprised gazes, raised his right hand and shouted, "Nothing can defeat me. Long live Spain." At this point, the scene was completely out of control. The crowd below saw that the assassin had been subdued, and their inner panic dissipated somewhat. Seeing that Carlo seemed to have been shot but could still stand up again to encourage the crowd, the people's emotions could no longer be suppressed. Long live Spain. Long live His Majesty Carlo. Long live Spain. Long live His Majesty Carlo. Hearing the enthusiastic cheering from the crowd below, Carlo seemed as if he could no longer hold on and collapsed into the arms of the guards. The guards immediately carried Carlo onto the carriage and headed to the nearest hospital in Madrid. Make Spain Great Again. The news of Carlo's assassination instantly became Madrid's hottest story, frantically reported by major newspapers and spread by word of mouth among the Spaniards present at the scene. Although the cameras at the scene did not capture the moment Carlo was assassinated, the scene of him raising his arm and shouting at the end was recorded. This unclear black and white photograph was also published in that day's newspaper by the Spanish Sun newspaper, with a striking headline, "Make Spain Great Again." The Spanish Sun newspaper praised Carlo's courage in the face of danger and the wonderful idea of making Spain great again in its report. It finally asked pointedly, if a monarch like Your Majesty Carlo cannot shoulder the heavy responsibility of making Spain great again, who is qualified to lead Spain forward? The Carlist faction accuses the government's reforms of affecting capitalists and factories, putting a large number of workers at risk of unemployment. But what are they doing? They are plunging Spain into the abyss of civil war, putting the great Spanish nation in a situation of self-destruction, and causing tens of thousands of families to soon lose their sources of income. Queen Isabella of the Bourbon family has already made Spaniards suffer immensely. Does Carlos of the same Bourbon family want to plunge Spain into the abyss again? Thanks to the massive media coverage, plus the word-of-mouth spread by tens of thousands of Spaniards at the scene, hundreds of thousands of Madrid citizens quickly learned of their monarch's glorious deeds, and Carlo gained another reputation for courage in the face of danger. Although Carlo's actions did have some suspicion of deliberately winning popular support for Spaniards, this was far better than a cowardly and timid king. Carlo's raised arm shout before fainting also successfully moved the Spaniards at the scene. And through their spread, it influenced even more of the public. After the assassination incident, fighting for Spain's greatness became another major hot topic second only to the assassination itself. If Carlo, who is not a Spaniard, has the courage to fight for Spain's greatness, don't real Spaniards have the courage to fight for Spain's greatness? As the protagonist of the assassination incident, Carlo was sent to a nearby hospital and then transferred again to the royal palace. The news released by the royal palace was that Carlo was injured in the assassination, but not in life-threatening danger, and was currently recuperating in the royal palace. Primo had originally been worried about Carlo's safety, but when he hurriedly arrived at the royal palace and saw Carlo safe and sound, he was first stunned, then breathed a sigh of relief. "Your Majesty, what is this?" Primo looked at the unharmed Carlo, relieved yet somewhat puzzled. Fortunately, the pistol used by the assassin wasn't very powerful, and I had padded a steel plate in advance, so I'm fine. Carlo did not explain in detail, merely mentioning that he had padded a steel plate in advance. Hearing Carlo's explanation, Primo nodded but still felt some lingering fear. "Your Majesty, you are still too impulsive. Next time you need to give a speech, please communicate with the government in advance. I will arrange for the army to maintain order at the scene and ensure your Majesty's safety." Primo's concern for Carlo was sincere, because Carlo's safety was also tied to the success or failure of Primo's reforms. If anything happened to Carlo, Spain would enter another period of chaos. In such a phase, it would be basically impossible for Primo to hold a king selection again, as the Carlist faction would not give Primo enough time to pick the next king. Only if Carlo remained safe and sound on the throne could Primo's reforms proceed smoothly, without worrying about any major trouble breaking out inside Spain. With tilde, yes. "I know, Prime Minister Primo." Carlo nodded, indicating he understood. Speaking of which, Carlo was quite attentive to his own safety. Transmigration was transmigration, but this world was quite real. As a transmigrator, Carlo's life was still only once, so he naturally would not disregard his personal safety. For this speech, aside from the prearranged assassin, anyone else who might approach Carlo was under surveillance, and it was ensured they carried no firearms. The sea of people in the outer perimeter could not possibly get close to Carlo, and the shooting range of small firearms was not that far. Plus, with the steel plate Carlo had padded in front of his chest in advance, this gave him the confidence to give a public speech in the current situation, facing thousands upon thousands of Spaniards. God bless, am I not perfectly fine, Prime Minister Primo? Moreover, after this assassination incident, most of the public will oppose the war launched by the Carlist faction and be hostile to those obstructing the reforms. Carlo said with a smile, "Your Majesty, I plan to abolish the tithe and completely pull all Spanish farmers to our side." Primo was silent for a moment before stating his plan. "The tithe? Those guys in the church probably won't be willing, right?" Hearing that Primo wanted to abolish the tithe, Carlo immediately thought of the church that levied it. Of course they won't be willing, but what can they do? A warm smile appeared on Primo's face, but it carried a hint of coldness. If they join forces with the Carlist faction, that would truly be God bless. "I'm just afraid those guys in the church will choose to swallow their anger. I've long coveted the church's land." Religion still had a significant influence on European countries, and the powers of churches in various countries were innumerable. Spanish farmers had to pay the church about 1/10 of their produce each year as tithe, which was one of the reasons for Spain's low per capita income. A large amount of tax revenue was taken by the church, leaving hardship-stricken Spaniards with no choice but to sell their land for life-saving grain. In this process, the church accumulated vast amounts of land, becoming Spain's largest landowners second only to the aristocracy. Spain's farmers were growing poorer while the church grew richer. Such development was extremely distorted, and the tithe, a tax specifically for exploiting farmers, had to be abolished as soon as possible. Carlo nodded, understanding Primo's plan in his heart. After abolishing the tithe, Spanish farmers would finally be completely liberated. At least they could ensure that most of their farming income went into their own pockets, and they would work agriculture with more passion. The government that abolished the tithe would receive strong support from Spanish farmers. Compared to the support from farmers, who made up the majority of Spain's population, the church's opposition would not matter much. After all, it was already 1870, and religion's influence was no longer what it once was. Even the Pope was confined to the Vatican. What waves could Spain's church stir up? Primo can truly be said to keep his word. The day before, he had just mentioned to Carlo the matter of abolishing the tithe, and the next day he had members of parliament from his own faction submit a proposal in the House of Representatives to abolish the tithe. The current House of Representatives is less a House of Representatives and more a solo deliberation by Primo alone. Having mastered the majority of seats in the council, Primo easily passed this proposal, and the tithe that had troubled Spanish farmers for hundreds of years was abolished just like that. Before the farmers could even react, the Spanish parliament was completely dumbfounded. The chief archbishop of the Spanish parliament, Archbishop Pedro of Toledo, was at this moment filled with question marks in his head, looking at the newspaper in his hand with an incredulous expression. The newspaper clearly stated that, according to today's vote in the House of Representatives, the tithe would be abolished throughout all of Spain, effective immediately. Damn it, the government has no right to cancel our tithe. This is a right granted to us by God. Archbishop Pedro felt extremely pained just thinking about how abolishing the tithe would reduce his annual income by a large amount. He stared hatefully at the newspaper and said through gritted teeth, "Bishop, what should we do?" A subordinate of Archbishop Pedro came up and asked, "What should we do? What else can we do?" Archbishop Pedro glared irritably at his subordinate and said with some dissatisfaction, "Do we have an army in our hands? Can we resist Carlo and Primo's rule over Spain? What we need to do now is bide our time and wait until the Carlist faction and Primo decide on a victor before considering our plans." Although Archbishop Pedro felt heartbroken over those abolished taxes, this did not mean he would lose his reason for the sake of that money. The tithe basically exploited Spain's farmers, and these farmers currently supported Carlo and the Primo government wholeheartedly. These farmers were already dissatisfied with the church's long-term collection of the tithe. If the church came out in opposition, wouldn't that play right into Primo's hands? Without the tithe, the church could still guarantee its income through other means. But if it opposed the Spanish government over the tithe, then in the event of victory in the future war, wouldn't the church be the one to face reckoning? As Spain's chief archbishop, Archbishop Pedro's words still carried great influence. Precisely because of this, after the government announced the abolition of the tithe, the Spanish church took no action at all, acting as if it had nothing to do with them. Carlo and Primo were both somewhat surprised upon hearing the news. Primo had originally prepared to deal with the church. Who would have thought these greedy bishops would actually be willing to give up the bulk of their income? The most excited throughout all of Spain were, of course, the farmers who lost at least 1/10 of their income every year because of the tithe. Abolishing the tithe was beneficial for all of Spain, except for the church that directly collected it. Without this harsh, heavy tax, Spanish farmers' income would see clear growth, and the government's tax revenue would correspondingly increase. With some spare money in farmers' hands, it would naturally stimulate Spain's economic growth. This would also be good for the future development of Spanish industry. After all, only when the public has money in their hands will they purchase industrial products. After abolishing the tithe, Spaniards' satisfaction with the government and Carlo was also rising sharply. Especially after experiencing the assassination incident, Spaniards truly began to recognize Carlo and believe in the grand dream he spoke of to make Spain great again. If previous Carlo was more of an outsider monarch in Spaniards' hearts, then current Carlo had become truly one of their own in Spaniards' hearts. Since everyone was one of their own, it was crystal clear who the outsiders were. Yes, that's you. The guy obstructing the government's reforms and affecting farmers' and workers' income, fake King Carlos VII. Although grassroots people are easily influenced by public opinion, this does not mean grassroots people cannot distinguish between good and bad. During Carlos' rule, the Spanish government was carrying out reforms and tax reductions, and farmers' lives were getting better and better. Although the Carlist faction kept saying that reforms would affect factories' profits, leading to factory bankruptcy and workers losing their jobs. But weren't the reforms in Madrid going well right now? Not only had no factories gone bankrupt, but workers had received their full salaries intact for the first time. A with diaresis. Although Spaniards did not know the situation in the Catalan region, considering that King Carlos VII, supported by the Carlist faction, also came from the Bourbon family. There was no need to say more about the Bourbon family's reputation. This was the devilish family that made Spaniards change color at the mention. And what kind of people were the supporters of the Carlist faction? Catalans? Basque people? Look again at the Orthodox Spaniards living around Madrid, who was Spain's scourge was surely clear, right? For Spaniards, who made up the vast majority of Spain's population, would they really support those minority ethnic groups bent on splitting the country? Precisely because of this, Spain's chaotic situation was actually already clear. Carlo and Primo were even eager for more forces to come out in support of the Carlist faction, so they could settle it all at once in the end. The most regrettable thing currently was that the church had not come out to oppose the government. Otherwise, the church's vast lands, whether rented cheaply to farmers or awarded to soldiers as military merit land, could further raise the government's prestige. After waiting a few more days and confirming that the church really had no intention of supporting the Carlist faction, Primo finally organized the army to head north with some regret to quell the rebellion. However, to protect Carlo and Madrid's safety, Primo still left behind an army of less than 10,000 in scale, which was more than sufficient to defend Madrid. Moreover, the public around Madrid currently supported the government exceptionally. It was no exaggeration to say that if the Carlist faction really reached the outskirts of Madrid, Carlo could rally tens of thousands of militia to join the fight with a single call to arms. Moreover, Madrid was located at the center of Spanish population concentrations. For the Carlist faction to reach Madrid before the main Spanish army could react would be no less difficult than directly crushing the Spanish army head-on. While Primo headed north to quell the rebellion, Carlo was not idle in Madrid either. After settling accounts with the factory owners around Madrid, the funds in Carlo's hands had instead increased by several million pesetas. The facts proved that these factory owners could afford to pay workers' salaries. The funds in their hands were fully sufficient to pay all workers their full salaries, but they were unwilling to do so. This benefited Carlo. With this unexpected wealth, Carlo could also expand his court guard and form a royal guard in the true sense. However, considering the funds on hand and the combat effectiveness after forming the guard, Carlo only planned to expand the original 500-man court guard into a guard regiment of about 2,500 men. The guard regiment consisted of 2 guard infantry battalions and 1 guard cavalry battalion, with each infantry battalion having about 1,000 soldiers and the cavalry battalion about 500 soldiers. Although there was no separate artillery battalion, Carlo planned to equip each guard infantry battalion with 2 to 3 cannons to enhance the entire guard regiment's firepower. The expanded guard regiment would take on the task of protecting the royal palace and Carlo, and serve as Carlo's direct line troops under his full command. Primo truly lived up to being Spain's stabilizing pillar. With Primo there, the Spanish army naturally wouldn't face the risk of division. The United Spanish Army had quite strong combat desire when facing the Carlist faction rebels. On February 17, 1870, the Spanish army led by Primo encountered the Basque rebels in the La Rioja region, and both sides immediately engaged in fierce firefight. Although the Spanish army still had many shortcomings compared to the French army, when facing the Basque rebels who were inferior in both numbers and equipment, it was truly like a father beating his son, leaving no room for temper. The Basque people could indeed muster over 1,000 muskets, but they couldn't even gather double-digit cannons. Hoping to defeat the Spanish army equipped with a large number of cannons using line infantry tactics was no better than hoping the Spanish army would directly surrender. But Spain was neither Italy nor France. It didn't have that tradition of surrender. After being bombarded by Italian-made cannons, the Basque people instantly behaved themselves. This was also the greatest difference between a regular army and militia hastily assembled by commoners: discipline and morale. As soon as someone panicked and started fleeing, it was a heavy blow to the Basque people's army. The panicked mood spread through the Basque people's army like a plague, quickly affecting the entire army's morale. For a makeshift army composed entirely of commoners, once morale collapsed, the army collapsed. The subsequent scenario goes without saying. After suffering hundreds of casualties, this Basque rebel force very straightforwardly chose to surrender. Although this wasn't all of the Basque rebels, for the Basque separatists, it was no different from a blow to the head. The Basque army they had painstakingly assembled couldn't hold out even a day against the Spanish army, collapsing completely in just an hour and a half. Among this, the artillery deployment alone took more than half an hour, and the actual combat time between the two armies was even less than an hour. By the time the news of the successful annihilation of the Basque vanguard by the Spanish reached the Carlist faction side, it was already February 18th, a day later. Although Carlos VII was somewhat surprised by the speed of the Basque army's collapse, he certainly wouldn't regret the Basque people's losses. In fact, not only would he not regret it, Carlos VII was even somewhat excited at this moment, because he believed he had found the key to defeating the Spanish army, an opportunity for a perfect flanking maneuver against the Spanish army. Why did Carlos VII think this? Because the location where the Spanish army encountered the Basque people was in La Rioja, the southern part of the Basque and Navarre regions. Meanwhile, the current Carlist faction rebels had successfully moved west from Catalonia into Aragon, positioned to the southeast of the Spanish main force. Yes, if the Carlist faction's army could pass through Aragon into southern La Rioja, it could join the Basque army in northern La Rioja to achieve the plan of encircling the Spanish army. No matter how strong the Spanish army's combat effectiveness, once surrounded on two sides, they were doomed to escape the palm of the Carlist faction's hand. Carlos VII took a map and silently calculated his plan in his mind several times, ultimately feeling this was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. Several senior military officials in the Catalonia army also echoed Carlos VII, which made him full of confidence, thinking that the Catalans boasting about Primo's military talents was actually just average. On February 18th, the Carlist faction rebels marched toward Zaragoza in the Aragon region. Zaragoza was located in the central position of the Aragon region. Advancing could achieve the encirclement of the Spanish army in the La Rioja region. Retreating could serve as the first defense line to protect Catalonia's safety. This was also one of the reasons for Carlos VI's full confidence, because he felt his plan was simply perfect, considering both the success and failure of the encirclement, with corresponding ways to deal with each. If Carlos VII could see the problem, would Primo not see it? Of course not. In fact, after Primo's led Spanish main force entered the Castile-Leon region in southern La Rioja, they immediately split into two routes to deal with the Basque and Catalonia rebel forces. Primo's plan was to prioritize the annihilation of the Basque people, then thrust directly into Catalonia through Navarre and northern Aragon, thoroughly completing the entire suppression of rebellion action. He led the main force of the Spanish army, about 30,000 troops, north to La Rioja, ultimately encountering the Basque People's Army. The other branch was a smaller force of only about 10,000, but they carried dozens of cannons, with the purpose of organizing a defense line in Aragon before Primo dealt with the Basque people, preventing Catalonia rebels from taking advantage to enter Castile-La Mancha region from Aragon and Valencia, threatening Spain's heart, Madrid. It was still that reason. Zaragoza, because of its central location in Aragon, was extremely important for both attack and defense. The branch force responsible for defending against Catalonia rebels also chose Zaragoza as the focus of defense and, upon arriving in Zaragoza, immediately constructed artillery positions. From this perspective, Carlos VII actually had some military insight. But fatally, Carlos VII never imagined that Primo had split his forces in advance. He still thought the entire Spanish main force was in the La Rioja region. By the time the Carlist faction rebels painstakingly arrived in Zaragoza, they were greeted by 10,000 Spanish troops waiting in strict formation and dozens of cannons. The Carlos rebels also had cannons. But their cannons were all antiques from a dozen or even decades ago, far inferior to the latest advanced cannons recently purchased by the Spanish army in terms of rate of fire, range, and accuracy. The artillery duel between the two sides showed a huge gap, and the soldiers' experiences were worlds apart. The Spanish army side could calmly cope with the enemy's cannon bombardment because the enemy was far behind in both cannon quantity and advancement. But for the Carlos rebels, the experience was far from pleasant. Even for those Catalonia separatists, seeing someone in front of them bombed into several pieces was an absolute visual shock. Just one glance could make the Catalonia separatists seriously reflect on their stance. And for those commoners brainwashed into the rebels, the cruel war scenes were a massive shock to the soul. How had ordinary people ever seen such scenes? Moreover, it currently looked more like they were unilaterally taking cannon fire, while the Carlist faction rebels were being baptized by artillery. Primo's side had already begun clearing out the Basque rebels in the La Rioja region. As one of Spain's administrative divisions, the La Rioja region ranks last in population across all of Spain. However, La Rioja is still quite famous throughout Spain, as this region is rich in wine production and is a renowned wine-producing area in Spain. Carlos Wine Enterprise currently has a total of 5 large grape production estates, 2 of which are located in La Rioja, which shows just how famous this region is for wine. Thanks to the sparse population, it was very easy to purge the Basque rebels in La Rioja. The population centers in the entire La Rioja region are just a few, and the movements of the Basque rebels in this region were quite conspicuous. In just a few days, the Basque rebels in the La Rioja region were cleared out until almost none remained. At this time, Primo also received a report from the Zaragoza army. Upon hearing the news that the branch troops had encountered Catalan rebels in Zaragoza, Primo had no intention of changing his operational plan and ordered the army to continue northward to Basque and Navarre. The defending forces in Zaragoza numbered around 10,000, and with advanced cannons providing firepower support, stopping the Carlos rebels was no problem. Primo's task was to quickly annihilate the rebels in Basque and Navarre, then directly bypass from northern Zaragoza to Catalonia. Once the rebellion in Catalonia was pacified, the Carlist faction rebels remaining in Zaragoza would naturally pose no threat. Dozens of kilometers northwest of Logroño, the capital of the La Rioja region, lay Vitoria-Gasteiz, a major southern stronghold in the Basque region. This place was not only the Basque people's main base, but also where the main forces of the Basque rebels were located. Primo attached great importance to the attack on Vitoria-Gasteiz and specifically ordered the army to rest in Logroño for a day before marching grandly northward into Basque. At this time, inside Vitoria-Gasteiz, the Basque rebels were already in a state of panic. What none of the rebel leaders had expected was that the government army would unhesitatingly march north into Basque instead of first pacifying Catalonia. The Basque people's plan was to threaten the government while the Carlist faction rebels and the government army were locked in fierce combat, thereby strive for autonomy and more local power for Basque. But now the government army was openly advancing toward Basque, which was completely beyond the Basque people's expectations. Enrique, is this what you said about us being able to seize the opportunity to strive for Basque's autonomy? The main leader of the Basque rebels, Matis Anhatal, was full of anger at this moment, his gaze fixed deadly on Senator Enrique of the Basque region. This isn't my fault either, Matis. Senator Enrique spread his hands, speaking with a hint of helplessness. Who could have thought Primo would come straight for us? Logically speaking, shouldn't he go after the Catalan army with more troops first? Although Matis Anhatal understood that all this was because Primo wasn't playing by the rules, the losses to the Basque army still pained him greatly. After all, every loss of a Basque soldier is a heavy blow to the Basque people, whose current total population is only a few 100,000. Is there any good way right now to end this war? Damn it, when did the government army become so powerful? When did they purchase so many cannons? At this moment, Matis Anhatal's mind was full of question marks, completely unable to figure out why the Spanish army had become so powerful in such a short time. There are 2 ways to end this war. Senator Enrique thought for a moment before slowly speaking. The first way is to surrender directly to Primo. What? Surrender? Matis Anhatal incredulously looked toward Enrique and asked, "Do you think Primo will let us go? He has long wanted to eliminate us and the Catalans. He absolutely will not let go of this opportunity." Absolutely not. Then what else can we do, Your Excellency General? Enrique asked calmly in return. Tell me about your other plan. Matthias Anhatal fell silent for a moment, and in the end, he could only remain silent. The strength gap between the Basque rebels and the Spanish army is as vast as heaven and earth. It is completely impossible to defeat the Spanish army alone, with not even a shred of hope. There is another way, which is to wait for the Catalans to go around from Valencia to Madrid. Enrique said, as long as we can break through Madrid, this Spanish army we are facing will not be something to fear. But going around from Valencia to Madrid is fraught with difficulties. I do not think this army of Catalans can achieve it now unless God is willing to help them. Where are the Catalans' army now? Are they still in Zaragoza? Matisse Anatol had not a shred of trust in his partner. They were blocked in Zaragoza by a small troop of the government army. This was a huge joke. It seems to be like that, Your Excellency General. Enrique shrugged and said helplessly, damn it, these Catalans never intended to cooperate with us at all. Or rather, their strength is fundamentally incapable of threatening the government army. God bless, let this group of damned Catalans go to hell. They deceived the Basque people. They are using us. The Catalans who seem reliable are actually not reliable at all. Carlos Villa's wise and mighty appearance seems more like self-amusement. Your Excellency General, I suggest waiting 3 more days. If the Catalans still cannot break through Zaragoza within 3 days, we will have to surrender to Primo. Senator Enrique stated his proposal. For now, it seems we have no other choice. Senator Enrique, the news from Catalonia will depend on you. If there is any change, please inform me promptly. Matthias Anatol nodded, having no choice but to make this helpless decision. Understood, Your Excellency General. Senator Enrique nodded, looking as if he was dedicating himself fully to the Basque people. A little later, among the Spanish army. Marshal, the cavalry caught this guy while patrolling outside. He claims to be a subordinate of Senator Enrique from the Basque region and has something to say to you. I have already checked, and this guy is carrying nothing but a letter and has no weapons hidden on him. The division commander of Primo's cavalry division brought a Basque dressed as a commoner and walked up to Primo. Primo merely nodded slightly upon hearing the report from his subordinate, saying nothing. He looked at the man with a playful gaze until the man felt uneasy under Primo's stare. Prime Minister Primo, Senator Enrique instructed me to report important intelligence to you. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva and calming himself a bit, the man finally spoke slowly. Oh? What important intelligence? How could these guys' thoughts escape Primo? There must be someone in the Basque rebels with ulterior motives, wanting to clear their relationship before the Basque rebels were suppressed. Senator Enrique expresses his apologies for the situation in the Basque country. But please believe me, Member of Parliament Enrique absolutely has no intention of betraying Spain. It was the rebel leader, Matthias Anatol, who used force to threaten the Member of Parliament to support him, which led to the rebellion in the Basque country. But Member of Parliament Enrique has always been loyal to Your Majesty and Spain. He is willing to provide Prime Minister you with all the intelligence on the Basque army and awaits the arrival of the government's army for the suppression of rebellion. This is a letter personally written by the Member of Parliament. Please take a look. Primo looked at the man with a smile on his face, then took the letter and glanced over it roughly. Member of Parliament Enrique is truly loyal to the kingdom. Prime Minister Primo chuckled lightly, as if he had already forgiven the traitor who betrayed the country. Go back and tell Senator Enrique that Your Majesty had already instructed before I came that commoners involved in the Basque country and Catalonia rebellions would be pardoned. Since Senator Enrique has proactively reported the enemy situation, Your Majesty certainly won't pursue it. Carlo had indeed mentioned pardoning the Basque country and Catalonia commoners involved in the rebellion, as most commoners had been brainwashed and forced into the rebels. Moreover, Primo wasn't wrong. Carlo's pardon had nothing to do with him. Although Primo was also a Catalan, what Primo wanted was a powerful Spain as a whole. For rebels like Enrique who harmed Spain's unification, the best way was to send them to meet God. Primo, with a military background, would have no mercy at all. Traitors who dared to launch a rebellion must prepare for the reckoning after the suppression of rebellion. Thank God, Prime Minister, I will convey your words to the Member of Parliament. I wish you success in soon quelling the Catalonia rebellion. After receiving Primo's reply of willingness to pardon, Senator Enrique's subordinate visibly breathed a sigh of relief. The look he gave Primo carried fear and gratitude, as if celebrating that he could continue to strut around with the esteemed Member of Parliament. After sending away the troublesome guy, Primo's face once again showed a smile. He called over several generals and said in a good mood, "We're setting off, generals. Our Nigeria Nairoes. The Basque people have already split internally. It's time to send all these rebels to meet God. Enrique's letter to Primo not only included the specific positions and scale of the Vittoria Gastia's rebels, but even a seemingly detailed list of rebel leaders. To clear his own suspicions, Enrique had gone to great lengths. Of course, this list wasn't entirely pure. It did contain many real rebel leaders, but also Enrique's opponents in the competition for Basque Region Senator and some guys he didn't like. Enrique's plan was simple: provide this list to shed his guilt and take the opportunity to eliminate rivals. A list that was 80% true and 20% false was impossible to discern, unless Primo interrogated everyone on the list and compiled all intelligence. But as Spain's prime minister, did Primo really have time to screen the list? Even if Primo eventually discovered something off about the list, Enrique had sufficient reasons to exonerate himself. After all, he had been forced to join the Basque rebels, and the rebels had some defense against him, so it was reasonable for them to deliberately make him think more people were involved. Unfortunately, Enrique would never imagine that Primo had never chosen to forgive him from the start. For a politician from an officer background, he had long learned to remain cold-blooded toward anyone. Primo breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Basque country's population wasn't large, the importance of its northern and southern cities was still very high. Southern Vitoria was the core of the Basque country region. Causing large casualties among Basque people during the attack would undoubtedly accelerate the estrangement between Basque people and Spain. Northern Bilbao was one of Spain's few industrial cities, and a very important one in the steel industry. Destroying Bilbao's factories would be catastrophic damage to Spain's already fragile industry. Now, with the deployment and scale information on the Basque rebels proactively provided by Enrique, Primo could calmly deal with the remaining Basque rebels and protect the commoners in Vitoria and Bilbao cities from the impact of this war as much as possible. As for whether the Basque rebel situation provided by Enrique was true, Primo was still willing to believe it. After all, Enrique indeed needed a certificate of surrender to redeem himself at this point. If even the Basque rebel situation was false, wouldn't that put Enrique in a position where he pleased no one? Basque rebel leader Matías Angetal still didn't know that after experiencing betrayal by Catalans, he would also face betrayal by Enrique. After all, the two had planned this rebellion together. Matías Angetal felt that he and Member of Parliament Enrique were in a state of shared glory and shared loss. If the rebellion failed, neither would have a good outcome, so Enrique shouldn't have any reason to betray him. One could only say Matías Angetal underestimated human nature, and even more so the bottom line of a member of parliament like Enrique when facing his personal safety and interests. A few days later, the Spanish army arrived in force at the small mountains south of Vitoria. This was not far from Vitoria, perfect for a brief rest and preparation for setting up artillery positions. Primo's plan was to create chaos in Vitoria before the Basque people could react, then have the army force its way into Vitoria to control the situation. Because the rebels' exact positions were already known, once the Spanish army successfully entered Vitoria city, these rebels would have nowhere to escape. What followed would be simple. Implement military control over Vitoria city, launch a large-scale arrest of rebel leaders, and announce pardon for all Basque commoners. As long as Basque commoners were ensured not to stir up more riots, those rebel leaders on the big list wouldn't cause much trouble. Vitoria, although the second largest city in the Basque country, was ultimately just a small city with a population of less than 100. The Spanish army's cannons were devastating strikes like divine punishment for such a city, and with the positions of the Basque rebels already known long ago, this offensive battle was fought very easily. After receiving the Spanish army's bombardment, the Basque rebels quickly lost morale. Some Basque rebels even still didn't understand how they had become rebels. Not long ago, he was just an ordinary worker in a factory. Where is Member of Parliament Enrique? The government army has reached Vitoria. Why is there no news at all? Basque rebel leader Matías Angetal looked panicked in the face of the Spanish army's bombardment and ordered people to go find Member of Parliament Enrique. It had been agreed upon that Matías Angetal would temporarily hold position without moving. Enrique would use his relationships in the Senate to scout the Spanish army situation, and then decide whether to surrender or continue fighting based on the situation in Zaragoza. But now the Spanish army had reached their doorstep. How could there still be no news from Member of Parliament Enrique? About 10 minutes later, a soldier came to report with panicked eyes. General, Member of Parliament Enrique is missing. What? Mattis Anhatal's eyes showed 7 parts shock and 3 parts panic as he instantly stood up, ignoring the pain of his thigh hitting the table, and said incredulously, "What did you say? Member of Parliament Enrique is missing." "Yes, General. We went to Member of Parliament Enrique's residence. Not only is Member of Parliament Enrique gone, his wife and children are also missing." The messenger soldier took 2 breaths before answering. Bang! Mattis Anhatal plopped back down on the stool, his eyes showing 7 parts despair and 3 parts hatred. "Damn traitor. Everything is over. He ruined the Basque country and betrayed us." In the current situation, how could Mattis Anhatal not see that Member of Parliament Enrique had actually prepared long ago, and even the arrival of the Spanish army might have been orchestrated by Member of Parliament Enrique? Facing the Spanish army's siege now, he could not escape. Also, because of the previous agreement with Enrique to hold position without moving, Vitoria had over 3,000 Basque soldiers inside the city. Once Vitoria was occupied by the Spanish army, these over 3,000 Basque rebels, and he himself would all fall into the hands of the Spanish army. "General, what should we do?" His subordinate looked at Mattis Anhatal somewhat anxiously, the panic in his eyes visible to the naked eye. Mattis Anhatal was also hesitating. Should they go all out and fight the government army to the death, or surrender early to seek Primo's forgiveness? Although the current situation clearly favored direct surrender, would Primo forgive him? Thinking of his fate after surrendering, Mattis Anhatal began to waver, his eyes filled with confusion and regret. He regretted being blinded by interests and agreeing to launch a rebellion threatening the government together with Enrique. He regretted even more believing Enrique so easily without keeping an eye on him, allowing Enrique's family to escape Vitoria. "General, the government army has entered the city." Before Mattis Anhatal could think it through, a soldier suddenly rushed in, panting heavily as he said, "A Beta Epsilon." "What? What about our army?" Mattis Anhatal stood up abruptly again, his eyes filled only with despair. "The government army seems to know our army's positions. The outer troops surrendered after a few rounds of artillery barrage, and now the government army is heading towards us." The soldier continued, "It's over, everything is over. Damn Enrique, you are the Basque country's sinner, you will go to hell." Mattis Anhatal finished this sentence full of hatred, then seemed to lose all strength, saying to the 2 soldiers in front of him, "Surrender, surrender. God is not on our side, God has abandoned us." After the 2 soldiers received the order and left, Mattis Anhatal's face instead became calm, his eyes lifelessly glancing at the door before closing it. "Enrique, I wish you go to hell soon. God, please punish the sinner who betrayed the Basque country." Bang! Thud! The Basque people surrendered. Primo led the army to easily occupy Vitoria and captured all the rebel Basque soldiers. After confirming that Basque rebel leader Mattis Anhatal had already committed suicide, Primo left 5,000 soldiers to maintain order in Vitoria and seek opportunities to recapture Bilbao in the north, while he himself led the remaining main force eastward to Zaragoza. Since the Basque people had been dealt with, it was now time to settle things once and for all with the Catalans. Primo had participated in the First Carlist War. He knew that the existence of the Carlist faction was a scourge for Spain now, and destabilizing factor. Therefore, Primo decided to thoroughly deal with the Carlist faction in this war, completely eliminating the trouble of internal strife for Spain. As the saying goes, one must stabilize the interior before repelling external threats. If even Spain's minor internal troubles could not be solved, how could Spain achieve revival and return to the throne of the European powers? In Zaragoza, a not very intense offensive battle was underway. The reason it was not intense was that the Catalan army had little desire to attack, as if perfunctorily going through the motions like a long-married couple. Of course, it was also because the Spanish army's artillery was truly fierce. Facing the enemy's dense artillery bombardment, the Catalans' morale had long fallen from its peak at the start of the rebellion to the bottom. Blocked outside Zaragoza for so long, the Catalan army had not even gotten close to Zaragoza. Within the Carlist faction, discussions about this war had never stopped. After being blocked at Zaragoza, Carlos VII knew things were bad. Originally, the united Catalans and Basques could influence most of northern Spain. But now the Catalan army was directly blocked at Zaragoza, and the Basque people could not resist the government army at all. With the situation developing like this, victory was impossible no matter what, and the countermeasures proposed within the army were one more unreliable than the next. For example, going south to Valencia, bypassing Zaragoza to insert directly into Madrid. Were the government army fools? Even if they could reach Madrid, could they break through Spain's capital in just a few days? If they could not break through Madrid in a short time, the Zaragoza army would definitely come to reinforce. Then facing the pincer attack from the Madrid defenders and the army from the Zaragoza direction, they would die even more miserably. Second update, seeking support. New book begging for follow reads. Follow reads are very important. Thank you all book friends. At this point, the Carlist faction rebels' chances of victory had already greatly diminished, and Carlos VII himself actually understood this. He was inwardly conflicted over whether to continue leading the army in meaningless resistance or to find an opportunity to escape and continue hiding in the shadows to seek new opportunities. Although escaping early was obviously the better choice, for Carlos VII himself, who had patiently waited for opportunities for so long, giving up this time might mean he would never ascend to the throne of Spain in his lifetime. The Carlist faction had emerged from the ascension of Queen Isabella, and it had been less than 40 years until now. But in these less than 40 years, the Carlist faction had already successively experienced four monarchs: Carlos V, Carlos VI, Juan III, and Carlos VII. Carlos VII also understood that the reason the Carlist faction had been able to persist, launching 3 Carlist wars in these less than 40 years, was because of Queen Isabella's incompetent rule and the corrupt Spanish kingdom government. The public was increasingly dissatisfied with the Queen's rule, and that was the reason the Carlist faction had endured for so long. If there had been a somewhat normal queen, after 3 or 4 decades of long rule, the public would have long since accepted the Queen above them. The current King of Spain, Carlos' abilities aside, he was indeed skilled at winning popular support. Moreover, with Prime Minister Primo single-mindedly intent on reform, if such a monarch and his minister succeeded in carrying out reforms, would there be any place for the Carlist faction in the future Spain? After all, the Carlist faction had emerged because the conservatives were unwilling to see the Queen take the throne, so they supported Prince Carlos, the male heir. Now the King of Spain had long since changed. Didn't that mean the reasons for the Carlist faction's establishment were no longer valid? Thinking of this, Carlos VII suddenly realized that in the current situation, whether advancing or retreating, the Carlist faction, and he himself seemed to have only one outcome: defeat. So, was it to go all out against the government army or to flee abroad and enjoy his luxurious life? The self-proclaimed clever Carlos VII quickly made his choice and quietly left the Carlist faction rebels that very night. By the time the Catalans noticed something was wrong, it was already noon the next day. The Catalans never imagined until their deaths that their army had not yet been defeated, and the king they supported, Carlos VII, had already fled long ago. Carlos VI's escape route went eastward, re-entering Catalonia and then fleeing along the coastline all the way into France. It was worth mentioning that the former Queen of Spain, Isabel II, was also in exile in France. Who could blame the Bourbon family for coming from France? Speaking of which, the Bourbon family had ruled Spain for nearly 170 years. If Queen Isabella hadn't brought disaster upon herself, and if the Carlist faction weren't truly a bunch of hopeless mud that couldn't be helped up the wall, Carlos' rule in Spain probably wouldn't have been so smooth. The war was only halfway through, and the king they supported on their side had run away. This was a heavy blow to the morale of the Catalan rebels and directly announced that the siege of Zaragoza had entered its final stage, with the attackers and defenders switching roles. By the time Primo's army hurriedly arrived in Aragon from the Basque country, the Catalan army had already mostly routed. The main force, after suffering heavy casualties, had the remaining soldiers choose to surrender. The flanking and more rearward Catalan troops scattered and fled, the chaotic scene like a market fair. This also turned Primo's plan from originally encircling and annihilating the Catalan army into clearing up the remnants in the Aragon region. Although these rebels had successfully routed, organized small groups of rebels could still have a great impact on security in the Aragon region. If not thoroughly cleared, any trouble these rebels caused would lower popular support in the Aragon region. Fortunately, having captured most of the Catalan rebels, the cleanup work was troublesome but not overly arduous. In just a few days, Primo led the Spanish army in arresting nearly 1,000 fleeing Catalan rebels, while the remaining few hid in the deep mountains, with no immediate need to pursue them. Epsilon. Leaving part of the army to guard the prisoners, Primo took the remaining main force to Catalonia to carry out the final cleanup. Catalonia still had quite a few rebel forces remaining, including some Carlist faction members who hadn't managed to escape. Primo's plan was to completely eliminate these destabilizing elements and restore peace to Catalonia. The good news was that many forces in Catalonia had participated in the rebellion this time, so Primo could carry out a major cleanup. Just like in the Basque Country, most commoners actually had few thoughts about their own identity. Whether Basques, Catalans, or Spaniards, they could all accept it. As long as farmers could eat their fill and workers could earn enough income to support their families, they would not become destabilizing factors. The real destabilizing factors were the elites among the Basques and Catalans, such as nobles and factory owners, including members of parliament like Enrique and church figures. Some among them wanted to gain greater power for themselves through Catalonia's autonomy or independence, while others simply opposed the government's reform policies and wanted to achieve their purposes through Catalonia's separatists. Of course, there were also those like the Carlist faction who wanted to obtain the throne of Spain, but unfortunately they had failed in 3 consecutive wars. The cleanup work lasted more than a week. In that time, Primo carefully screened and executed hundreds of Catalan rebels. The Carlist faction and separatists numbered the most, while factory owners and church personnel were fewer. As for the remaining vast majority of rebel members, who had been ordinary farmers and workers before, Primo naturally let them go. After all, this rebellion had already claimed too many lives. Under the premise of holding all rebel leaders accountable, forgiving ordinary rebel members was also necessary to maintain local stability. To reassure the public in the Basque Country and Catalonia region, Primo specifically posted announcements exempting ordinary civilians from punishment. But at the same time, Primo publicly executed the rebel leaders, making it clear to the ordinary public that rebellion came at a cost and that they needed to carefully consider whether they could bear the price of defeat when launching a rebellion. By the mid-March of 1870, when Primo had finished wrapping up the aftermath and led the army back to Madrid, it was already mid-March. Spain's civil war had not attracted much attention from the great powers because in northern Spain, the war between the Kingdom of Prussia and the French Empire had already reached its end. Carlo was also paying attention to the war between these 2 great European powers. French Emperor Napoleon III taught Carlo a truth with his own fate and that of France's future. It was best not to micromanage the war on the front line, but to trust the generals and soldiers under his command. Before the Franco-Prussian War broke out, revealing to the leadership of any European country that Prussia would win the war against France would likely have earned him blank stares and ridicule. Why? Because at this time, France was still basking in the afterglow of the Napoleonic Empire era, and the empire created by Napoleon III remained the most powerful army hegemon on the entire European continent. On paper, the Prussian army had no reason to defeat the French army. But the powerful Second French Empire failed just like that, defeated by the large numbers of line infantry maintained due to excessive admiration for Napoleon's afterglow, defeated by Napoleon III's constant micromanagement out of overconfidence, and also defeated by insufficient preparations in the early stages of the war and the lack of thorough plans and responses from the top commanders regarding the war. On March 21, 1870, world-shocking news was born. The Emperor of the Second French Empire, Napoleon III, nephew of the Napoleon who awed Europe, formally announced the surrender to the Prussian army. The once prosperous French Empire was defeated, something no European country had expected. After France's defeat, it was bound to cause a series of changes in the policies of European countries, and the importance attached to Prussia as a country would rise infinitely. But what no one expected was that before their own diplomatic policy could change, the French created another big news. On March 23, 1870, 3 days after Napoleon III announced his surrender, a coup d'état broke out in Paris, France. Taking advantage of the army and the emperor being on the front line, they overthrew the imperial government and established the Third French Republic. Now it was Prussia and Bismarck who were caught off guard. The Prussian army had just captured Napoleon III and planned to demand massive indemnity and territory from the French government through him. But unexpectedly, the French turned around and launched a coup d'état to establish a republican government, rendering Napoleon III useless in just a few days. It was just that Europeans were not familiar with the history of the Ming dynasty. Otherwise, Bismarck would have exclaimed, "Isn't this the script of the Call at the Gate, Emperor?" Of course, compared to the Eastern idea of supreme imperial power, Europeans placed much less emphasis on the power of kings and emperors. What supported Napoleon III as emperor was the massive military power in his hands. This advantage ceased to exist after the French army's defeat. If Napoleon III were to become a Call at the Gate emperor at this point, the French who launched the coup d'état would not hesitate to turn their muzzles on him. What is an emperor? Sorry, now France is in the era of the government of national defense led by General Louis-Jules Trochu. There was no choice. The war with France could only continue. What Bismarck wanted was absolutely not the surrender of a Napoleon III without legitimacy. He wanted the surrender of the entire French government, along with massive indemnity and territory, to declare that the entire German region had escaped French control. Only by thoroughly defeating France and forcing the French to sign an indemnity and cede territory agreement could the states in southern Germany understand that the German region could only be controlled by Teutons, and that Prussia was the chosen one of the German region, destined to unify all of Germany. But the French had their own pride. The French did not want to see the once powerful France humiliated by Prussia, a country that decades ago France wouldn't even glance at. Oh beta. The French demanded that the new government of national defense strengthen Paris's defensive forces and rebuild the National Defense Army to fight the Prussians to the death in Paris. But for the current French government of national defense, the French people's wishes had instead become a tight curse on their heads, forcing them to seek a peace agreement with Germany even faster. As everyone knows, launching revolutions and coups d'états is a French tradition. Although the current government of national defense was established through a coup d'état, this did not mean that its officials, or the great bourgeoisie behind the government of national defense, were willing to hand over control of the government to others again. Actively preparing for war could indeed align with public opinion, but they also had to consider France's current situation. The previous war had already consumed massive funds, and with the French army on the front line suffering multiple defeats, Napoleon III had even surrendered with tens of thousands of French troops. Now, trying to fight the Prussian army with a newly formed army would be repeating Napoleon III's old mistakes, wouldn't it? Compared to the external enemy Prussia, the government of national defense was even more worried about the intense emotions of the French public in Paris and the escalating revolutionary fervor. Between preserving France's territory and dignity and preserving their own power, the French government of national defense chose the latter without hesitation. They pacified the public's emotions and strengthened Paris's defenses on one hand, while secretly negotiating with Bismarck, the commander of the German army, on the other. The diplomatic representative sent by the French government was named Fabre. When Fabre secretly approached Bismarck to request peace negotiations, Bismarck was planning an attack on Paris with the army. Upon just meeting Bismarck, Fabre spoke at length about the French government of national defense's condemnation and protest against Napoleon III, and thanked Prussia for helping France overthrow Napoleon III's rule. Bismarck showed no expression on his face, waiting for Fabre's main point. Fabre also knew that mere words alone could not move Bismarck, so he immediately stated the sincerity of the French government of national defense this time. Respected Chancellor Bismarck, I merely represent our government of national defense in conveying to you the opinions of all the French people. We acknowledge France's defeat in this war and are willing to pay full indemnity to mend relations with Prussia. But at the same time, our government absolutely refuses to cede any territory, and all French people absolutely refuse. If you are willing, we can sign a peace talks treaty at any time to end this war that should never have happened. What Fabre said, or rather the opinion of the current French government of national defense, was that they would pay whatever indemnity was demanded, but absolutely refuse to cede territory. Ceding territory is a massive humiliation for any country and would incite domestic public outrage and massive opposition. Not to mention France, which was considered the European hegemon a year ago. Even for some backward and decadent countries, ceding territory would boil public resentment. The French government of national defense wanted to preserve its power and could not yield on territory. But to Bismarck, this was somewhat amusing. The concessions on funds and the firmness on territory expressed by the French government might move others, but absolutely not Bismarck. For the Iron and Blood Chancellor Bismarck, if a country showed a tough attitude in front of him, the best way was to counter with an even tougher attitude. Bismarck slowly walked up to Fabre, his face showing no emotion, and said word by word, "This war was first launched by France, and the responsibility should also be borne by the French government. Prussia has paid too much for this war. Mere financial compensation cannot make up for the pain in the hearts of the Prussian army and public. If your government is unwilling to cede territory and pay indemnity, that's fine. We can go to Paris to negotiate further." Fabre knew exactly the threat hidden in Bismarck's words. Nicely put, it was to go to Paris to negotiate further. Bluntly put, it meant that if the French government did not agree to cede territory, the Prussian army would continue to attack Paris. Once France's capital fell, it would not be so easy for the French government to refuse to cede territory and pay indemnity. Seeing that Bismarck was not buying the tough approach at all, Fabre could only change his strategy. "Chancellor Bismarck, ceding land will cause dissatisfaction among tens of millions of French people and bring endless trouble to the French government. Please, for the sake of tens of millions of French people, do not make us cede land. We are willing to meet any demands of your government regarding indemnity and will do our utmost to repay all indemnity." Faced with Fabre's strategy of going soft after tough failed, Bismarck remained unmoved and smiled, saying, "Mr. Fabre, what do the French have to do with me? Please don't forget, I am the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Prussia. I care only about the thoughts of the Prussians. If your country still refuses to cede land, I would be happy to go to Paris and negotiate personally with your government." Seeing that all his stratagems were ineffective against Bismarck, Fabre could only resort to his last trick, delaying time. He handed Bismarck a thick document in French, then said quite sincerely, "Please look at these documents first, then give us 15 days to consider. We will give you a reply after 15 days. Please believe our sincerity." Bismarck shook his head, took out a document written in German, handed it to Fabre, and said, "No need for such trouble, Mr. Fabre. This is our document, and it is also our answer." The surprise and worry in Fabre's eyes could no longer be hidden. Handing over documents in German was not common in the diplomatic practices among European countries. Because France had long been the hegemon of Europe, diplomatic exchanges between European countries basically used French. This was also why French became the common language among European nobles. All European nobles learned French, including Carlo, who had previously studied French and could handle daily communication without issues. Bismarck's way of breaking with past conventions was also a reminder to Fabre that France's days as the hegemon of the European continent were gone forever. With tilde. After Prussia defeated France, it naturally became the new hegemon on the European continent, so using German for diplomatic documents was not surprising. This stumped Fabre completely. Although he was a diplomat sent by the French government, he was not all that professional in diplomacy. More importantly, because previous diplomatic exchanges had all used French, Fabre's German was actually not that good. Faced with a document entirely written in German, a question arose in Fabre's mind. What the hell is this? Seeing Fabre's completely baffled expression, Bismarck lost all patience, waved his hand and said, "All right, Mr. Fabre, go back. I hope you can take this document back to Paris. Before our army arrives in Paris, I hope your government can give us a satisfactory answer." This peace negotiation ultimately broke down, and Fabre could only slink back to Paris dejectedly. On Bismarck's side, after ending this meaningless peace negotiation, he ordered the Prussian army to continue advancing on Paris and forced the French government to sign a peace treaty satisfactory to Bismarck. Because the army led by Napoleon III had already surrendered, Bismarck's path to Paris was unobstructed. However, at this time, the French government in Paris still harbored illusions because they did not believe the Prussian army would go mad enough to bombard Paris directly. After all, Paris was one of the largest cities in Europe, home to a large number of French people and tourists from other countries. As France's capital, Paris also hosted diplomatic ambassadors from many European countries. Unless Prussia was willing to risk offending all European countries, they lacked the guts to bombard Paris. It was with this mindset that, after the Prussian army approached Paris, the French government not only did not yield, but also sent a letter to Bismarck. The letter read, "When does Your Excellency plan to bombard Paris? If there is a plan, please inform us in advance so we can notify the diplomatic ambassadors of various countries to evacuate." This was openly reminding Bismarck to consider the opinions of other European countries. Prussia could bombard Paris, but was a Prussia that could easily humiliate the former European hegemon France something other countries wanted to see? Although by common sense it was so, France's politicians clearly underestimated Bismarck's boldness. Bismarck immediately replied to the French government with a letter, which stated, "What your country asks is Prussia's highest military secret, which cannot be disclosed for now. If foreign ambassadors need to evacuate in advance, your country can proceed now." If it were just a reply to the French government, it would be another meaningless threat. For the cunning Bismarck, he naturally would not miss the delicate situation within Paris. This letter was not only sent directly to the French government, but also publicly released by Bismarck and sent to multiple newspaper offices in Paris. This immediately sparked heated discussion among Parisian citizens. So the new government of national defense had been negotiating with Prussia for so many days and came up with the result of bombarding Paris. This wasn't betraying the former glory of France? Enraged Parisian citizens once again staged an uprising, intending to overthrow the capitalist-controlled government of national defense and establish a French government bold enough to resist the Germans. This uprising was a spontaneous resistance against the government by some radical nationalists. Because it had few supporters, it was quickly suppressed by the government of national defense. But at the same time, the public's fierce opposition in Paris also caused panic in the French government of national defense. The French government knew that the peace talks could no longer be dragged out. They must reach a result as soon as possible to free up hands to stabilize the situation in Paris. On April 5, 1870, the French government of national defense signed a treaty on surrender. On April 7, the French government and Bismarck jointly signed a treaty on armistice, and France finally ushered in brief peace. Perhaps the Paris public did not expect that their pressure on the government would instead make the French government more conciliatory toward Prussia. The armistice agreement, which was originally supposed to drag on for a long time, was signed just like that, and the French government also forgot the bottom line of not ceding territory that it had maintained just days before. According to the treaty signed by both sides, the French government was to hand over most of the fortresses and ammunition in Paris to the Prussian army and pay an indemnity of 200 million francs. Bismarck also added an extra clause that the German army could enter Paris in a triumphant posture and pass through the Arc de Triomphe in the city center. Speaking of the history of the Arc de Triomphe, it dates back to the Napoleonic era at the beginning of the 19th century. Napoleon ordered the construction of a structure through which returning soldiers could pass to celebrate victory over the Russo-Austrian alliance, and the Arc de Triomphe was born. But because Napoleon had previously scrapped the construction plan midway, the Arc de Triomphe was not completed until. Why did Bismarck want the Prussian army to pass through the Arc de Triomphe in a victorious posture? Because in Napoleon's glorious record of conquering Europe decades ago, he had repeatedly defeated Prussia, which was also why France had looked down on Prussia before the war. As the Prussian prime minister, Bismarck naturally wanted to wash away Prussia's shame in this way and return the same humiliation to France and the French people.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.